Exploring Technology in the Wizard World. Chapter 51. Breath in. Richard took a deep breath, stretched out his hand to massage the outside of his carotid artery on the neck, and stimulated the surrounding nerves to slow down his heartbeat. Then he moved slowly toward the corner of the room at a crawling pace and grabbed a barrel placed there, tipping it over with force. Water from the barrel surged out, soaking his whole body, causing his body temperature to begin to drop, metabolism to slow down, and his heart rate to decrease, though not back to normal levels yet. Richard had no choice but to move toward another corner where his luggage was placed. There were some medications in the luggage that could reduce his heart rate. Breath in. Breath in. Richard struggled to keep his emotions stable, controlling the acceleration of his heartbeat, inch by inch. Just then, footsteps sounded at the door. It was Pandora, who had heard unusual noises from the room and rushed in, staring wide-eyed at Richard. Richard had no strength left to explain and simply pointed at the suitcase. Pandora's eyes flickered momentarily, then she dashed to the suitcase, snatched it open, and pulled out a test tube, handing it to Richard. Their eyes met, and Richard felt truly awful, then shook his head. Pandora immediately tossed the test tube aside, rummaged through the suitcase, and handed a beaker to Richard. Richard felt even worse and shook his head again. Pandora searched a third time, this time pulling out a bottle of sulfuric acid. Richard knew that drinking it would only end his life faster, firmly shaking his head. Pandora searched a fourth time, found a bottle of baking soda, a fifth, a sixth, a seventh time. It was unclear how many times she searched before finally finding what Richard needed. This? Pandora asked with her gaze. Yes. Richard could no longer speak, only nodding vigorously in response. Pandora immediately handed the item over. Richard caught it, poured a bag of medicine powder into his mouth, then swallowed with effort. He lay flat on the ground, taking deep breaths continuously. Pandora stood by, watching, her face still cold, but her eyes somewhat uneasy, uncertain if she was truly helping Richard. Meanwhile, Richard could no longer pay attention to Pandora, focusing all his energy on keeping his heart rate from rising, waiting for the swallowed medicine powder to take effect. During this process, Richard couldn't help but think about the overwhelming power that had suddenly descended in the mountain, bringing his consciousness back. This force had not only protected his consciousness and robustly counteracted the mental waves of the crystal skull but also caused damage to the crystal skull itself. No matter how one looked at it, it was incredibly powerful, almost like the protagonist of an action manga bursting forth with cosmic energy in a critical moment. But as it seems, there's no such thing as a free lunch. To achieve this, it cost a significant price, the overdraw of his body's life energy. If there were another time, he truly didn't know if he might suddenly die. Breath in. Breath in. His heartbeat was slowly slowing down, but it would still take some time for the medicine to be fully effective. Richard felt his consciousness uncontrollably beginning to blur. He became somewhat wary, knowing he could not pass out. He must not lose consciousness. Richard internally declared, but just as he finished the thought, everything before him went black. Darkness, endless darkness. His consciousness seemed to float in an endless universe. With no up or down, left or right, no compass points, no passage of time, his consciousness drifted within the darkness. A light appeared, illuminating the entire space, followed by a bright burst. Richard felt his consciousness awaken, gradually regaining sensation and control over his body, only to find his heart rate had slowed down to normal levels. His body still ached faintly, but it was much better than at the beginning. He slowly opened his eyes. The scene before him appeared, followed by Richard catching his breath, seeing a pair of large, round eyes almost touching his face. His eyes flickered, so did the others. His eyes flickered again, and the others followed. Just as Richard was about to ask why the closeness, Pandora had already pulled back her head and spoke first. Boo! Who scared whom here? Richard struggled to stand up, only to find himself still lying on the floor, a bucket overturned, a suitcase open in the corner, and various instruments strewn about in total disarray just as before he passed out. How long was I out? Richard asked Pandora, frowning. Pandora held up a finger. What kind of answer was that? 1 minute, 1 hour? The next moment, Richard knew the answer. As he walked out of the room and looked towards the castle exterior, he saw that it was already broad daylight. Clearly, Pandora meant he had been out for the night. Well, that required some figuring out. Afterward, through some discussion, Richard learned more about what had happened. For instance, shortly after he had passed out, the beast tide had suddenly dispersed. Gregory thought he had scared the frenzied animals away by exerting too much force, but it now appeared that it was caused by a crack Richard had made on the crystal skull. It was unclear, however, what the extent of the impact would be. Whether it had temporarily pushed back the beast tide or it would never occur again, or perhaps, other unforeseen changes might emerge. Considering this, Richard thought it would be best to extract the crystal skull from the mountain, whether for study or any other use. It would put him in an invincible position. After all, if anything adverse arose, he could simply smash the crystal skull with a hammer. However, retrieving the crystal skull from the mountain was not an easy task. Richard thought for a moment, took the magic tools he had made from Silver Rabbit internal organs, and walked out of the castle, down the small hill, with Pandora following behind. As they reached the base of the mountain and passed by a pond, Richard saw a troop of animals drinking water. Because of his blackout, Pandora hadn't maintained order that morning, but still, most of the animals conscientiously lined up. Well, most, except for a stubborn wild boar. Today, seeing no sign of Pandora, the wild boar was particularly excited. Though it arrived a bit late and was at the end of the line, that didn't matter, it just kept pushing forward. Rabbits? Can beat, push. Coyotes? Can beat, push. Squirrels? Can beat, push. Cheetahs? A bit tough to beat, no matter, go around and continue pushing. The wild boar was pushing gleefully, getting closer to the pond, its mouth wide open, tongue already sticking out in anticipation. It didn't care that it had thrown most of the line into chaos, just kept its head low and continued shoving forward. Rock mountain goats? Push. White deer? Push. Mountain marmots? Push. Leopards, weasels, foxes? Push, push, push. Closer now, even closer, almost at the water's edge. Oh, what's this purple thing? A purple mink? Or. Chapter 52. The wild boar twisted its neck upward and then saw the purple clothes, the purple hair, a familiar face, and a pair of cold, icy purple eyes. Squeal. Pandora. Thud. The wild boar flipped over onto the ground, scared out of its wits. Before, after having bullied 1 or 2 animals, it had been beaten black and blue. After bullying 3 or 4, it had been beaten to a bloody pulp. This time, nearly bullying from tail to snout, wouldn't it be beaten to death? The next moment, the wild boar found strength from who knows where, its cumbersome body suddenly twisted, and it struggled to its feet. Its 4 short legs ran toward the depths of the forest as fast as if pounding garlic, truly a desperate escape. Pandora, watching the increasingly distant figure of the wild boar, furrowed her brow. On any other day, she would definitely chase after it, to beat the wild boar within an inch of its life. But today, watching Richard walk by, heading toward the great mountain, Pandora ultimately blinked her eyes and didn't chase after the wild boar, instead turning to follow Richard. Pant, pant, pant. The wild boar didn't know how far it had run, gasping for breath, parched and tongue-tied, feeling like smoke was about to come out of its throat. It felt the effort was hardly worth it. After bullying so many animals today, it had felt good, but it hadn't gotten to drink any water, a serious loss. Moreover, not only could it not drink today, but it likely wouldn't dare show up to drink for several days to come. If caught, it would surely be severely beaten. What to do? There was only one good place nearby to drink, and the water in that pond was the sweetest. All other streams and puddles were turbid and undrinkable. It had to find a solution, or it would die of thirst. The wild boar panted and white steam continuously sprayed from its mouth and nose as it rolled its eyes and pondered the big issues of its pig life. Not far away. Clip-pitty, clop-pitty, clip-pitty. The noisy sound of hooves and footsteps arose as a large group moved through the forest. Those riding horses were nobles clad in various ornate armors, and the foot soldiers wore leather armor and carried bows and arrows. The group looked formidable, like an elite army about to attack an enemy, but up close one would find the atmosphere quite relaxed. The mounted men chatted with each other, occasionally bursting into loud laughter. From time to time, there would also be a jibe or a narrow-minded comment. Viscount Lansite, from your great-grandfather to you, the title has been passed down for 4 generations now, hasn't it? A middle-aged man dressed in a grand, silver armor rode a horse and said with a somewhat imposing manner. Yes, Count Vic, another man on horseback said. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a chin full of stubble and an unkempt appearance. Compared to other nobles, his armor was anything but ornate. In fact, it could be described as shabby and worn. The surface of the armor showed obvious signs of rust. At the shoulder armor, there were misfits, suggesting that this armor might have been passed down from the previous generation or even the one before. For a noble not to have their own specially tailored armor, not to spend a great deal on maintenance, not to polish with marble and coarse linen, not to buff to a shine with woolen blankets to not make their armor gleam was, to put it mildly, unbecoming of nobility. To be more serious, it was downright heresy, the mark of an oddball among the nobility. Count Vic, called thus, did not comment on the other's armor but, upon hearing the reply, said thoughtfully, 4 generations, eh? I remember your great-grandfather was only a lord, and now you are a viscount. To advance 2 ranks in 4 generations is indeed no small feat. However, I've heard that although you, Viscount Landsight, have risen in rank, your lands have shrunk, and your income has dwindled. That shouldn't be the case. Humph, interjected a tall, thin noble, Count Vic, Viscount Landsight is too kind to his farmers and serfs. Humph, I've heard he collects much less tax than we do, how can he amass any wealth? But of course, this isn't the key point. I think the real issue is that Viscount Landsight stays cloistered in his castle, sleeping soundly while every kingdom war passes by without his involvement. No war achievements mean no rewards or fame, no one to join his cause, and naturally, no money. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. Viscount Landsight remained expressionless. The tall and thin noble persisted, actually, I think it's far too easy for Viscount Landsight to get rich. He just needs to wait for the next kingdom war, join in, and capture some wealthy nobles on the battlefield, demand hefty ransoms for them. Of course, the tall, thin noble's voice took on a sharp tone, full of implications. Before that, Viscount Landsight needs to find himself a better suit of armor, or he might get captured by the enemy before he can capture anyone on the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The whole group laughed again. These were nobles from the capital, backed by great nobles with substantial power. Even if they did not inherit titles, they had no fear of a noble from a far-flung domain like Landsight. Landsight's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not choose to simply accept the mockery. They might not fear him, but he certainly didn't fear them either. He looked at the tall, thin noble who had spoken and sneered, "You whelp from the Caesar family, I might not have fine armor, but do you believe I could still slaughter you, even with your double-layered armor? You! What's the matter, don't believe me? You can try. Shall I throw you a gauntlet, choose a spot, and have a proper duel? Oh, that's right, I'm too poor to have gloves, but you have some, don't you? Why not throw them down as a challenge, how about that, do you dare?" After Landsight finished speaking, the young noble's eyes bulged, and he remained speechless for a long time, his hands gripping tightly on the horse, as if truly afraid a glove might fall to the ground. Landsight sneered at this, and immediately, the young noble's face reddened. Just as those close to the young noble were about to react, a 15 or 16-year-old noble youth at the very front suddenly gave a light cough. Everyone immediately fell silent. Clip-clop, clip-clop, Landsight spurred his horse forward, approaching the young noble and asked respectfully, "Prince Gello, what is the matter?" The one addressed as Prince Gello was dressed in armor inlaid with gemstones and pearls, with brownish hair, his eyes tinged with deep worries. Mounted on his horse and looking ahead with slightly furrowed brows, he asked, "Landsight, didn't you say this forest is full of beasts? And now in late autumn, the prime time for hunting, we haven't encountered a single one. Why is that?" Chapter 52, Chapter 052, Prince, meeting the prince again. The wild boar twisted its neck upward and then saw the purple clothes, the purple hair, a familiar face, and a pair of cold, icy purple eyes. Squeal! Pandora! Thud! The wild boar flipped over onto the ground, scared out of its wits. Before, after having bullied 1 or 2 animals, it had been beaten black and blue, after bullying 3 or 4, it had been beaten to a bloody pulp. This time, nearly bullying from tail to snout, wouldn't it be beaten to death? The next moment, the wild boar found strength from who knows where, its cumbersome body suddenly twisted, and it struggled to its feet. Its 4 short legs ran toward the depths of the forest as fast as if pounding garlic, truly a desperate escape. Pandora, watching the increasingly distant figure of the wild boar, furrowed her brow. On any other day, she would definitely chase after it, to beat the wild boar within an inch of its life. But today, watching Richard walk by, heading toward the great mountain, Pandora ultimately blinked her eyes and didn't chase after the wild boar, instead turning to follow Richard. Pant, pant, pant. The wild boar didn't know how far it had run, gasping for breath, parched and tongue-tied, feeling like smoke was about to come out of its throat. It felt the effort was hardly worth it. After bullying so many animals today, it had felt good, but it hadn't gotten to drink any water, a serious loss. Moreover, not only could it not drink today, but it likely wouldn't dare show up to drink for several days to come. If caught, it would surely be severely beaten. What to do? There was only one good place nearby to drink, and the water in that pond was the sweetest, all other streams and puddles were turbid and undrinkable. It had to find a solution, or it would die of thirst. The wild boar panted and white steam continuously sprayed from its mouth and nose as it rolled its eyes and pondered the big issues of its pig life. Not far away. Clip-pitty, clop-pitty, clip-pitty. The noisy sound of hooves and footsteps arose as a large group moved through the forest. Those riding horses were nobles clad in various ornate armors, and the foot soldiers wore leather armor and carried bows and arrows. The group looked formidable, like an elite army about to attack an enemy, but up close one would find the atmosphere quite relaxed. The mounted men chatted with each other, occasionally bursting into loud laughter. From time to time, there would also be a jibe or a narrow-minded comment. Viscount Lansite, from your great-grandfather to you, the title has been passed down for 4 generations now, hasn't it? A middle-aged man dressed in a grand, silver armor rode a horse and said with a somewhat imposing manner. Yes, Count Vic, another man on horseback said. He appeared to be in his 30s, with a chin full of stubble and an unkempt appearance. Compared to other nobles, his armor was anything but ornate. In fact, it could be described as shabby and worn. The surface of the armor showed obvious signs of rust. At the shoulder armor, there were misfits, suggesting that this armor might have been passed down from the previous generation or even the one before. For a noble not to have their own specially tailored armor, not to spend a great deal on maintenance, not to polish with marble and coarse linen, not to buff to a shine with woolen blankets to not make their armor gleam was, to put it mildly, unbecoming of nobility. To be more serious, it was downright heresy, the mark of an oddball among the nobility. Count Vic, called thus, did not comment on the other's armor but, upon hearing the reply, said thoughtfully, 4 generations, eh? I remember your great-grandfather was only a lord, and now you are a viscount. To advance 2 ranks in 4 generations is indeed no small feat. However, I've heard that although you, Viscount Lansite, have risen in rank, your lands have shrunk, and your income has dwindled. That shouldn't be the case. Humph, interjected a tall, thin noble, Count Vic, Viscount Lansite is too kind to his farmers and serfs. Humph, I've heard he collects much less tax than we do, how can he amass any wealth? But of course, this isn't the key point. I think the real issue is that Viscount Lansite stays cloistered in his castle, sleeping soundly while every kingdom war passes by without his involvement. No war achievements mean no rewards or fame, no one to join his cause, and naturally, no money. The crowd burst into laughter upon hearing this. Viscount Lansite remained expressionless. The tall and thin noble persisted, actually, I think it's far too easy for Viscount Lansite to get rich. He just needs to wait for the next kingdom war, join in, and capture some wealthy nobles on the battlefield, demand hefty ransoms for them. Of course, the tall, thin noble's voice took on a sharp tone, full of implications. Before that, Viscount Lansite needs to find himself a better suit of armor, or he might get captured by the enemy before he can capture anyone on the battlefield. Ha ha ha! The whole group laughed again. These were nobles from the capital, backed by great nobles with substantial power. Even if they did not inherit titles, they had no fear of a noble from a far-flung domain like Lansite. Lansite's eyes narrowed slightly, and he did not choose to simply accept the mockery. They might not fear him, but he certainly didn't fear them either. He looked at the tall, thin noble who had spoken and sneered, "You whelp from the Caesar family, I might not have fine armor, but do you believe I could still slaughter you, even with your double-layered armor? You? What's the matter, don't believe me? You can try. Shall I throw you a gauntlet, choose a spot, and have a proper duel? Oh, that's right, I'm too poor to have gloves, but you have some, don't you? Why not throw them down as a challenge, how about that, do you dare?" After Lansite finished speaking, the young noble's eyes bulged, and he remained speechless for a long time, his hands gripping tightly on the horse, as if truly afraid a glove might fall to the ground. Lansite sneered at this, and immediately, the young noble's face reddened. Just as those close to the young noble were about to react, a 15 or 16-year-old noble youth at the very front suddenly gave a light cough. Everyone immediately fell silent. Clip-clop, clip-clop, Lansite spurred his horse forward, approaching the young noble and asked respectfully, "Prince Gello, what is the matter?" The one addressed as Prince Gello was dressed in armor inlaid with gemstones and pearls, with brownish hair, his eyes tinged with deep worries. Mounted on his horse and looking ahead with slightly furrowed brows, he asked, "Lansite, didn't you say this forest is full of beasts? And now in late autumn, the prime time for hunting, we haven't encountered a single one. Why is that?" Chapter 53. Well, Lansite hesitated for a moment before slowly speaking, "Prince, you may not know this. There are indeed many wild animals in the forest. However, the Black Forest here is different from other forests. Every month, a beast tide erupts, and the animals become extremely ferocious. Yesterday, I prevented your highness from entering the forest for this reason, because yesterday was the day the beast tide occurred, when the animals become more irritable than usual, especially at night. Today, just after the beast tide passed, the animals have calmed down, so I brought you and the others in, ensuring safety. Nevertheless, because of this, after the beast tide, the animals probably suffered heavy losses, so there are fewer appearances than usual. So, you're saying we might not catch anything today?" Prince Gro frowned deeply and took a jewel-encrusted water container from his saddle, gulping down the water and said displeasedly, "That's disappointing." "Please calm your anger, Prince Gro," Lansite spoke, "it's not that we can't catch anything, it's just more difficult. Actually, if we do encounter them, they are likely to be wounded predators which are easier to handle than usual. We might even catch a leopard, a tiger, or a wild boar." "Is that so?" After hearing this, Prince Gro's eyes flickered. "All right then." He carelessly stuffed the drinking pouch back onto the saddle. Since it wasn't properly sealed, water continuously seeped from the pouch, falling drop by drop to the ground, but Gro didn't seem to mind. A moment later, having thought of something, Gro suddenly took off a leather glove from one hand and handed it to Lansite. Lansite was startled. "Prince, what is this?" "It's for you," Gro said quietly. Don't get me wrong, I don't think you're really too poor to afford gloves, but I overheard your argument with the members of the Caesar family just now. I think, you did a great job. Actually, I don't like the Caesar family either. Besides," Gro sighed softly, "who knows when the day will come when I get assassinated, these gloves are a waste on my hands, better to give them to you. Your Highness is overthinking it. The eldest prince has already become the king, and you are soon to become a duke or a prince. Who in the entire kingdom would dare harm you?" "Ha, exactly because of that," Gro said, "now that my brother has become the king, I might just become a thorn in his side. He is nearly 20 years older than me, and my existence could threaten his son's inheritance of the throne. Nothing has happened yet, but perhaps one day, he'll make his move. Actually, he has been king for 3 months now, and the titles and lands that our father promised me and my 2 younger brothers are yet to be honored, which just goes to show that he indeed plans to do it. But, the little prince has already been made a duke and had his lands allocated," Lansite said softly. "Maybe, it's just because it's too soon, and the new king hasn't had the time yet." "Not necessarily." Gro shook his head. "My youngest brother is only 3 years old, he poses no threat and thus his land allocation is just a formality. Naturally, it can be more generous. But for me and my 2 other brothers, it's different, I fear." Toward the end, Gro shook his head in irritation. "Never mind, let's not talk about it any longer, let's just hunt to clear our minds." After saying that, Gro took off the other glove from his hand and stuffed it into Lansite's hands. Lansite held the pair of gloves, a glint in his eyes. Obviously, they were fine gloves, made of high-quality deer leather, set with several decorative gemstones. Not to mention anything else, just taking and selling the gemstones would equate to nearly half a season's yield from his lands. For such a windfall, he wouldn't refuse. Of course, there was no need for excessive gratitude or to show off, since everyone who came along with Prince Gro, apart from himself, was wealthier than Lansite. However, just as Lansite was about to stuff the gloves into his chest, he suddenly thought of something, turned around with a smile that was not quite a smile, and looked toward the members of the Caesar family in the squad behind. The noble from the Caesar family who had argued with him earlier paled at the sight of Landsight. Since Landsight had been very close to the prince when they spoke and had spoken softly, he hadn't heard clearly what was being said. Now seeing Landsight's expression, he thought Landsight was purposely borrowing a pair of gloves from Prince Gro to throw them in his face as a challenge, scaring him into standing still, not daring to come forward. Landsight sneered and turned his horse to lead the others forward, with the nobles of the Caesar family cautiously following behind. A group of nearly 100 had left the area when a thirsty wild boar, desperate for water, suddenly rushed forward. Its eyes widened with realization. "There's water!" With galloping strides, the boar ran to a patch of yellowed grass. It stuck out its pink tongue, greedily lapping up the moist leaves, feeling its soul quiver with delight. It was water. Real water. And it was sweet, mixed with honey. Slurp, slurp. Eagerly cleaning the water off the leaves, the boar looked toward the trail of water leading away into the distance and quickly followed, its tail joyfully wagging behind. Elsewhere. Halfway up a large mountain, Richard and Pandora were walking on a steep trail. Richard could clearly feel a faint spiritual wave emanating from within the mountain, acting upon his brain. Richard knew that every month, this spiritual wave would suddenly surge to its peak, then it would control the minds of many animals in the forest. However, prior to the burst, the spiritual wave had a stimulating effect on the brain. It could train one's mental strength and develop intelligence. In simple terms, the spiritual wave from the mountain was generally beneficial, except for the monthly peaks, when its overly strong stimulation became harmful. Seen from this perspective, the crystal skull embedded in the mountain seemed like a wide-range intellect enhancer, constantly elevating the intellect of many forest animals. Additionally, it performed a monthly test to eliminate those that didn't measure up. This explained why the animals in this forest seemed smarter than those elsewhere. This made Richard once again think of a legend about the crystal skulls. There were 52 in total, 12 of which were singing skulls with movable jawbones that stored knowledge. The other 40 were talking skulls with immovable jawbones, enhancing human capacities like physical strength, endurance, and wisdom, turning humans into skull guardians to spread the knowledge contained within the talking skulls. Now, it seemed that the crystal skull in the mountain, despite its smaller size, closely resembled the legendary talking skulls. If one could actually obtain the crystal skull and thoroughly study it to focus its effects on one individual instead of a range, it might be possible to significantly accelerate the evolution of an animal's brain or instantly break through the mental limitations of a species. Or it could greatly enhance a person's mental strength. Richard remembered from the Monroe chapter that mental strength and mana storage were two critical standards for a wizard's advancement. Thus, the crystal skull could indeed be considered a divine artifact for wizards. Of course, all this was still just speculation. Only by obtaining the crystal skull could one confirm its effects. The question remained, however, how to extract the crystal skull from the mountain. Chapter 54. Richard walked along the mountain path, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He had nearly circled the mountain but hadn't found any passage or crack. Combining the previous explorations by the consciousness, he was fairly certain that taking a shortcut to remove the crystal skull from the mountain was basically impossible. So, the only option was to carve a tunnel from the outside of the mountain into its interior chamber and retrieve the crystal skull from there. This would be a sizable venture, especially in this world that resembled the medieval era. If they were to rely solely on manpower using hammers and crowbars, it might take half a year to complete. Using magic, the Monroe chapter indeed contained earth magic spells capable of breaking rocks, and he had recently learned one, but at the wizard apprentice level, he could only cast them on a very small scale. Even with continuous use, the effect was quite mediocre. He needed to think of a better method. Richard squinted his eyes, stopping on the mountain path, and looked thoughtfully at a rock face beside the path. Richard knew that the chamber lay dozens of meters behind this rock face, but what was the fastest way to drill through this section? After pondering for a moment, Richard raised his hand toward the rock face and recited a spell. Whir! Whir! On the rock face, stones crumbled and flakes started to peel away. Shape Earth Magic 0 Circle Low-Level Earth Stone Control. Whir! Whir! Stones continued to fall, kicking up a lot of dust. It seemed imposing, but in reality, after a lot of effort, only a hole about 3 or 4 centimeters in diameter and a dozen centimeters deep was made. Looking at the hole, Richard pursed his lips and recited another spell. Moments later, a mass of liquid oxygen formed and filled the hole. After completing these steps, Richard thought for a moment, then gathered some sawdust and dry grass from the vicinity and stuffed it into the hole until it was packed full. The standard liquid oxygen explosives were thus prepared. Yes, liquid oxygen explosives, real explosives, differing from the usual liquid oxygen group explosions because they were filled with a combustible material. Liquid oxygen explosives are a type of mining explosive, invented in 1895 on modern Earth by a German named Linda. It generally involves wrapping combustibles, such as carbon black, coal dust, scrap paper, wood dust, etc., into a cylindrical shape and immersing them in liquid oxygen before use. Once it is saturated with liquid oxygen, it is immediately moved to the location where an explosion is needed to be detonated. Upon detonation, the combustibles inside rapidly burn, the temperature soars, and the volume expands violently, triggering an explosion with more power than nitroglycerin-based explosives like TNT. With a complete industrial system in place, liquid oxygen explosives are extremely cheap to produce. However, because liquid oxygen evaporates quickly at room temperature, the lifespan of the explosives is very short, usually between 15 to 20 minutes, and must be freshly soaked before use. Therefore, they cannot be used in bullets, bombs, shells, etc. It's a peaceful type of explosive, its main use being industrial mining. To put it simply, these are explosives specifically designed for rock blasting. Blast the mountain with explosives, and use explosives to blast through the mountain. He stepped back, turned his head, and looked at Pandora, pointing to the side. Pandora's eyes flickered with understanding, and she reluctantly moved aside to take cover. Richard took a deep breath, his gaze steely, and waved his hand to release a ball of flames towards the hole filled with liquid oxygen explosives. Immediately afterward, he conjured an air wall in front of himself. With a boom, the flames flew into the hole, detonating the real liquid oxygen explosives. The rock face shook violently, and a large hollow was blasted open along the pre-cut hole. Debris shot out like bullets in all directions and then were thud, 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 blocked by the air wall. When the dust had settled, Richard removed the air wall and took a look at the results, finding them quite satisfactory. At least, using liquid oxygen explosives for mining proved far more efficient than manual labor or the mere use of spells, with no need for a month to complete the entire project. However, during this process, he also had to thoroughly consider any potential problems that might arise. After all, carving out a tunnel was not as simple as just blasting away continuously with explosives. Blind violence and destruction couldn't solve any problems, the real solution still depended on using one's brain. Excavating a tunnel might seem straightforward, but in reality, there were many aspects to consider, or else modern Earth would not have developed it into a complete industry. The method of drilling holes, filling them with explosives, and then blasting tunnels, known as drilling and blasting on modern Earth, was primarily used in the construction of mountain tunnels. Apart from the core explosion process itself, it was necessary to consider surveying, lining up, adding structural supports, as well as ventilation, smoke clearance, and slag removal after the blast, among a series of other issues. Although the current tunnel excavation was planned to be a one-time use and not intended for repeated traffic, in which some safety aspects would not need to be as stringent, it could not be entirely neglected. Otherwise, what if the tunnel collapsed halfway through the excavation due to a blast, bringing the whole mountain down? Given the size of this mountain, if it did collapse and bury everyone inside, not to mention a wizard apprentice, even a real wizard would not survive. Therefore, some issues had to be thoroughly thought through, solutions found, and only then could the actual excavation begin. For example, the issue of supports had to be addressed. Using wood for reinforcement was feasible, as the forest was not short of timber. But it would be best to acquire some high-quality iron. The mining, refining, and forging of iron, however, were more complicated than tunnel excavation, and if he had to do it all by himself, it would take far too long. Fortunately, the technology involved was relatively low, and the current world already possessed a mature system, so he could entirely handle it through direct contact with the outside world, buying what was needed. Money, he had it. Among his luggage were quite a few gemstones. After all, his plan to break free from the constraints of his identity and leave the Blue Lion Kingdom had been well thought out, considering all aspects. But it wasn't just about having money, he also needed to find someone to trade with. So, where to look? Or perhaps, think of another way to solve it. Richard pondered and beckoned to Pandora, walking towards the base of the mountain. Time shifted back slightly. At the forest base of the mountain, dry leaves blanketed the area, and the sound of hooves resounded. Clip-clop, clip-clop. Prince Gro rode on horseback, with other nobles vaguely surrounding him. Soldiers scouted and stood guard on the outermost perimeter. Their task was to find wild beasts and notify the nobles beforehand so that they could hunt them, and to prevent the animals from attacking and injuring the nobles in a frenzy. Just then, a strange roar suddenly erupted from a nearby mountain. Hiss, hiss. Some horses, spooked, raised their front hooves high and then slammed them down hard, creating 2 deep impressions in the ground. What's happening? Someone yelled out. Everyone immediately went on alert, drawing their weapons and warily scanning their surroundings. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Half a minute passed in a flash, and yet nothing happened. This. Chapter 55. A moment later, Viscount Lansite rode up beside Prince Gro and whispered, "Your Highness, it seems that stones on the mountain have split, although it rarely happens, it does occur occasionally. However, as long as one is not on the mountain being struck by the falling stones, there is no danger, so there is no need for concern." "Ah, is that so?" Prince Roger nodded, then suddenly thought of something. Stones don't usually split for no reason, right? Could it have been caused by some animal? Lansite appeared somewhat shocked. What animal could have that much strength? Roger exclaimed, "A dragon! The legendary giant dragon! The reason I came to hunt on your lands was because I heard from others that there might be a giant dragon in the forests of your domain. Lansite, tell me, do you actually have a giant dragon here? Could that noise just now have been caused by a giant dragon?" "Ah, this," Lansite began with a bit of a rueful smile, "Your Highness, all those stories about giant dragons are just fabrications by some foolish hunters and farmers, they are never true. In fact, not only have I heard them vow that they saw a giant dragon flying in the forest sky, but they also say that there are ferocious werewolves prowling at night, and at noon, there are fire bears with their bodies ablaze, roaring through the forest. Every time, I have sent people to investigate, but found them all to be false. After severely whipping those who spread rumors, they calmed down and dared not speak nonsense for many days. And the rumors you've heard, Your Highness, must have been recklessly spread by some minstrel who left my land. Is that so?" Sighing lightly, Lansite continued, "Honestly, Your Highness, there are common wild beasts in this black forest, and having a beast tide occur once a month is indeed a strange occurrence. But apart from that, there are no such things as giant dragons, werewolves, or fire bears. So, it's all fake." After listening, Gro nodded his head and showed a trace of disappointment on his face. He reached for the dripping water bottle from his saddle, removed the stopper, and began to drink. Before he had arrived, he had fantasized about hunting a giant dragon, rescuing a princess, and acquiring vast treasures, but now his fantasies were shattered. Seeing the prince's demeanor, Lansite knew his mood was sour and did not want to touch a sore spot, so he discreetly backed away. Gro gripped the water bottle and gulped it down, his eyes suddenly sparked, and from the corner of his eye, he spotted a grey shadow hiding in the grass ahead. What was this? A plump, big rabbit. Gro's spirit was slightly uplifted, though there was no giant dragon, having a rabbit was still something. Well, okay, the scale was a bit off. But in any case, having travelled so far and only just now encountering something that could be considered game, it was a bit of a surprise. In the next moment, without having the chance to return the water bottle to his saddle, Gro quickly jammed the cork back in, hastily placed it into his bosom, and picked up his bow, aiming at the grass ahead. The group of nobles and soldiers behind saw Gro's actions and realized something, immediately stopping in place, not daring to make a sound, lest they scare away the unlikely hunting target Gro had regained. SHH. Gro placed a white feathered arrow on the bowstring, pulled it back forcefully, his eyes sharply watching the grey shadow in the grass, focused on every move it made. But what he failed to notice was that, not far beside him in another patch of grass, a massive black shadow was lurking, its large greedy eyes fixed on him, on the water bottle stuffed in his bosom. SHH. Gro's bowstring grew tauter, reaching its limit in the next moment, then suddenly released. With a swoosh, the arrow turned into a dark streak and flew out. The grey rabbit in the front grass was startled and hurriedly tried to flee, but it was already too late. The arrow swooshed down, thud, piercing its body and pinning it to the ground. The numerous nobles behind Gro, after seeing this, were about to vocalize their admiration not because he had killed just a rabbit, but because the archer was the prince. But before their pondered praises could be voiced, and before the mounted Gro had a chance to rejoice, from the nearby bushes, a huge body suddenly and swiftly charged out. Weighing over 400 pounds, in that moment, it was like a small mountain itself, ferocious and unstoppable. Wild boar! Wild boar! Block it! Damn it, how did you handle this? Why didn't you spot it sooner? It's charging at Prince Gro. Hell! Stop it! Hurry, block it! Everyone was shocked by this sudden change. The praises that were just about to be uttered turned into shouts of alarm. In their panic and shouting, they tried to block the wild boar, but how could they stop it? Viscount Lansite drew his long sword, preparing to ride forward to intercept it, but just as he was about to move, he noticed an unfamiliar noble charging out from his side. If he kept his direction unchanged, he would collide with the other in just 7 or 8 meters, so he quickly turned his horse around, taking a slightly detoured path toward the wild boar. But another unfamiliar noble galloped out, once again blocking his path. Lansite had no choice but to turn his horse again. During this delay, the wild boar had already reached Prince Gro. At that moment, Prince Gro's heart was struck with terror. Although he had just imagined slaying a dragon, that involved having many soldiers cripple the dragon first, so he could elegantly deliver the final blow and claim the dragon's life. He had never considered truly battling a dragon. In fact, now facing a more than 400-pound boar charging at him, he felt his mind go blank. What to do? What to do? What to do? As he asked himself what to do, for the third time, the wild boar fiercely rammed into the horse beneath him. With a bang, the horse screamed, falling to the ground in agony. Ah! Gro cried out as he fell from his horse, but fortunately, he reacted at the last moment, quickly removing his feet from the stirrups and rolling as he went along. Thus, although the fall was hard, he wasn't pinned by the horse, which likely would have broken his leg. But this quick thinking during a critical moment couldn't completely remove him from danger. After hitting the horse, the wild boar didn't stop, continuing its charge towards him, eyes fixed intently on his chest. Was this about to bite open his chest? Gro thought in horror as he struggled to his feet, not trying to be a hero. He quickly ran towards the distance, continuously crying out, "Help me! Help me! Save me! Save me quickly!" But the nearest soldier was 7 or 8 meters away, and the wild boar had already closed into less than 5 meters. Was he, a prince, really going to be killed by a wild boar? What a disgrace! Gro thought with sadness and anger, clenching his teeth, wanting to resist. But after feeling around, he realized his weapons were all on the saddle, and his bow and arrows had been lost during the fall. Now he had nothing but a water pouch on him. Could he really kill the wild boar with an almost empty water pouch? Clutching the water pouch in his chest tightly, Gro couldn't help but think. Chapter 56. Gripping the water skin tightly, in the next moment, Gro realized, for some unknown reason, the wild boar's eyes suddenly turned red. It seemed provoked and charged at him with even greater speed. The sorrow in Gro's heart about being killed by a wild boar immediately turned to despair. Damn it, was he really going to be killed by a, killed? Hey? What the hell? Just at that moment, just as Gro fell into despair, his eyes bulged. He saw the wild boar charging at him, bulging its eyes even bigger, staring straight past him like it had seen something unbelievable. A figure appeared silently, quietly watching the wild boar. Richard. The wild boar recognized him, feeling a chill run through its body. With Richard's appearance, could Pandora be far behind? Of course not. In the blink of an eye, the wild boar saw Pandora appear beside Richard, her face cold as she looked at it. At this moment, the wild boar truly felt a chill. How could this be? Staring at Pandora with wide eyes, then at the waterskin in Prince Gro's embrace, it surveyed the aggressive crowd gathering around and pondered the trail of water that had lured it here. This. An inexplicable thought slammed into its mind like a train, a terrifying conjecture spreading quickly like ripples on a lake. Caught off guard and horrified, the wild boar couldn't help but think of a truth that could explain everything it saw. Was this law enforcement by entrapment? Was it deliberately lured out with water mixed with honey, only to be brutally beaten? Although the wild boar didn't know the term entrapment, it felt the same. How shameless! The wild boar internally shouted, making a split-second decision as its 4 short legs came to a sudden halt. Under the force of inertia, its legs dug into the ground, plowing 4 deep furrows. To Giro's shock and bewilderment, the wild boar slid several meters to a stop in front of him. Its long snout almost touched Giro's face, a puff of white breath coming out, its stinky odor almost making Giro faint. But the wild boar didn't care about that, it was vital to escape. One could survive a day without water, but being caught by Pandora might truly mean death. HNGH, HNGH. With a few more puffs of white breath, the wild boar licked Giro's waterskin reluctantly, then turned tail and ran. It burst through a gap in the encirclement, crazily dashing away, and in the blink of an eye, it vanished into the vast forest. Everyone initially froze in collective astonishment at the wild boar's bizarre behavior, then quickly rallied around to protect Prince Giro. Your Highness, are you all right? Your Highness, are you injured? Your Highness, should we leave the forest to see the physician? Your Highness. After a round of concerned inquiries and making sure Prince Giro was temporarily unharmed, everyone finally eased their worries. The next moment, however, they collectively turned to Richard and Pandora, eyes full of suspicion, and shouted out. Who are you? What do you want? Why did you appear in the forest? Although Richard and Pandora had, in a sense, scared away the wild boar and saved Prince Giro's life, who knew what the real situation was? Richard looked at the crowd's reaction and couldn't help but sigh, little did he expect that merely walking down the mountain would lead to this. Prince? Nobles? Hunting? Well, all right then. Richard had pretty much guessed how things would unfold from here. As part of the group hunting with the prince, they had almost let the prince get hurt, which was clearly a grave mistake. To avoid responsibility, the best choice was to point the finger at him, an unrelated party. It didn't matter what the real situation was, they would capture and interrogate him first. Come to think of it, when he was a prince himself, he had also encountered this kind of situation several times. Back in the day, his personal guard captain, Edward, was quite relentless when it came to capturing people. In summary, the situation now resembled a typical scene from an entertaining novel, a group of villains biting the hand that fed them, spouting madness, drawing ire, only to be taught a lesson in manners by his magic in the end. But such matters were truly boring and a waste of time. Richard frowned lightly as he thought this, and the next moment, he had already decided to deal with it at the source. To resolve it at the source meant not to prove his innocence, but to display sufficient power. Faced with the crowd's accusations, Richard didn't respond. His lips parted slightly, and with a flick of his hand, a gentle bluish flame appeared in his palm. Everyone's eyes instantly widened, and their shouts caught in their throats as the forcefulness of their demeanor suddenly dissipated, their bodies atop the horses seeming to shrink in stature. It had to be said, the phosphorus candle, a zero-circle illumination spell, although utterly non-aggressive, was better at intimidating others than any other offensive spells. With a lift of his hand, the phosphorus fire in his palm flew into the air, expanding as it went, and eventually detonated into a fireball a meter in diameter, causing the bodies of the onlookers to shudder in unison. The way they looked at Richard had completely changed from before, in addition to caution, there was now a touch more tension and fear. In a calm voice, Richard spoke, as you can see, I am a wizard living in the forest, merely passing by. If you wish to do something to me, don't hesitate, of course, I won't either. But if you don't want to do anything, then clear the way and let me leave. How does that sound? After Richard had finished speaking, the crowd exchanged glances, and the next moment, they unanimously stepped aside to let him pass. Richard nodded with a smile and proceeded forward with Pandora. Just as they were about to leave, Prince Giro, protected amongst the crowd, revealed a trace of an unusual gleam in his eyes and suddenly spoke up. Wait a moment. Richard stopped and looked towards Giro. That is, under Richard's gaze, Giro was visibly nervous, his demeanor unavoidably becoming more respectful, that is. Master Wizard. Yes. Giro grew even more nervous, and after a deep breath, he said, Master Wizard, you just saved my life, and I want to thank you, how about? No time, Richard answered bluntly. The curt reply left Giro frozen. This night fell. Prince Roger's hunting party had set up camp in a clearing in the forest. In the largest tent at the camp's center, a private dinner was underway, with participants including Prince Giro, Richard, and Pandora. Richard ultimately agreed to Giro's invitation from earlier in the day. In fact, Richard had planned to interact with Gro from the beginning for two main reasons. One was to gather some information about the surroundings through him. The other was to get in touch with him and gain some iron to carry out his tunneling plans. Refusing initially during the day was simply a probe and a way to assume a position of superiority, to have a favorable standing in the negotiation. Simply put, it was to capture by letting go first. Chapter 57. The banquet progressed with an abundant selection of food on the table. This was largely because Richard had accepted Prince Gro's invitation earlier that day and joined him for a half-day hunt, bringing back a variety of game. While there weren't many large wild beasts, there was no shortage of small animals, now presented as roasted pheasants, ducks, quail, rabbits, and wild goat meats on the table. Prince Gro sat in the center of the tent, in full swing of conversation, enthusiastically waving his arms as he described something. Richard sat on the side, cutting grilled, slightly charred steaks with his knife and fork into small cubes and then slowly chewing and swallowing them as he brought them to his mouth. Since there were no spices, just a bit of salt, the meat didn't taste very good, even worse than that of domestic livestock. However, Richard continued to eat expressionlessly, occasionally nodding towards Gro to indicate he was listening. Pandora sat next to Richard, finding the utensils more interesting than the food. She hadn't touched the meat on her plate, instead amusing herself with the silver knife and fork with a faint glint in her eyes, resembling a dragon that had discovered treasure. After playing with them for a while, she brought the fork to her mouth and tentatively bit down on it. To ensure hardness and reduce costs, silverware generally contains some copper and tin, but Pandora's teeth were far beyond that of an ordinary girl. She bit down lightly, and immediately a clear indentation of her teeth appeared. Another bite, another set of teeth marks. Continuing to bite, a third set of marks. After a while, Prince Gro's topic reached its conclusion, summarizing, in short, that's what the entire Jade Kingdom looks like. Richard nodded, now understanding that the Jade Kingdom Gro spoke of was the nation where this forest was located. According to Gro, the entire Jade Kingdom spanned an area nearly 3 times that of the Blue Lion Kingdom, with the population more than double, nearing 3 million people considered a mid-sized kingdom. It might lag slightly behind the likes of Pulan Kingdom or Yasi Kingdom, but it wasn't too weak either. Having heard this, Richard then asked, "Are there no wizards in the Jade Kingdom?" "Wizards?" Gro paused for a moment, then shook his head and said, "There should be very few, if any, they're mostly just passing through. Some say that this island is too barren, lacking the magic materials wizards need. As a result, wizards generally live on the mainland. Those with the talent to become wizards are also periodically taken away by special ships to study on the mainland." "The mainland?" Richard murmured to himself, nodding. He had some vague knowledge of geography. As it stood, the Blue Lion Kingdom, Jade Kingdom, Pusi Kingdom, Yasi Kingdom, and others actually all resided on a giant sea island known as Sman's Island. Though it could be the largest sea island in the world, it was still an island, not a continent. The true continent lay across a vast stretch of sea, reachable only by ship. However, the ocean was infested with sea monsters, sirens, pirates, and was occasionally subject to powerful storms. A moment's carelessness could result in both shipwreck and loss of life. Thus, the exchanges between Sman's Island and the mainland were infrequent, existing in a semi-closed state, with only a handful of daring captains engaging in trade. At this moment, Gro suddenly looked over with gleaming eyes, full of expectation, and asked, Lord Richard the Wizard, could you teach me magic, help me become a wizard?" "Why?" Richard looked at Gro and asked aloud, "Why do you want to become a wizard?" Gro pursed his lips and took a deep breath before replying, "Because only by becoming a wizard can I survive." "Listen to me." Next, Richard heard a story very similar to his own. Prince Gro was indeed a prince of the Jade Kingdom, but he was not the only prince. In fact, Gro's father, the previous king, had 5 sons, with Gro being the second, and 16 years old this year. Above him was a 35-year-old elder brother. Below him were 3 younger brothers. The third and fourth brothers were 1 and 2 years younger than Gro, respectively, while the fifth was only 3 years old. Gro's eldest brother, who had been designated as the crown prince by Gro's father, succeeded smoothly to the throne after their father's death. Afterwards, Gro began to sense some changes and noticed that there seemed to be people who were against him in various ways. Moreover, only the youngest 5th brother had received a titled noble rank and territory, while he and the 2 other brothers had been waiting for 3 months without any grant, which naturally raised his concerns. Gro's worries were quite reasonable. He and the other two brothers had never been very close to their elder brother due to the age difference and had minimal communication. Now, the elder brother probably viewed them as threats and wanted to remove them all, hence the delay in granting them titles and lands, keeping them confined to the royal capital until he saw a ripe opportunity to act. Reflecting on this, Gro felt tense. The reason he had gone hunting was to temporarily get away from the royal capital and lay low. But this was only a temporary guarantee of safety. In Gro's view, perhaps only by becoming a powerful wizard could he make his elder brother wary enough not to act against him and ensure his own safety. After listening to Gro's account, Richard's eyes flickered, and he said, "Actually, you don't have to be so pessimistic." Why not? In my opinion, your situation isn't so dire. Richard exhaled lightly. If your elder brother really wanted to act against you, he probably would have done so already. After all, by delaying until now, you've become alert, and taking action against you now would certainly be more difficult than dealing with you at the beginning when you were unsuspecting. Since your youngest brother has already been granted a fiefdom, you and the other two will sooner or later be granted one as well, though it might be in poorer locations. Delaying now is just about wearing down your patience. After a year or two, when the territories are decided, even if they are in worse locations, you will accept them because at that time, having any land will seem better than having none. Is that so? Gro murmured thoughtfully. To be honest, you shouldn't have left the royal capital, Richard continued. In the royal capital, with your elder brother there, you are safest. Because if something were to happen to you, he would definitely be implicated. Therefore, he won't act against you and will even prevent others from doing so. But once you leave the royal capital, it's a different story. If you die, it can be attributed to an accident. Especially while hunting in the forest, it's easy to concoct excuses like being attacked by wild beasts, accidentally struck by stray arrows, or falling from a spooked horse. Your elder brother doesn't wish to kill you, but there are others who may not wish for you to live. For instance, the great nobles supporting your elder brother from behind, who as allies in his interests, would benefit from your death. At least they could carve a piece out of the lands meant for you. Then there are enemies of your elder brother in secret, who by killing you could smear his reputation, shake his position, and thus achieve some goals. More extreme still are nearby hostile kingdoms that wish to start a war. Killing or capturing you would be an excellent tactic. In short, you are actually safer in the royal capital than you think. And now, in this forest, you are far more in danger than you realize. This. Gro was startled. Chapter 58. Having listened to Richard's words, Gro wanted to say something, but Richard looked at him and said, "There's one more thing I need to make clear. That is, I'm not actually a wizard, but rather just a wizard apprentice, the lowest level one at that. So, even if everything you said before is true, I can't teach you spells. Really, it's not possible." Gro seemed a bit unwilling to give up. "Really, it's not possible," Richard shook his head calmly. "Then, do I really have no hope at all of becoming a wizard?" Gro said, not hiding the profound disappointment on his face. "That's not necessarily the case," Richard spoke again. "Didn't you say that some talented people are taken by boat to the continent to study? As long as you have talent." "But I don't have talent," Gro said, his face very somber. "I don't even have the slightest talent, and I can't even enter meditation." This was quite normal. According to the records in the Monroe chapter, the chance of being born with a wizard talent was about 1 in 10,000, 1 in 10,000 people, not so easy to come by. Richard himself had no talent, otherwise, he wouldn't have sought scientific methods to decrypt life remolding 3 times. And the Gro before him evidently did not. As a prince, he lacked wizard talent. Good fortune simply couldn't fall entirely on one person. Seeing Gro's demeanor, Richard's eyes flickered and he said, "Actually, as long as you can safely return to the royal capital, patiently wait for some time, you will eventually become a duke with your own dominion, and can live better than most people, so why must you become a wizard?" Gro was slightly stunned. "That. Of course, your desire to become a wizard, or whatever else, is your choice to make. If you really want it, then perhaps we can make a trade," Richard said. "What kind of trade?" Gro asked. Richard turned his hand over and took out a small porcelain bottle from his clothes, which contained ether, the anesthetic he had created. Such items as ether and some alcohol, Richard usually carried a few on him to deal with emergencies. Now, he had just run into one. Handing the porcelain bottle to Gro, Richard said, "This is a potion. Just inhale a bit of the vapor it releases and it will help you enter meditation, overcoming the first of the 3 tough challenges of becoming a real wizard apprentice." "Really?" Gro's eyes lit up, his expression joyous as he reached for it, but Richard did not let go. Gro realized something, remembering the word trade that Richard had just mentioned, his eyebrows slightly raised with comprehension. "Then what do you want in return?" 10,000 jin of high-quality iron, Richard said. "I need you to transport the iron to this camp within 10 days. What I'll do with it is none of your business, but it must arrive on time." This, Gro hesitated. 10,000 jin of iron, or 5 tons, isn't much on modern Earth, but in this medieval world, it is different. Iron is a strategic material, under strict government control, and the amount of 10,000 jin of iron is enough to forge nearly 1,000 cold weapons or several hundred pieces of iron armor, enough to equip a small army. It was only because Gro was a prince that he could consider this. Had it been any of the small nobles, they would have refused without a second thought. On the one hand, they wouldn't have the capability to obtain that much iron in such a short time. On the other, they wouldn't dare to do so, afraid of being seen as rebellious by the king. Gro hesitated for a while, looked at the small porcelain bottle in Richard's hand, his brow furrowed deeply, and finally gritted his teeth and said, "All right, I agree to your terms. Although it's a bit difficult to get 10,000 jin of iron, I'll do my best to procure it for you." "That's good to hear, a pleasure doing business with you," Richard let go, handing the small porcelain bottle to Gro. Just as he took the porcelain bottle, Gro couldn't wait to open it and took a quick sniff. His eyes shone with surprise as he looked at Richard. "This really seems to. Otherwise." Richard carefully put away the porcelain bottle, a smile emerging on his face. The dinner eventually continued for a while longer before Richard found it timely to take his leave. On one hand, both goals of gathering information and making a trade had been achieved, on the other, Gro's eagerness to try the ether was hardly concealable, making it meaningless for them to stay any longer, hence the early end to the dinner. Leading Pandora out of Gro's tent, Richard walked towards the outskirts of the camp. Soldiers along the way, upon seeing Richard, instinctively stopped and made way. After all, Richard was a mysterious wizard, and a guest of honor invited by the prince, demanding their utmost respect. Thus, Richard walked unimpeded to the edge of the camp, only to hear a faint sound of gnawing at something hard coming from his side. Richard turned his head toward Pandora, his brow furrowing. "What are you biting?" With a crack, Pandora responded. One could see Pandora holding the handle of a silver fork, biting down on the tines. The crack was the sound of her biting off a tip, holding it in her mouth like a silver needle. Richard watched calmly, Pandora glaring back defiantly. Richard frowned slightly and spoke seriously, "You shouldn't just take other people's things." Startled, Pandora reacted, somewhat confused. Richard exhaled slowly, attempting to explain a basic concept clearly to the Dragon Clan girl. "If something is mine, you can take it. If something is Gregory's, you can take it too. But not from anyone else, because they do not know you. If you want something, you can buy it or tell me what you want and let me buy it for you. But you must never just take it. Because others are not the animals in the forest, you can't just take their things because they can't fight back against you. Sure, sometimes it could work, but most of the time you need to respect the unspoken rules. Communicating with people is complicated, many rules can't be broken, unlike in the forest where you might rely solely on violence to get your way. If you really liked this silver fork, I could have added it as a term in the trade with Gro and then given it to you. But since it wasn't done, the fork needs to be returned. Even though you've bitten it, it still needs to go back." Richard held out his hand, palm up. Pandora's brow furrowed, and after some deliberation, she handed the silver fork to Richard, but the bitten-off tip remained in her mouth. Knowing not to be overly demanding about such minutiae, Richard shook his head slightly and, taking the damaged fork, turned and walked back towards Gro's tent. However, as he walked, Richard's brow furrowed deeper because he suddenly noticed, something was off in the camp. Where there had been many soldiers when he had left, now they all seemed to have vanished as if suddenly called away. The vast camp had become rather quiet, the atmosphere somewhat eerie. As he neared Gro's tent, Richard detected a faint scent of blood. In the next moment, his eyes narrowed, thinking of a possibility, and he rushed into the tent. Chapter 59. In the tent, the table was overturned, and plates and food were scattered everywhere. A sword lay on the ground, suggesting a sudden and brief struggle had taken place. Gro lay in a pool of blood on the floor, clutching his abdomen with a face full of pain. He no longer had the strength to shout, only emitting very low moans. Seeing Richard burst in, Gro's lips struggled to move as he feebly called out, "Save, save me." Richard's eyes narrowed, his prior suspicions confirmed. He stepped toward Gro, his brain whirring as he walked, pondering what could have happened in the short few minutes since he'd left. After a moment, before he could even kneel down, Gro had already passed out, his eyes closing. Simultaneously, a clamor of footsteps and horse hooves sounded from outside the tent. Swoosh! The tent flap was thrown open violently, and numerous nobles rushed in, then saw Gro motionless with his eyes shut, and saw Richard by Gro's side. The air was thick with tension for a split second, the tense and oppressive atmosphere reaching its peak without any lead-up. Clang! 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 In the blink of an eye, many weapons were drawn. Though they feared Richard the Wizard, seeing Prince Gro slain had ignited the nobles' fury, and they looked ready to attack, shouts filling the air. "Damn you, you wicked wizard, how dare you attempt to assassinate the prince? To hell with it, you killed the prince, we'll burn you alive. Wizard, don't run, we must kill you to avenge the prince." Listening to the noisy clamoring, Richard's eyebrows raised slightly, but his expression remained unchanged. He was well aware that explanations were useless and meaningless at this moment. What was important was how to resolve the current situation. No matter what, Gro was indeed injured and even at risk of death. If he died, the deal Richard had just struck would be considered a failure. This was not permissible. The next moment, without any hesitation, Richard picked up Gro's sword from the ground and placed it directly across the unconscious Gro's neck. This action caused all the nobles to jolt simultaneously. Richard looked at the nobles calmly and said, "Regardless of whether I injured your prince, he is not dead now, only unconscious, and he is under my control. So, it's best you think rationally and follow some arrangements I will make. Anyone who dares to defy me, I'll kill Gro for real and chop off his head. Then, no matter how skilled a physician may be, they won't be able to save his life." This. Everyone froze in place, looking at each other, not daring to make any rash moves. Richard nodded in satisfaction, turned to the closest noble, and asked, "What's your name?" The man, in his 30s with a scruffy beard, frowned slightly upon being addressed and answered coldly while resting his hand on his sword, "Viscount Lansite." "Ah, Viscount Lansite," Richard nodded, "you performed well during the hunt today, and Gro mentioned you earlier at the banquet. So, starting now, you're in charge of maintaining order among everyone." Richard gestured towards Pandora and continued, "Aside from her and me, you must ensure that everyone stays at least 5 meters away from Gro, or else, kill him." "Why should I listen to you?" Lansite glared with hostility as he asked. "You certainly don't have to listen to me," Richard replied calmly, "you just need to bear the guilt of having killed the prince." "You?" Lansite's eyes were about to split with rage, as if it were the first time he had seen someone as despicable as Richard. After a long moment, he took a deep breath, trying hard to keep from exploding. "Fine, I'll listen to you. But Prince Gro is a good man. If you dare harm him and let me find an opportunity, I will tear you to shreds." "Ha, well said, well said." Richard was not intimidated in the least. Lansite gritted his teeth, turned his head, and began to wave for the nobles to retreat. Some of the nobles were unwilling, but Lansite didn't show any courtesy. He drew his sword and walked over. Just as Richard had seen during the day, Lansite's combat power was perhaps the highest in the entire hunting party. The momentum of wielding his sword directly overpowered those who did not cooperate. Eventually, most of the many nobles left the tent with eyes full of resentment, some directed at Lansite, some at Richard. Richard, unbothered, after seeing a line of nobles retreat far enough, bent down to start examining Gro's injuries. Then he discovered that the situation wasn't too bad. Perhaps due to innate caution, even when attending the banquet, Gro still wore a light chain armor under his loose robes, and it was this chain armor that had saved his life. Obviously, Gro had been attacked with a dagger that rapidly stabbed toward his body, followed by a harsh slash. Thanks to the chain armor, the dagger's damage was greatly reduced. After using full force to cut through the chain armor, the attack, which originally would have cleaved Gro's body in half, had weakened to only cutting open his lower abdomen slightly. Therefore, the wound wasn't deep, almost none of the internal organs were harmed, it was merely a flesh wound. The reason for Gro's unconsciousness was partly due to excessive blood loss and possibly the terror of the spirit. With this in mind, the situation was easier to deal with. As long as he helped Gro to treat the wound and replenished his blood, he should be able to wake up. In this case, his own trade could still go on. Thinking this, Richard stood up and handed over Gro's sword to Pandora at his side. Pandora was staring with wide eyes, watching everything unfold. Her gaze showed no fear. After all, for a Dragon Clan girl who had slaughtered rampantly in the Beast Tide, not to mention just one person getting injured, even if everyone in the camp were killed, there would be nothing to fear. She was just curious about how the whole thing happened. How did this guy named Gro suddenly get injured and fall? Why did a group of people outside charge in so furiously? Just because she took a silver fork? Was it worth it? With this thought, Pandora subconsciously bit lightly on the silver needle-like fork in her mouth. At that point, seeing Richard handing over the longsword, she received it with some confusion. Richard spoke up, instructing her seriously, "You stay in the tent and guard. If anyone dares to move, use the sword to kill the man on the ground." After hearing Richard's words, Pandora obviously paused, swung the sword she held in her hand, and looked at Richard with a questioning glance. "Do I really have to do it this way? And how else do you propose we do it?" Richard countered. With a pft, Pandora thrust the iron sword deeply into the ground until it was buried to the hilt. Then she clenched her delicate fist and smashed it hard onto the ground, creating a depression over 10 centimeters deep. Having done all this, Pandora looked up at Richard, with the silver fork tip in her mouth preventing her from speaking and too lazy to speak. She communicated with a glance, "Can it not be done this way? Isn't using my fist easier?" All right, Richard spoke up, suddenly feeling disinclined to discuss the topic further. "Whatever makes you happy." Chapter 60. The nobles left inside the tent and those chased out by Landsight, who were still peeking tentatively, trembled violently at the sight of Pandora's actions, as a chill swept through their hearts. They had thought Richard, the mysterious wizard, was terrifying enough, but they had not anticipated that the unremarkable little girl by his side would be just as frightening. A punch that creates a pit over 10 centimeters deep in the ground? If that hit someone, even in armor, they would surely cough up blood or even be killed on the spot. Viscount Landsight's gaze flickered as he thought this, taking a deep breath to try and calm himself. However, when he saw Richard headed straight toward him, his heart skipped a beat and he couldn't help but ask in a guarded tone, "What do you want to do?" "There's something I need you to do," Richard said, moving closer to whisper a few words into Landsight's ear before heading straight out of the tent. After hearing Richard's words, Landsight's eyes flickered, his expression complex for a moment, but he soon regained his composure as if nothing had happened, continuing to maintain order. He kept a watchful eye on all the nobles, ensuring none dared approach Prince Gro within 5 meters, otherwise, it is likely that the prince's head would be pulverized by a punch from the little girl in purple. Richard emerged from the tent, advancing to the open space in front of it. The eyes of both, the nobles inside and outside the tent, followed Richard, curious about what he would do next. What Richard did was quite simple. He walked to the center of the clearing, stopped, then turned to the nearest young noble and asked, "What's your name?" The questioned noble was tall and thin, quite handsome, with a head of shining golden hair, a veritable protagonist right out of a knightly novel. However, this protagonist was evidently not as brave as the previous Viscount Landsight. When asked by Richard, he grew visibly nervous, his complexion pale as he stuttered, "By Bill Caesar! Bill Caesar!" Richard's eyes flashed slightly. "Isn't it customary for a noble to introduce themselves with their title?" "What's your title?" Bill Caesar's face reddened. I have not yet inherited a title, but my father is a marquis." "Ah, is that so?" Richard nodded. "Bill Caesar. Mr. Caesar, could you hand me the long sword you are wearing at your waist?" "What?" Bill Caesar exclaimed in surprise. What do you want?" He failed to realize that, though Richard's tone was one of request, his words were a command. "Hand it over," Richard emphasized firmly, too impatient for further discussion. Okay, fine." Under Richard's gaze, Bill Caesar broke out in a sweat, not daring to refuse, and finally tremblingly handed over his long sword to Richard. Not far off, Viscount Landsight watched and couldn't hide a sneer at the corner of his mouth, then turned his head to look at the others as if he had thought of something. After taking Bill Caesar's longsword, Richard examined it and found it to be a decent knight's sword. Also known as the armed sword, it was one of the finer one-handed swords in this world, with a sharply angled isosceles triangular blade over 70 cm long and a hilt over 10 cm, equipped with a sizable weight for balance, suitable for both mounted and foot combat, able to maximize the power of a thrust in mounted battles, and effectively lethal against enemies on foot or those already downed. It met his requirements quite well. Picking up the sword, Richard then turned to Bill Caesar and asked, "Which one of these horses is yours?" The camp was not small, and many of the nobles had arrived on horseback. They were in such a hurry that they hadn't even had the chance to properly secure their horses, instead rushing into the tent for fear of falling behind. Consequently, a dozen horses were scattered randomly across the open space in front of the tent. Richard had noticed that Bill Caesar's boots were new, probably switched out after a hunt, and they were nearly spotless of mud, indicating he was one of those who had ridden there, which is why Richard chose him for the long sword and now asked him this question. Bill Caesar, unsure of Richard's intentions and whether or not to lie, eventually pointed to a group of horses and said with a trembling voice, that one there." "Very good," Richard nodded and headed towards the horses. What are you going to do to my horse?" Bill Caesar couldn't help but ask from behind. "You'll find out soon enough," Richard replied, walking straight up to the horse, placing his left hand on its back while his right hand with the long sword rested against the side of the horse. The sword's tip gently glided across, as if searching for a specific spot. You're going to," Bill Caesar's eyes widened, guessing what Richard was about to do. Although unclear why Richard would do such a thing, it did not lessen his agitation. That was his horse, after all. A fine steed. A fine horse is not only a noble's wealth but also capital for showing off, a symbol of noble status. Only nobles are qualified to own fine horses. Conversely, if a noble doesn't even have a single horse and has to walk on foot like an ordinary soldier, can they still be called a noble? Richard's sword tip continued to glide over the horse's body, the cold touch making the horse somewhat restless, but it was forcefully held down by Richard. The next moment, Richard's right hand holding the sword tip paused, pinpointing a certain spot. "I can't stand to watch," Bill Caesar couldn't help but cry out. The horse, sensing danger, let out a loud neigh, neigh. But Richard didn't even blink as his right arm suddenly exerted force. Puh! The sharp long sword plunged directly into the horse's body, piercing its heart with precision. "My horse!" Bill Caesar cried out. The horse struggled violently, its massive body endowed with a life force stronger than that of humans. Even with its heart pierced, it did not die in the first instance. In its dying moments, it neighed loudly as it prepared to attack Richard. Richard's lips parted and, with a spell spoken, wind force was cast upon him. His left hand, which had been pressing on the horse's back, lifted slightly and then came down hard, like a mountain bearing down on the horse. With a crack, the sound of the horse's legs breaking could be heard. Before the attack could even be launched, Richard had brutally forced it down to the ground, immobile. Bleeding, neighing. Pain, wailing. Convulsing, dying. In the end, the horse lay still, breathless and lifeless. Bill Caesar stood nearby, his eyes wide, but he dared not come forward and express his dissatisfaction with Richard. Richard, too, couldn't be bothered to explain. He pulled out his longsword, swung it swiftly, and ripped open the horse's entire body, quickly finding its shattered heart. Starting from the heart, he combed outward and eventually severed one thick and one thin artery. Holding the arteries, he walked towards the tent, passing by Bill Caesar. Suddenly, Richard thought of something and instructed him, "Today we hunted quite a few wild chickens and ducks. When they're being processed into food, plenty of feathers will be plucked. Go and find some for me, and bring them here." Bill Caesar stood still, unmoved. Richard frowned, noting that the other man was staring blankly at his dead horse, and couldn't help shaking his head. Had he gone too far? Well, okay. His expression slightly softened, he walked closer to Bill Caesar and lightly patted his shoulder, speaking gently, "Mr. Bill Caesar, now, please do as I've asked, otherwise, I assure you that you'll end up just like your horse. Believe it or not." Bill Caesar's eyes widened in horror as he looked at Richard. The next moment, without another word, he quickly ran off. Richard shook his head involuntarily, stepped forward and headed back towards the tent, walking inside. Chapter 61. In the tent, Gro still lay on the ground, his wound continuously oozing blood. Nearby, Pandora seemed idle, constantly biting on the tip of the silver fork in her mouth. Richard glanced over, took out a bottle of alcohol from his chest, and squatted beside Gro to start treating his wound. Even in his unconscious state, Gro furrowed his brow as the high-concentration alcohol was poured, showing excruciating pain. Richard, however, did not seem to care, handling the wound as if dealing with an inanimate object, coldly and meticulously. After finally tending to the wound, Richard looked towards Pandora and stretched out his hand, palm up. "What?" Pandora asked, puzzled. "Give me what's in your mouth," Richard said. "What?" Pandora frowned, refusing. Richard replied with some helplessness, "I need it for a purpose, just temporarily. I'll give it back to you afterward." After hearing this, Pandora was still reluctant but eventually opened her mouth, took out the silver fork tip, and placed it in Richard's hand. Richard took it, disinfected the silver fork tip and 2 blood vessels that he had taken from a horse corpse with alcohol, then fixed the fork tip onto the thinner blood vessel to make a needle and thread, and began stitching Gro's abdominal wound. Yes, stitching, surgical stitching. Honestly, surgical stitching did not involve much high technology, it only needed an appropriate needle and suitable thread. The needle was generally made from bone or metal animal bone, fish bone, silver, copper, aluminum, all would do. Over the long course of history, many materials had been adopted for threads, including plant materials like linen, hemp, cotton, as well as animal materials like tendons, catgut, and arteries. Generally, plant materials, since they could not be absorbed by the human body, required the stitches to be removed after the wound healed, which was troublesome and could easily lead to inflammation and infection. Animal materials were somewhat superior, as they could be absorbed by the body, eliminating the hassle of removing stitches later. However, various materials like tendons and catgut often needed some time and special treatment before they could be used. Considering all these factors, Richard opted for an artery, which was why he had killed a horse. Killing one horse to save a man was, no matter how you looked at it, a good deal. Of course, Richard knew that the man named Bill Caesar might not think so, since the horse was his. Thinking this over, Richard started stitching Gro's wound, which had temporarily stopped bleeding. There are many focal points in wound stitching, such as layer-by-layer suturing from deep to shallow, starting from the free side then the fixed side, and keeping the needle spacing slightly smaller than the subcutaneous space. Richard was well informed about these matters, and there was little room for error in his operation. Soon, he had finished stitching the wound, restoring Gro's sliced open abdomen to its original state. The nobles inside and outside the tent didn't know what to say after witnessing the procedure, for Richard's method far exceeded their understanding. Stitching a sliced open abdomen? This must be a spell, right? Yes, it surely must be a spell. This is not merely because the nobles were ignorant but rather because medieval medicine itself was excessively crude and direct, with things like suturing wounds being almost non-existent. In the Middle Ages, the most common methods of treating diseases and injuries involved bloodletting. Barbers, who were part-time physicians, along with priests and monks, would do everything possible with rusty scalpels to cut open your veins and bleed you. Dizzy? No problem, just bleed a little. Nauseous? No problem, just bleed a little. Injured and passed out from blood loss? No problem, just bleed a little. Is there anything that bloodletting can't solve? A joke, it's impossible. If there isn't enough blood let the first time, then do it twice. If that does not work, put dozens or hundreds of blood-sucking leeches on the skin for a vigorous bloodletting treatment. If you happen to die accidentally, well, don't be mad, it certainly wasn't the bloodletting's fault, you were destined to die anyway. Thus, many people who could have survived were literally bled to death by these half-baked medieval physicians, among them nobles and even kings. In modern Earth's history, King Charles II of Britain and the later founding President Washington of the United States were both bled to death in this manner. Of course, if you feel bloodletting is too trivial and seek a truly capable and knowledgeable physician to treat your illness, that's possible too. If your limbs have sustained severe trauma or infection, a famous physician known as Liston's flying knife will amputate them for you. As there are no anesthetics, in order to alleviate your pain as much as possible, he will saw off your limbs as quickly as he can. The most renowned case in modern Earth history involves this physician, during which, that day, while amputating a patient's leg, he efficiently finished within 2 minutes. Perhaps not satisfied with just that, he accidentally also cut off the fingers of an assistant who was holding the patient, and even slashed the skin of a physician who came to observe. The observing physician was scared to death instantly. Both the patient who lost his leg and the assistant who lost his fingers subsequently died of gangrene. Thus, Liston's flying knife achieved a 300% mortality rate with just one surgery, a feat unmatched before or after. With such a skilled physician, any disease ensured that his saw left nothing behind. Besides Liston's flying knife, other renowned medieval physicians demonstrated their special skills, such as hanging you up and forcibly washing your stomach with water, prying open your buttocks and treating hemorrhoids with a hot iron, prying open your buttocks again to insert a needle for an enema, or, busting open your skull, chiseling a few holes to alleviate the trauma from a severe head blow. In a medieval-like world, if a person wanted to survive properly, they had to hope never to get sick or injured. If you inadvertently fell ill or got injured, it was best to avoid physicians at all costs, or it was likely death. Under these circumstances, although Gro was disemboweled and had not yet succumbed, the nobles already felt he had no hope of surviving. Now Richard not only stemmed the bleeding, but he had also sutured the wound. This must absolutely be the wizard's spell. Richard, however, was too busy to pay mind to the shocked onlookers. After suturing Gro's wounds, he began preparing for a blood transfusion. Turning his head towards the outside of the tent, Bill Caesar, who had been dispatched to find feathers, walked in holding a bunch of feathers, stopped a few meters away, gently placed them on a nearby table, then swiftly exited the tent, wary of attracting more trouble. Richard did not say much, walked over to check the feathers, finally selected 2 that fit his needs, used a sword he had obtained from Bill Caesar, and skillfully carved them into 2 hollow feather tubes, sharpening their ends into 2 sharp needles. After sterilizing these 2 needles, he inserted them into one of the previously unused thicker horse arteries, thus creating a very primitive but functional blood transfusion tube. Next, it was time to find a suitable source of blood. Chapter 62. Richard extracted several drops of blood from Gello's wound and dripped them onto a clean silver plate. Looking up at the nobles, he spoke, "Next, I need to take a drop of blood from each of you to mix with Gello's. This is because Gello currently has very little blood in his body, so we must find someone who can give him a blood transfusion. By injecting some blood into his body, we can restore his health and save him. Each of you will need to undergo this test." Blood transfusion? Not only is letting blood not sufficient, but a transfusion is also needed? Surely this is heresy, surely the work of a wizard's spell. However, this was the time to show loyalty. "Every one of us can give blood to the prince," someone in the crowd exclaimed, followed by many others in agreement. "Wizard, if you can save Prince Gello, you can use our blood." Richard shook his head and said, "It's not that anyone will do, only those who meet the requirements." "Why?" someone in the crowd asked. "The reason is quite simple," Richard exhaled, "blood is not all the same. Generally, blood is not just a simple red liquid, it contains many other substances. If some of these substances don't match, the blood can produce, well, a toxicity, so blood transfusions cannot be done carelessly." This was Richard's attempt to explain in terms that the lay people around him could understand. After all, they weren't the maids, craftsmen, and soldiers once in the palace. In the palace, no matter how complex the explanation Richard gave, the maids, craftsmen, and soldiers would try their best to understand, fostering some basic scientific thought. From this, he could select some of the more promising individuals for specific training. So, if he were in the palace, facing some common soldiers or craftsmen, Richard would provide more detail, discussing the components of the blood, explaining things like plasma and blood cells to gauge their reactions. When addressing maids, he would explain even more, discussing aspects like the antigenic properties of red blood cells, agglutinogens. He would detail the division of blood types like ABO, the agglutinogens present in type A blood, the agglutinins in serum, and which type of blood can be transfused without causing agglutination, thereby avoiding blood vessel occlusion and hemolysis, and so on. Even if the maids didn't understand, it was fine, remembering the information was still beneficial. But now, faced with a group of unfamiliar nobles who held no potential for cultivation or utility, Richard couldn't be bothered to explain the scientific knowledge in depth. Just a superficial explanation was sufficient. However, even with such a simple explanation, everyone was still stunned and overwhelmed with doubt after hearing Richard's words. Is blood toxic? How can blood be toxic? Isn't blood just blood? Why would it contain other things? Blood. This was the disadvantage of not elaborating in detail. Without the support of a complete system, any concept that exceeded common knowledge immediately aroused more uncertainty and curiosity. In such cases, directly presenting a comprehensive theory, regardless of whether the audience understood, would have undoubtedly silenced their queries. But at this point, Richard did not wish to waste more time on explanations, and instead said directly, "You don't need to understand why the blood is toxic, you just need to know that there's a reason for what I'm doing. If you don't want Gello to die, do as I say. Of course, if you wish for his death, then pretend I never said anything." The crowd looked at each other uneasily, and eventually, they stepped forward, starting the blood testing. Suddenly, Richard thought of something and asked aloud, "Right, is there anyone among you who is closely related to GRO? I'm talking about immediate and collateral relatives within 3 generations, such as siblings, cousins, and the like." Everyone was silent for a second before they all turned to look at one person in the crowd. The focus of everyone's gaze was a short-statured noble who struggled to maintain a calm exterior as he looked at Richard and said, "I am, what about it?" "You don't need to have your blood tested," Richard said, pausing before adding confidently, "You're excluded." "Ah, but, why?" The noble clearly didn't understand why he, being a distant cousin, was singled out as an exception. "Do you really want me to explain?" Well, the noble thought for a moment, realizing that even if Richard did explain, he wouldn't understand, and finally shook his head, "Never mind." "You're very smart," Richard acknowledged. In truth, even if Richard had explained, the noble indeed wouldn't have understood, it involved biological knowledge much more complex than blood types. Due to the misleading nature of many modern Earth movies and TV shows, many people believe that when someone is sick and needs a blood transfusion, they can use blood from a closely related family member with the same blood type, preferably direct relatives like children or parents. It's believed that this demonstrates parental love or filial piety. More importantly, through such a story device, it might be revealed that the beloved child from many years past isn't actually the biological offspring, or that the nurse is the real daughter, creating melodramatic plot twists. However, those who dare to perform blood transfusions among close relatives demonstrate more bravery than wisdom. Modern Earth medicine has proven that blood transfusions between relatives are extremely risky, particularly between direct relatives transfusing untreated, fresh blood, which can result in graft versus host disease, GVHD. Once this occurs, the mortality rate is as high as 99.9%, rendering rescue efforts nearly pointless. This is because the blood usually contains lymphocytes from the donor. Normally, when a patient receives a transfusion, their immune system quickly identifies and eliminates foreign lymphocytes that don't match their own. However, when the blood comes from a close relative, its genetic similarity renders it difficult to recognize, effectively making it appear harmless, a pseudo-form of acquired immune deficiency syndrome, AIDS. This allows the foreign lymphocytes to survive and proliferate within the patient, attacking various tissues and organs, causing symptoms like fever, rashes, diarrhea, lymph node enlargement, and hemolytic anemia, ultimately leading to death. Richard didn't want to take a gamble on GRO's luck. He preferred not to set everything else up perfectly only to have it all ruined by GVHD caused by a close relative's blood transfusion. It would be better not to start at all. Exhaling softly, Richard turned his attention to the silver platter. By now, the nobles had finished their blood tests, and the results weren't promising. GRO's blood type appeared to be the relatively rare AB, which, according to modern Earth statistics, only comprises 7% of the population, meaning there was only one match among those present. But it wasn't the worst-case scenario, as there are more complex blood type systems beyond ABO, such as the RH system, HH/Mumbai system, Sub-Mumbai system, P system, and Me-Tien-Bao system. The rare PH type is known as panda blood, with Rh negative AB individuals accounting for only a 0.034% prevalence rate. Even rarer is the P blood type within the P system, P1, P2, PK1, PK2, and P, which has a prevalence of less than 0.001%, or 1 in 100,000. If that were the case, Richard would have to admit GRO was simply unlucky. Fortunately, GRO wasn't that unlucky, yet there was still hope. Next, it was time to begin preparations for the transfusion. Chapter 63. Richard glanced at the silver tray and pointed to the only matching blood sample, asking aloud, "Whose blood is this?" All the nobles immediately looked around themselves to see who would admit it. Eventually, Bill Caesar's face turned ugly as he said, It's mine." What do you want to do? The moment he spoke these words, he regretted it, because Richard's gaze came over to him, making him suddenly feel a deep sense of unease, sending a shiver down his spine. It's yours, very good, Richard nodded, looking at Bill Caesar. Your blood is the same as Gro's, so, it's time to show your loyalty. What do you want to do? Don't come any closer. Bill Caesar tried to back away in panic but was blocked by many nobles, looking desperately at Richard as he approached. Don't be afraid, I'm just going to draw a little blood, come with me. Richard took Bill Caesar over to Gro, exposed his arm, picked up the newly made simple blood transfusion tube, and directly pierced it into the artery in his arm. Thump! 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 Bill Caesar's eyes widened, his heart pounded, and the blood flowed rapidly through his arteries and into the transfusion tube, dripping out from the other end. Richard nodded, stuck the feathered needle into the vein in Gro's arm, and began the blood transfusion. But the rate was slow. Frowning for a while, Richard looked at Bill Caesar, who was staring with wide eyes, his facial muscles tense, looking as if he was terrified. If it weren't for the pretext of saving Prince Gro, he might have run away. Richard shook his head and said, "Aren't you nervous? Do you think I look like I'm not nervous right now?" Bill Caesar really wanted to shout that at Richard but didn't dare, nor would he admit it. For a noble, being nervous meant being scared, and being scared meant being fearful. Maybe you really are nervous, but you must never admit it personally. After hearing Richard's words, Bill Caesar took a deep breath and said stiffly, "Yes, I'm not nervous. My blood flowing into the prince's body will save him. Even if all my blood is drained and I die, I have no regrets. With such a situation, why should I be nervous?" "That's not good," Richard said indifferently. "If you're not nervous, your blood pressure won't be high. If your blood pressure isn't high, the flow won't be quick. So, you need to be more nervous, at least more than you are now." What are you going to do?" Bill Caesar's eyes widened and he exclaimed as he saw Richard holding what should have been his knight's sword, swinging it directly towards his body. Bill Caesar was terrified, his heart beating even faster. Thump thump! Thump thump! The speed of the blood transfusion visibly increased. Yet Richard was still not satisfied. The knight's sword rested in front of Bill Caesar's chest, gently moving as if searching for a spot, then momentarily stopped and nodded slightly. Bill Caesar's eyes bulged. This. Wasn't this the same process as when Richard used his sword to kill his horse earlier? The blade still had his horse's blood on it. Now, not only did he plan to kill his horse, but he was also preparing to kill him, the horse's owner. Is there no justice? At this moment, Bill Caesar's heart rate reached an extreme. Thump thump thump! Thump thump thump! Blood continued to pour into Gro's body. Bill Caesar was extremely nervous and no longer wanted to show any loyalty. He sprung up, intending to run since his life was at stake. However, the next moment, Richard's hand suddenly landed on his shoulder, and an almost irresistible force came through, firmly pinning him in place. Bill Caesar was in despair. Just like that, just like that. It was exactly like when he was killing the horse, he was really going to die. He didn't want to die. Thud, 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 thud. Thud, 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 thud. Bill Caesar's heart inside beat faster, already breaking the limit, blood frenziedly transfusing into Gro's body. After a while, Gro received enough compensatory blood, his eyelids twitched, showing signs of waking up. Meanwhile, Bill Caesar, partly out of fright and partly due to the weakness from donating too much blood, collapsed to the ground with a thud. At that moment, there was some disturbance among the crowd, and a middle-aged noble suddenly strode out of the tent, preparing to leave. "Count Vic, what is this? Count Vic, do you have an urgent matter? Count Vic, the prince is about to wake up, where are you going?" The crowd asked in confusion, but the middle-aged Count Vic, without a word, pushed through the nobles and continued towards the outside of the tent. Just as he was about to leave the tent, someone ghost-like blocked his path. "Viscount Landsight, Count Vic, the prince is about to wake up. What are you so hurried to do by leaving now?" Why was Landsight so timely? It was because Richard, right before killing the horse, had reminded Landsight, when Gro is about to wake up, if you see someone leaving, stop him immediately, because he is the one who tried to assassinate Gro. Stopped by Gro, Count Vic was clearly annoyed, and with a clang he drew half of his sword from his waist, fiercely saying, "Landsight, mind your rank. I am an earl, do I need to explain my actions to you? Of course not, Lansite said somberly, without showing any fear, his hand on his sword and eyes slightly narrowed. I just fear that your hurried departure might lead people to misunderstand that you harmed the prince. I'm doing this for your own good. Ha, what a joke! Count Vic scoffed, why would I harm the prince? Clearly, it was the wizard who hurt the prince and yet pretends to wake him up. This statement was met with disbelief by a majority of the nobles present. Although initially due to the scene witnessed, many nobles were extremely hostile towards Richard, believing Richard to be the one who attempted to assassinate Gro. However, judging from what Richard had just done, anyone with a brain would understand that Richard could absolutely not be the assailant. After all, who would stab someone into unconsciousness and then strive to revive them? That's absurd, isn't it? Unconvinced by the Earl's words, Count Vic became angry, glaring at Lansite before him. Lansite, don't stop me, let me leave immediately, I have very important matters to attend to. If you stop me now, you are an accomplice to that damned wizard. Ha! Lansite sneered, not stepping back at all. Whether I'm an accomplice can be discussed after the prince wakes up. Although you are an earl, you still don't have the right to convict me. You. At this moment, Gro finally woke up inside the tent. Gro slowly opened his eyes, first looking at Richard, then seeing Pandora who was curiously watching him. Beside him sat a pale Bill Caesar who was just pulling a strange feathered syringe out of his arm. Looking around, Gro saw the many nobles. He paused, slightly furrowing his brow as if trying to recall why this had happened. A moment later, recalling what had happened before he lost consciousness, he shouted out excitedly, "Where is Count Vic? Catch him! He tried to assassinate me!" Swish! Immediately, everyone's gaze shifted towards the outside of the tent, landing on Count Vic. Chapter 64. Count Vic's body shook, and the next moment, under the watchful eyes of everyone, he knew his identity had been exposed. Without further hesitation, he tore off his disguised facade. With a clang, he drew his sword and fiercely hacked towards Lansite, who blocked his path, planning to cut down Lansite and flee. But Lansite was faster than him. A flash of cold light passed by, and he already had his sword in hand. With a forceful parry, he sent Count Vic's long sword flying, then swung his own sword and placed it across Count Vic's neck. In just 2 moves, Lansite had subdued Count Vic. This was the strength of Lansite, and it was precisely because of this that Richard had chosen him to maintain order and prepare to intercept. Otherwise, if he had chosen Bill Caesar, the outcome might have been the reverse. Count Vic was clearly surprised. He hadn't expected Lansite, a small noble from a remote area, to have such superior swordsmanship. Subdued, his face turned ashen. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end, he closed it and fell silent. However, Prince Gello in the tent did not want to let it go so easily. By now, he had completely recalled the events before he fell unconscious. Right after Richard had left, Count Vic suddenly entered his tent, claiming he had something to report. As he approached, without any warning, Count Vic suddenly attacked. Prince Gello hurriedly drew his sword, but it was already too late, and he was viciously stabbed in the stomach with a dagger. After the dagger entered his body, he felt a sudden lightness all over, as if all his strength was drained in an instant, and his head spun, causing him to collapse to the ground. Afterward, Count Vic seemed surprised as well, and quickly ran out of the tent. Not long after, Richard returned and saw him. He called out to Richard for help, but after a few shouts, he fainted. To be honest, Prince Gello was truly perplexed and unclear about the reason for the assassination attempt before he lost consciousness. But that was insignificant. Although the reason was unclear, the process was clear. Count Vic had almost killed him, and Richard had saved him. "Bring Vic to me!" Prince Gello shouted through gritted teeth from inside the tent, so angry he didn't bother with Count Vic's title. Outside the tent, Lansite looked at Count Vic's distressed face and gave a faint, enigmatic smile. "Hey?" Count Vic was taken aback. Before he could react, Lansite's heavy kick sent him to his knees as if an arrow had struck his leg. Crowds of nobles rushed over, too impatient for ropes, and manhandled him into the tent. They pressed him to the ground, preventing any chance he might have to strike out and cause harm. Prince Gello stared intensely at Count Vic, flames seeming to burn in his eyes as he questioned, "Vic, why did you try to kill me? Who instructed you to do so?" Count Vic said nothing, closing his eyes and remaining motionless. On the side, Richard watched with interest and suddenly remembered something. He picked up a silver fork with a sharp end to pass to Pandora. Pandora's eyes widened in anger, glaring at Richard. There were still traces of blood from a stitched wound on the fork's tip. Richard shrugged and had no choice but to drop it. Pandora's eyes instantly grew even wider, her face puffing up in indignation. Prince Gello was also infuriated, angered by Count Vic. Staring at the silent Count Vic, his voice squeezed out from between his teeth as he asked again, "Vic, I ask you once more, why did you attempt to kill me? Was someone directing you?" Silence continued on. "Speak!" Prince Gello shouted, the whole tent seeming to tremble, his emotions clearly out of control. After all, it had not been long since Richard had analyzed the concerns of safety and danger with him, and to think, just after Richard left, he encountered an assassination attempt. Due to the concern for his own safety, Prince Gello couldn't help but be agitated. At that moment, Count Vic finally spoke. Slowly opening his eyes and struggling fiercely, he shrugged off several hands pressing down on him and laboriously lifted his head to look at Prince Gello. "Prince Gello, I know what you fear. You're afraid that I was sent by the new king, aren't you?" In truth, whether or not it was His Majesty who sent me, since I have tried to assassinate you once, there will be others who will try a second time, a third time, countless times. As long as you're alive, you will forever live in fear. Whether you are a prince, a duke, or even if one day you are lucky enough to become the king, it will be the same. This is politics. Even if you don't want to make enemies, there will always be a great number of people who wish for your death, because that is the rule of politics, the price of your noble status. Do you think that as a prince, as a noble, you need not pay anything? I tell you, the more lives and deaths you control, the more people and reasons there are to kill you. It might be just for pure gain, or it could be hatred, envy, or other absurd reasons. My reason is just one among the many reasons, and you need not bother to understand it clearly, because there is no need. All you need to know is that I will kill you, and after me, many more will come to kill you. The most important thing is, eventually, you will be killed." Prince Gello's face turned ugly. Count Vic's voice, however, grew louder, as if he feared nothing anymore. "You don't need to threaten me. When I made my move earlier, I had considered all the consequences, including the current situation. Although, at the time, due to a moment of soft-heartedness, I didn't kill you completely, and then that damned wizard brought you back to life by chance, but no matter, I have made other arrangements. Just wait, tonight won't be peaceful, Prince Gello, you are destined to die tonight. And I will be waiting for you in hell." With those words, Count Vic suddenly pulled a red poison pill from his chest, and before those around him could react, he shoved it into his mouth and swallowed it with a gulping sound. His body jerked violently for a moment and then he lay motionless on the ground. This sudden change stunned everyone. The furious Prince Gello's body stiffened, rage burning in his heart. After all, with his target of fury gone, what was he to do now? "Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Your Highness!" A noble spoke up, gesturing toward Count Vic's body and then toward the tent exit, questioning whether to take it out, as a corpse was indeed bad omen. Prince Gello, too lazy to bother with these issues, waved his hand to let the speaking noble deal with it as he saw fit. The noble immediately signaled for soldiers to drag Count Vic's body away. But just then, Richard suddenly spoke up. "Wait. Don't touch the body just yet," Richard said. The soldiers, summoned in, immediately stood still as the previously speaking noble blinked in surprise, asking, "Why?" He instinctively took a step back upon seeing Richard approaching, visibly wary of him. Richard squinted at Count Vic's body on the ground and spoke softly, "I believe he hasn't completely died yet, there's still a chance to save him." Everyone's eyes flashed with the thought, then remembered how Richard had treated Prince Gello earlier, and their gazes lit up. Since Prince Gello could be brought back even after his stomach was slit open, perhaps Count Vic, who had swallowed poison pills, could indeed be revived. The question was, whose blood would be used this time? Chapter 65. Friendly reminder, this chapter has some distasteful content, so it's best not to read while eating, otherwise, do as you please, I'm out. In the tent, Bill Caesar, who had just managed to stand up after collapsing on the ground for quite some time, felt a shiver down his spine and a sense of foreboding when he heard Richard say there's still hope. Actually, Richard wasn't planning on saving Earl Vic at all. He said what he did primarily because he suspected that Earl Vic hadn't died at all. Normally, swallowing any medicine requires it to pass through the throat, down the esophagus, into the stomach for digestion, then into the small and large intestines for absorption, entering the bloodstream via capillaries before any toxin can spread throughout the body and cause death. Even potassium cyanide, one of the most famous toxins on modern Earth, needs some time to react. Gevic Caesar had just swallowed the pill and died immediately. How could it be so fast? Could it be that this medieval world had developed a suicide poison more advanced than those on modern Earth? Or had Vic employed a mysterious poison concocted by a wizard? Of course, apart from these two almost zero probability possibilities, one explanation was that it was all an act. Earl Vic indeed took the medicine, and maybe the drug indeed had some effect, such as numbing the body and weakening the breathing, but it wouldn't be lethal. According to some customs of the current world, or rather, noble etiquette, even with the most intense hatred, one would not desecrate a corpse. Since whipping a corpse was out of the question, feigning death was obviously an excellent method of escape. Richard guessed that Vic was probably planning to escape by playing dead, being taken out of the tent, thrown out of the camp, then finding a way to flee. The reason he chose to lie on the ground was probably to avoid any slight rise and fall of his chest being noticed. From this angle, it was possible that among the many nobles, there were accomplices aiding him in concealing his death. For instance, the noble who had just suggested a course of action could be a strong suspect, although it was also possible that he was just kind-hearted, or had been misled and used by others. With these thoughts in mind, Richard squatted down beside Earl Vic, turned his body over forcefully, and laid his fingers on the artery in his neck. Richard knew some drugs could slow the heart rate down to once a minute, but in actuality, the effect of the medicine Earl Vic had swallowed wasn't exaggerated to this extent. After just a little over a second, Richard felt the artery expand once, followed by contraction. The drug's effect was at most to cut the heart rate in half. After probing, Richard stood up and looked at Gro. Gro looked back intensely. "What's the situation, Lord Richard? Is he dead?" "He's not dead." Gro's eyes immediately lit up, with thoughts of various forms of revenge already dancing in his mind. However, the drug did have some effect. Richard spoke softly, "I'm not sure of the specifics yet, but if you want to interrogate him, it would be best to induce vomiting to get him to expel the swallowed pill first." "Is that so?" Gro's eyes flickered. "Then how do we induce vomiting?" "You don't have to ask me, do you? There are many ways to induce vomiting, like gagging the throat, pressing on the stomach, pouring in some nauseating medications, etc. It's up to you to choose." Gro nodded subconsciously. At that moment, someone from among the nobles suddenly said, "I've heard that feeding someone horse dung can induce vomiting." Everyone was stunned, and another said, "Isn't that wrong? I remember that pouring horse urine into the mouth has the best inducing effect." No, the best for inducing vomiting is using blackened soil." "I've heard that." The dark medieval medical practices began to display their full glory. The crowd began to discuss passionately, arguing about whose method would be the best. From the corner of the tent, Bill Caesar stood up and couldn't help but say in a faint voice, "Why don't we just combine them all and use every method?" There was silence among the crowd, and the next moment they turned their heads to look at Gro. Gro had a strange expression at this time, with a touch of hesitation mixed with a bit of excitement, but what he couldn't hide was that anticipation of revenge. This might be a bit too much," Gro said with a bit of restraint, then, as if he was afraid someone might actually agree with him, quickly added, "But it's fine to use it, let's do as Bill Caesar suggested." Yes," everyone responded and hurried off to prepare, looking very eager. No wonder they were so determined. It wasn't that the nobles really had a twisted sense of humor. Rather, they were infuriated that Earl Vic dared to fake his own death as a means of escape. It was not only deceitful to everyone, but it also made them feel that he had insulted the noble's status, which was even worse than actually killing Gro, as it could tarnish the reputation of the entire kingdom's nobility. Who knew, maybe in a few hundred years, upon hearing the name of the Jade Kingdom, the first thought would be, "Oh, I know that one. It's the kingdom where the nobles are especially good at playing dead." This called for punishment. No means were too extreme. Many nobles, filled with a sense of righteousness and outrage, went off to prepare the emetic ingredients, while Richard noticed a twitch at the corner of the dead Earl Vic's mouth. Clearly, not only was Earl Vic's death feigned, but his unconsciousness might also be an act. But Richard couldn't be bothered to expose it and just stood calmly in the tent, watching for what kind of trick the nobles were about to play. A moment later, the nobles returned to the tent, ready for action. Some lifted Earl Vic up, and others forcibly pried open his mouth. Accompanied by a cry of "Here we go," 2 young nobles came in, one of whom personally held a huge iron spoon, filled to the brim with a selection of substances to induce vomiting. The black lump was horse manure, the swirling yellow was horse urine, and floating around those were the stinking heaps of soil. And then there was an indescribable odor spread throughout the tent. This was not just a simple stench, it was more akin to a rotten herring that had been left in a corner for 3 months, shoved into a sock unwashed for 3 years, thereafter steeped in a gutter for 3 decades before being brought directly under everyone's noses. The stench was so overpowering it gave everyone a headache. Even from several meters away, the crowd of nobles already felt the urge to vomit. Bill Caesar in the corner looked startled and Gro's expression soured, but driven by a vengeful state of mind, he didn't stop the proceedings but commanded, "Pour it down." "Yes." The young noble responded, about to transfer the contents of the iron spoon into Earl Vic's mouth. At this moment, Earl Vic, who had been pretending to be dead and unconscious, couldn't keep up the act any longer. His eyes shot open in alarm, staring straight at the iron spoon as he struggled frantically. At that moment, he truly would have preferred death over ingesting such substances. He fought back with all his might. But, clearly, he lacked the strength of the young nobles. Gulp. Gulp. Don't, gulp, please, gulp gulp gulp. Chapter 66. After a while, a strange, foul stench persisted inside the tent, and outside, sounds of retching continued unabated. Ugh! 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 Water! Give me water! Quickly, give me water! The people inside the tent couldn't help but shudder at the sound, feeling a chill run down their spines. They reminded themselves that if they ever inadvertently found themselves in such a situation, they should find a way to die quickly. Ugh! 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 The retching outside continued for a long time before it stopped, followed by the sound of cold water being poured. After a moment, Earl Vic, having finished vomiting and been cleaned up, was dragged into the tent by soldiers. Because he had been doused with water, his entire body was wet, and with the temperature so low on this deep autumn night, Earl Vic was shivering terribly, his lips turning slightly blue. His face was exceedingly pale with an expression full of malice, not from the cold, but from anger. Earl Vic glared fiercely at Richard, who met his gaze with calm eyes. Vic then looked at Gro, who had a cold smirk of revenge on his face. Turning to Bill Caesar, Vic felt completely baffled because Bill had only suggested combining all methods to avoid arguments, which had little to do with him. You are despicable!" Earl Vic exclaimed uncontrollably, regretting that he had indulged in comfort in recent years and neglected his training, which left him weaker than a younger noble. But even more regrettable was his failure to read some books and memorize some ballads, which left him at a loss for words to express his feelings at that moment, except to exclaim how detestable it all was. Could his ordeal truly be summed up with the words "too detestable"? Absolutely not. It wasn't just detestable, it was truly abhorrent. Gro, uninterested in sympathizing with Earl Vic's feelings, bluntly asked, "Vic, you mentioned you had plans earlier, saying I would surely die tonight? Why? What were your plans?" "Humph." Earl Vic pursed his lips, unwilling to answer. Gro arched his eyebrows and said unapologetically, "What, do you want another bout of Induce's vomiting?" Earl Vic's body shook violently, his face turning a shade of purple as he glared at Gro. His lips quivered for a long time, and he squeezed the words through his teeth, "You're ruthless." Under the threat of further induced vomiting, Earl Vic confessed. He disclosed that in addition to his assassination plot, there would be an army approaching to encircle and kill Gro and all the nobles. The approaching force numbered in the hundreds, a multiple of their current troop size. This army was acting on the orders of some other unknown great noble, so Vic couldn't stop them. If the camp stood its ground, they were 100% guaranteed to face a fight to the death. If they decided to quickly flee the forest, there was over a 90% chance they would encounter the attacking army head-on, leading to an even swifter death. If they truly wanted to survive, their only chance was to scatter and escape, avoiding the encircling army and the ferocious beasts of the night within the forest, possibly sparing their lives. Upon hearing Earl Vic's words, the nobles erupted in uproar. Gro didn't need to say a word before they started dragging Vic out to force-feed him excrement, no induce vomiting again. If the earlier tactic was a means of coercion, now it simply served as a way to vent their rage. "What, An army was attacking. With a high chance of death for everyone involved? Fine, before we all die, you're not going to have it easy either, after trying to harm the prince and plotting to assassinate him. Even though the army wasn't summoned by you, you knew and didn't speak up. So, we might as well start with inducing some vomiting. Force his mouth open, pour it in. You guys aren't keeping your word, glug glug, you, glug glug, ugh, glug glug. Ultimately, Earl Vic was force-fed until he was half dead from vomiting. Indeed, it was forceful. Although everyone vented their frustrations, their worries didn't diminish in the slightest. Knowing that an army several times their size was converging on them, the question remained, how would they deal with it? Eyes flickering, everyone turned to look at Prince Gro. Gro, his gaze flickering and somewhat flustered, couldn't come up with any solutions and looked pleadingly at Richard. Lord Richard, do you have any ideas to help us escape this predicament? Gro asked tentatively, in a soft voice. Richard's eyebrows raised slightly. Frankly, there were quite a few options. The simplest one was to call Gregory in, not to mention an army only several times their number, the size of 10 times their number would be a walkover. Without relying on Gregory, if he could just provide Pandora with the right weapon, she could teach an army of a few hundred a lesson. However, total annihilation could pose a problem and there might even be injuries. After all, Pandora was still too young, and her strength hadn't reached its peak. Facing numerous enemies, swinging tree trunks in an open field could be terrifying, but her combat effectiveness could be reduced in a forest. Additionally, soldiers are not wild beasts, they think and cooperate. In that case, Richard could simply take action himself. There was no need for a massacre, nor to wipe out an entire army on his own. By employing some tactics to control the enemy's emotions, he should be able to contain and scare the enemy, thereby enabling Prince Gro and his entourage to escape the crisis. As for what to do afterward, that would be Prince Gro's problem. After all, Richard only wanted to ensure that Gro survived to complete the transaction, not to babysit them. With these thoughts, Richard spoke to Gro, "Are there any scrolls and a quill in the tent?" Ah! Gro was momentarily startled, not understanding how this related to helping them escape, but since Richard had asked, he nodded, yes. He turned around, retrieved the items from a corner, and handed them to Richard. Richard took them, swept the table clear of dinnerware and food, and spread out the papyrus scroll on the table. He dipped the quill in ink and began to write some text on the papyrus scroll. Gro glanced over and saw that it was a list of materials, some of it even including silver forks, which seemed rather puzzling. After a moment, Richard finished writing and handed the scroll to Gro, who couldn't help but ask, "Lord Richard, what is this?" "This is the bargaining condition." "Ah! You didn't think I would intervene without a price, did you?" Richard said slowly, seriously looking at Gro, "Do you really think I'm helping you out of kindness? Or perhaps because of the deep friendship we've established in just half a day? In truth, it's only because we've finally reached a deal, and I don't want you to die and cause the deal to fail. Every contribution and return should be equivalent. Actually, I've already suffered some losses in the deal by saving you earlier, but in order to avoid even greater losses, I accepted it. Now, if you want me to help again, you will have to pay a price higher than the 10,000 pounds of iron we discussed earlier, hence the list of materials on the scroll. Take a look, and if you agree, then the deal is on. If not, I can only wish you good luck. Oh, and just a friendly reminder, this deal isn't just aimed at you alone, it involves everyone present. Thus, the materials will be shared by everyone here, not just borne by you alone, considering you're not the only one threatened right now." Chapter 67. Hey, Gro was somewhat stunned. Richard's words were so blunt that they made him feel a little uncomfortable. But he knew that Richard was telling the truth. There are no free lunches in the world. Why should a person devote themselves to you without reason? Unless you offer something of equal value. In fact, this was a relatively good outcome. After all, he was currently at a disadvantage, and Richard had not chosen to make an exorbitant demand by taking advantage of the situation but had instead opted for a relatively fair trade. Of course, even so, the list of materials and their quantities on the scroll were non-trivial. This truly was a trade. Gro pondered and then realized there weren't many options to choose from, since the current situation was either poverty or death. The noble at his side didn't see it that way and felt somewhat indignant. In their eyes, Richard, the wizard, had gained the friendship of a noble prince. Wasn't that enough? When the time came, wouldn't he acquire anything he wanted? Acting so mercenary now, didn't they think it a bit short-sighted? Richard stated that this so-called friendship with a prince really wasn't that significant. After all, he himself had once been a prince and in fact, if he wished, he might have become king. Compared to elusive things, he preferred to have some tangible materials at hand because his goal in this world wasn't to make connections with or curry favor with any big shot but rather to analyze the world. Many nobles wanted to advise Gro to refuse Richard's offer, to go down fighting if need be. If that wasn't possible, they at least wanted to haggle with Richard, to make sure he didn't have it too easy. As a prince, Gro had his own considerations and, after taking a deep breath, he looked at Richard and said, "Lord Richard, I accept all your conditions and agree with all your arrangements, as long as you can help us break free from this predicament." "Very well, a pleasure doing business." A pleasure doing business." The camp that followed was quickly set up under Richard's arrangements. According to Richard, it was crucial to establish the best defense before the attack of the encircling army arrived. But the defenses that were finally constructed felt very problematic to the many nobles. Following Richard's arrangements, the entire camp took the shape of the character, mouth. Trenches were dug on 3 sides, and beyond that, a large number of horse pits were excavated to hinder the enemy's advance. Then, the illuminating torches were extinguished, the darkness as if it were the ghostly realm. Only at the front of the camp were the torches still lit, their light shining bright and clear. Moreover, there were no trenches, horse pits, or other traps placed there. Instead, there was a broad and smooth path left open, as if to specifically tell the enemy that this was the best way to attack, that with a single charge, they could break into the camp and end the battle. Honestly, if it hadn't been for Gro's authority, all the nobles would have objected on the spot to Richard's setup, for it seemed almost like the actions of a traitor, worse than having no defense at all. But Richard offered no explanation, and after implementing his arrangements, he had people bring a large number of arrows into a tent and spread them out on the ground. Squinting his eyes, he carefully selected one quality arrow after another with similar specifications. Taking a small knife from his chest, he gently whittled the arrow shafts, making all of the arrows uniformly identical. 1, 2, 3. By the time Richard crafted the 33rd arrow, he raised his head and looked outside the camp, sensing something. He rose and stepped out. Outside, Gro, the nobles, and the soldiers had already assembled in tense anticipation. Nightfall descended. The night seemed like a shy maiden, and the darkness was like the thin veil she wore. Glancing out from the campsite, with the help of the firelight, one could see vague clusters of shadows in the forest trees and dried-up shrubs like patterns adorning the skirt of the night maiden's veil. But if one wanted to see more clearly, to peer through the dark veil to behold the smooth body of the night maiden, that proved difficult. After all, the night was shy. As the night continued to be coy, the tension and vigilance in the hearts of those at the camp intensified. Sounds of hooves, footsteps, and various rumbles were approaching from the far end of the forest, growing increasingly nearer. Finally, before the gazes of everyone, the silhouettes of the enemy appeared. At first, they were vague and indistinct, all efforts to make them out clearly were in vain. The enemy was like ants crawling over the body of the night maiden, hidden beneath the veil, fleetingly visible, inflaming a secret animosity in observers. Inevitably, the ants emerged from beneath the veil, and their figures shattered the darkness. A large group materialized in front of the campsite. Attempts were made at other points to approach, but were met with screams as attackers either tripped over pit traps or fell into ditches. In the end, aside from a small number who surrounded the camp to prevent any escape attempt, the majority converged before the camp. Of course, no one wanted to navigate a land riddled with traps instead of open terrain. At last, an army of over 300 men appeared in front of the camp, mostly cavalry. Including those left guarding the other 3 directions, the enemy numbers could likely exceed 400. A heavy weight settled in everyone's chest, tension strung high in their hearts. In the almost solidified air, under the oppressive atmosphere, the nobles looked to Gro, and Gro turned his head towards Richard. Richard, however, shook his head, giving Gro a look that said, "It's not the time yet." Gro hesitated, unsure of what to do, but there was no turning back at this stage. Taking a deep breath, he stepped forward, confronting the enemy. Forcibly calming himself, he began with an authoritative tone, "Who are you people? Do you not know you are facing the second prince of the Jade Kingdom, the future duke? Your actions already constitute a rebellion. Do you understand that? I don't care who has deluded you, but if you disappear from my sight now, I'll pretend I never saw you. Otherwise, half of you will be sent to the gallows, and the other half to the fire rack. A cold laugh emanated from the enemy troops, and a knight clad in black armor with his visor drawn rode out from their ranks, declaring sternly, I brought my men here, unaware of any prince, nobles, or anyone else from a kingdom. All I know is that this place harbors a nest of thieves who fled across the border from the fiefdoms. My orders are to exterminate these thieves. Maybe later I'll be sent to the gallows or the fire rack, but that's a matter for another day. Right now, what I need to do, is to exterminate these thieves. By the end, the knight in black armor's voice was nearly a roar, whether out of excitement or a desperate attempt to mask his fear was unknown. The knight in black armor didn't waste words, with a mighty clang he drew his sword, swung it forcefully towards the camp, and issued the command, all units. Attack. Chapter 68. Roar. With a unified shout, numerous cavalrymen began to maneuver their horses, starting, accelerating, charging. Da-da-day. Da-da-day. In an instant, the sound of hooves thundered like a storm, as a multitude of cavalry, like black arrows, charged into the camp with an unstoppable force and thunderous momentum. The wide road in front of the camp provided the enemy with perfect conditions for charging, plunging the people inside the camp into despair. The anticipated scenario had materialized, so what was the solution? What should they do? Many nobles looked towards Gro looked towards Richard shook his head. The enemy was 80 meters away. Da-da-day. Nobles again looked towards Gro looked towards Richard shook his head once more. The enemy was 70 meters away. Da-da-da-day. Nobles again turned towards Gro looked towards Richard still shook his head. The enemy was 60 meters away. Da-da-da-da-day. The dense sound of hooves filled the entire universe, with the distance shrinking rapidly under the sprinting horses, only 50 meters remained. 50 meters. This time, the nobles did not look towards Gro, nor did Gro look towards Richard, realizing that whatever measures Richard had, they were likely insufficient to stop the charge. It was time to think of a way to save themselves. The first to react was Viscount Landsight, who, with a roar, drew his sword, exclaiming, "Let's fight it out." The other nobles also drew their swords, shouting, perhaps out of fear, but at this moment they could only fight, only a desperate battle befitting their noble status. Finally, even Prince Gro drew an ordinary longsword, gripping it tightly in his hand. Landsight glared at the charging cavalry troops, his muscles tense and bones slowly trembling with the build-up of strength, preparing to deliver a fierce slash. He was confident he could kill the first cavalryman to clash with him, but what followed would depend on luck since the charging cavalry's killing power was too great for any individual to withstand. At this moment, everyone on the scene had forgotten Richard's existence since in their view, wizards were ultimately unreliable, and one had to fend for one's own life. Richard, on the other hand, looked somewhat relaxed as he slightly tilted his head to glance at Pandora. At that moment, Pandora was gnawing on a new silver fork, making a caw-caw sound. Seeing Richard look her way, she quickly hid the silver fork behind her back, declaring righteously, "Shh. This meant, don't think about taking my fork again." Richard couldn't help shaking his head, then turned his gaze back towards the charging cavalry approaching the camp. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he reached into his chest. Mana began to surge. 50 meters, 45 meters, 40 meters. Some inconspicuous setups began to work, the road became somewhat rugged and narrow, the charging troops became slower, denser, and converged towards the center. Just about right. At the next moment, Richard's eyes sharpened, he reached into his bosom, and then threw out 1, 2, 3, numerous black shadows. Visible to the naked eye, these were objects that had undergone hardening and preservative treatment, engraved with strange patterns like specimens of animal viscera made from 9 magic tools of the demonized silver rabbit, 5 lung lobes, 2 kidneys, 1 liver, and 1 heart. 5 lung lobes, power index 200, 2 kidneys, power index 350, 1 liver, power index 500, 1 heart, power index 3K. Total power index 5. 2K. 5 2K. The equivalent of 5,200 grams of TNT, 52 hand grenades, 1 enhanced main battle tank shell. Mana was stimulated, magic tools fell. Time seemed to momentarily freeze. Inside the camp, nobles drew their swords, their facial muscles tensed, foul air exhaled from their nostrils merged with the cold night air outside, rapidly condensing into large wisps of white fog. Hands gripping the long swords tensed, veins under the skin bulged, visibly expanding, a sign of the heart pumping blood throughout their bodies. Outside the camp, numerous cavalry members appeared expressionless, faces cold as they fiercely charged forward. Many horses, being too close, adjusted their stances on their own. Some horses seemed to detect something, slightly tilting their heads towards the small black shadows falling from the sky. Falling, falling. Time resumed to normal. The falling magic tools exploded among the cavalry, a sudden intense burst of light flashed, stabbing everyone's eyes in attendance. Even tightly closed eyes couldn't block the light, which penetrated through the lids like needles, boring into the eyes. Liquid flowed out, whether tears or blood, it was unclear. Then came the extreme spread of heat, the cavalry's iron armor and helmets softened and stuck to their bodies like butter near a furnace, seeping through their eyes, noses, and ears into their bodies. Before they could even scream, the high-temperature flames licked upon their skin, charring it completely, then surged into their open mouths and wreaked havoc inside their bodies. Following that was the fierce rush of air. For a moment, it was like the strongest gale born from the center of the explosion sweeping outward in all directions. This wind was solid, though invisible, it struck everyone like stone, knocking people back, flattening the iron armor, breaking bones, and shattering internal organs. Explosions, roaring, screams. Suddenly, the whole world became noisy, suddenly, the air was filled with cries, suddenly, the path of the charge became a slaughterhouse. Inside the camp, many nobles and GRO felt a gust of wind sweep past them, then saw the charging cavalry outside suddenly drop down, fly up, within the flames and the roar. In just the blink of an eye, the ground before the camp was cleared, the charging cavalry all turned into charred corpses. Subsequent cavalry, unaware of what had happened, clashed into the corpses ahead of them, tripping over, flinging out, followed by more cavalry rushing forward, continuing to trip, fly out. A trampling was occurring, death was spreading, an unknown fear was being transmitted, an unspeakable emotion naturally emerged. Inside the camp, nobles and GRO stared dazedly towards Richard, who remained calm as if nothing had happened. After a while, the enemy, having suffered the ambush, struggled to recover from the chaos and began to regroup. Richard silently watched from within the camp. In the sudden explosion just now, about 20 people from the enemy who were directly in the blast's core area died instantly, and another dozen who were on the periphery sustained severe injuries. In addition, the subsequent trampling also resulted in more than 20 casualties before it barely stopped. Overall, the explosion just now had caused the enemy, numbering over 400, to lose about an eighth of their combat strength. An eighth. Chapter 69. Over 50 people, an eighth. One can't consider the loss to be small, but it isn't too great either. In Richard's view, only 7/8 of the enemy remained, which was still sufficient to overpower GRO and his group. Once they decided to attack decisively, the result wouldn't be much different from before. The only possible difference might be morale. Morale is crucial for an army, especially in the age of cold weapons, where it could almost determine everything. In the recent explosion, amidst the fear and misunderstanding of the unknown, the morale of the soldiers outside the camp had evidently suffered more than the numerical loss. If the previous morale was 100, now it was around 50. After all, the destructive power of firearms was almost devastating to soldiers in the age of cold weapons. Moreover, if Richard hadn't guessed wrong, the attacking soldiers and their leader likely knew that they were engaged in a rebellion, an illegal and highly pressured act. If everything went smoothly, they might have been able to continue crazily due to a surge of hot blood or the lure of benefits. However, once they encountered failure, the craziness would turn into fear and dread, with morale rapidly decreasing, barely maintained, then shifting to a state of watchfulness and probing. At that moment, if they were struck again, it would become the last straw that broke the camel's back, driving their morale to zero and causing them to collapse and flee. This was akin to a chaotic army in modern Earth's history. When the battles were favorable, their combat strength could outmatch anyone, they could directly defeat official armies through massacres, rapes, and loots. But once the battle turned against them, meeting elite official troops could lead to an immediate collapse, with a few hundred official soldiers capable of routing thousands from the chaotic army. In that scenario, Richard's eyebrows raised as he saw the soldiers outside the camp had finished organizing and were preparing to make another probing attack. He turned and looked toward a noble. "Bill Caesar." "Sir," Richard called. "Ah. Me." Bill Caesar, among the nobles, startled and looked at Richard warily. What do you want to do now? Help me with two things, Richard said calmly. One is to bring me the arrows I've made in the tent, and the other is to find me a better hand crossbow. Ah? Why me? Bill Caesar voiced out, reluctantly. Is that not possible? Richard looked at him calmly. In this moment, Bill Caesar felt as if he had been beautifully tumbling in bed with a lovely noble lady, about to achieve a grand harmony, only to suddenly realize that the beautiful noble lady was not a lady at all, but rather a silly dog. Why was it him again? This damn wizard, not only had he killed his horse and drawn his blood, now he even wanted to boss him around to fetch things. For what reason? Just because he was the only one among all the people here who hadn't inherited a title? Could he be blamed for that, with his father who wouldn't die and seemed healthy enough to even outlive him? He was helpless too. Really? This was already a very saddening matter, could they not bully him further? Although Bill Caesar thought this, he didn't dare to say it out loud. Seeing Richard's calm yet utterly emotionless gaze, he couldn't help but shiver and stuttered, okay, I'll go fetch them for you now. Bill Caesar quickly left. Watching his retreating figure, Richard couldn't help reflecting, was he perhaps plucking the wool off a sheep too zealously? If that was indeed the case, then he might as well shear all the wool off. Bill Caesar didn't know Richard's thoughts, or he might have jumped up and fought Richard desperately. However, since he was unaware, he eventually obediently brought back the items Richard wanted. Richard nodded satisfactorily, picked up an arrow he had crafted, inserted it into a well-made hand crossbow, drew the bowstring, and turned to look outside the camp. The soldiers outside the camp were preparing for an attack, but this time it wasn't a cavalry charge, but rather a volley of arrows. After all, the sudden explosion had left everyone shaken, not wanting to experience it again. For safety reasons, it was better to stay at a distance and use bows and arrows. Outside the camp, a person who appeared to be a leader was constantly shouting orders, directing the numerous soldiers to adjust their formation to ensure the effectiveness of the volley. Richard's eyes slightly narrowed as he raised his hand crossbow and aimed at the opposing force. The next moment, he pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The arrow shot out like a dark streak, flying exceedingly fast, and hit precisely a tree outside the camp. Thud! The arrow had penetrated the tree trunk, its tail still trembling. He had missed. Richard's face was expressionless, showing no sign of embarrassment, and there was no fluctuation in his eyes, as if he had anticipated this outcome. The reason for this was that he really had considered this outcome possible, or perhaps it was intentional. In reality, legendary archers who could shoot through Yang with 100 paces do exist, but archers who never miss a shot, hitting the target every single time, exist only in entertainment novels and films. The reason is simple: due to the influence of external environment, equipment, and the physical condition of the shooter, shooting always involves some margin of error. The further the distance, the more complicated the environment, and the worse the physical condition, the larger the error. Even on modern Earth, the most elite snipers, using the highest precision sniper rifles, cannot guarantee that the first bullet fired in a mission will hit the target 100% of the time. Generally speaking, during a mission, if a sniper needs to assemble a disassembled sniper rifle and then take a shot, or if they are using unfamiliar firearms, they must fire one or several test shots to adjust for any firearm errors before aiming at the target. Otherwise, the bullet might hit several meters away from the intended target. After all, killing also has to be logical and scientific. It's not just about wanting to kill, you can only succeed if you truly master the skill of killing, down to every detail. Richard's eyes flickered as he looked at the arrow shaft that had hit the tree trunk. Without turning his head, and still holding the hand crossbow in one hand, he simply reached out with the other hand and said, "Arrow." Reluctantly, Bill Caesar, who was holding several arrows, passed one to Richard. Richard, without any fuss, quickly inserted the arrow into the hand crossbow, rest-rung it, and continued to aim at the leader outside the camp. Whoosh! The arrow flew out for the second time, turning into a dark streak, and then hit the same tree outside the camp once again. Compared to the first arrow, this one was slightly lower. About a 5% error, Richard muttered to himself, then called out, "Arrow." Bill Caesar quickly handed over another arrow, observing the effects of Richard's shooting with some disdain in his heart. Even he could shoot better than that. Richard ignored what Bill Caesar might have been thinking. He installed the third arrow into the hand crossbow, took a bit longer this time to aim, and then pulled the trigger, shooting once again. Chapter 70. Whoosh! A black streak pierced through the darkness, as Richard's third arrow once again hit a tree outside the camp. After glancing at it, Bill Caesar really wanted to ask Richard why he shot at the trees instead of the enemy. Did he have a grudge against the trees? But the next moment, he noticed that the third arrow Richard had just shot seemed to strike right at the tail of the first arrow, splitting it open and nailing it to the tree trunk. This coincidence? Bill Caesar was stunned and heard Richard whisper to himself the next moment, that should do it. Outside the camp, under the command of the leader, a new formation was arranged, and many soldiers began to string their bows in preparation to shoot. Inside the camp, Viscount Lanside had already called for everyone to take simple defensive measures, holding shields in front. Though not completely immune to damage, it could fend off some of it. Meanwhile, Richard shouted, "Arrow!" took an arrow from Bill Caesar, placed it in his hand crossbow, and, for the fourth time, raised it to truly aim at the leader outside the camp. Outside the camp, the leader shouted and lifted his hand high, ready to give an order. Inside the camp, Richard placed his hand on the trigger, his arm muscles tensed, holding his breath, his brain flashing through numerous collected data. Distance, 153 m, plus or minus 005 m. Height difference, 03 m, plus or minus 002 m. Wind direction, northwest 13.5 degrees, plus or minus 01 degree. Wind speed, 35 m/s, plus or minus 01 m/s. Gravity, standard value. Air humidity, 50%, plus or minus 3%. Hand crossbow error, 4-5%, plus or minus 0.5%. Heart rate impact. Arm tremors impact. Swipe. The leader outside the camp was about to strike down his hand. Click. Inside the camp, Richard pressed the trigger of the hand crossbow. Whoosh! The bowstring of the hand crossbow tensed and slung, releasing the stored elastic potential energy into kinetic energy acting on the arrow. The arrow whistled out, accelerating, tearing through the darkness like lightning toward the target. And then, it hit. The leader was clad in full iron armor, with a helmet, and his face covered, resembling an iron can. The impact on the armor part could only be a minor injury even if it penetrated. Richard aimed at the eye slit left open on the face cover. Thud! The arrow precisely penetrated through the slit, and blood immediately spurted out like a fountain of crimson. Ah! The leader let out a scream of agony. The raised hand didn't manage to come down, as he fell backward. The arrow had penetrated his brain, causing instant death. Outside the camp, the many soldiers poised to attack were momentarily dumbfounded, turning their heads in astonishment towards their leader's corpse. The moment they were about to launch the attack, time seemed to pause. For a long time. When numerous soldiers could barely hold their bowstrings anymore, and their necks were sore from twisting around, finally, one of them gathered courage to approach the leader's body, ready to check whether he was dead or alive. But before he could get close, an arrow shot through the darkness, entering through the gap between his helmet and armor, piercing his entire neck and shattering his spine and throat. Bang! He instantly became the second corpse, falling to the ground. Outside the camp, the soldiers became somewhat agitated, but fortunately, someone stepped forward in time, seeming to be a small leader, who shouted, "Don't, pft." He intended to say "Don't panic," but he didn't manage to utter the last word "panic" before an arrow shot through his open mouth, piercing his head straight through. Bang! A third corpse was produced. More bodies were inevitably going to pile up continuously. Outside the camp, the soldiers started to panic, fear spreading rapidly. They set down their bows, and each one of them looked around cautiously. At this moment, the most important thing for them wasn't to kill, but to survive. Richard waited a while, and seeing that no foolhardy person was stepping forward anymore, he began to fire his hand crossbow at several soldiers closest to the camp. 1, 2, 3. By the time the fifth person died, the people outside the camp finally realized that those who were closer died faster, and immediately began to run backward, scrambling over each other. If they got far enough, hid in the darkness, maybe they wouldn't be seen, targeted, or killed. That's what the soldiers outside the camp thought. But they were obviously too naive. In the next moment, a 1-meter diameter ball of pale blue flames rose into the air, hovering about 10 meters above the ground, resembling a searchlight or a miniature sun brightening both inside and outside the camp. One wasn't enough, then came another, and finally, 3 appeared, arranged in an equilateral triangle in mid-air, visible from far away outside the camp. Shaping energy fire magic zero circle low-level phosphorus candle. So, the arrows continued. One lethal arrow after another flew out, striking down person after person with frightening precision. Each time, a life was taken. The soldiers outside the camp watched in panicked horror, feeling as if the camp was a beast choosing its next meal. Looking up at the three giant blue flames, they felt these were the monster's eyes, spelling death for whomever they gazed upon. In the midst of fear, in an atmosphere of intense anxiety, the one-sided slaughter continued, morale plummeting further. Whiz! 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 One soldier after another fell, Richard murmuring a count under his breath. 15, 16, 17, 18, 21. When the 21st person outside the camp had died, morale hit rock bottom, reduced to zero. The team that had come roaring in to surround and kill dispersed chaotically, fleeing in all directions, screaming. Some wanted to stand up and stop the retreat, but ultimately, no one did. They knew that standing out might stop it, or it might not, but getting killed by a well-aimed arrow was a certainty. So, better to run. Amid loud cries and screams, the entire army retreated like a tide into darkness, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Inside the camp, nobles and GRO looked at each other, wide-eyed. Truth to be told, they had never had such a bizarre experience. They were anxious, they were hurried, they were resolute, and they were prepared to fight to the death. Then, they were astonished and shocked. Following that, they grew cautious and perplexed. In the end, they were stunned and numb. The enemy came, and the enemy left. They just stood there, not having moved at all. Their hearts had experienced every conceivable emotion, yet the entire battle seemed almost irrelevant to them. They were like a group of spectators, completely engaged and on the scene, but actually disconnected and ineffective. Strangely, out of all of them, the only one who contributed to the fight was Bill Caesar. At least, he kept supplying arrows to Richard. That was impressive. Chapter 71. No matter what, the battle was over, and Richard prepared to leave. Under the cover of night, within the camp's tents, a private conversation was unfolding between Richard and GRO. Pandora was eavesdropping on the side while searching for shiny silverware. Lord Richard, are you leaving now? GRO spoke, his voice tinged with concern. If you leave now, what if those people come back, what then? You'll have to figure it out yourself, Richard replied indifferently. After all, I can't protect you forever. Actually, you don't need to worry too much. If that group's morale has collapsed, they won't be coming back anytime soon. Once it's daylight, leave the forest and head back to the royal capital as fast as you can. Then you'll be safe. But I'm afraid something might happen on the way, GRO said, his eyes flickering. With the matter of Count Vic before, I'm worried there might be people in the group who are against me. That's possible, Richard didn't deny, but there's one person you should be able to trust. Who? Lansite. Lansite? Him. GRO paused, pondering for a moment with hesitation before speaking. Although he has always seemed reliable, I haven't been in contact with him for long. I don't understand him, so I can't trust him too much. You should think of it this way, Richard raised his hand and said, you are in his territory right now, so if something happens to you, he will definitely bear the main responsibility and might even become the scapegoat. Therefore, he is the last person in the entire group who wants you dead, without a doubt. Unless his brain isn't functioning properly, he wouldn't be involved in any actions related to assassinating you. If you're really concerned about danger on your way back, after you leave the forest, stay in the castle on Lansite's territory for 10 days. 10 days? GRO was startled. Why should I stay for 10 days, and what after that? Staying for 10 days because, during this time, you can definitely assemble enough loyal soldiers to protect you on your return. Also, after 10 days, our trade will be completed, so your life will no longer be of any significance to me by then. GRO was speechless, staring at Richard. Although what Richard said made sense, wasn't it a bit too blunt? Of course, I still hope that you will survive, Richard continued, because before long, I might visit the royal capital of the Jade Kingdom to try to make contact with wizards of the current world, or attempt to board a ship heading to the continent. If you're still alive in the royal capital at that time, it could be somewhat helpful to me. GRO felt somewhat dumbstruck. This seemed even more blunt, a naked attempt to use him. Actually, you need to understand something. Richard looked at Gro with a serious tone. I might be able to help you, but it only makes sense to be helped if you become a little stronger. In the end, one must rely on oneself. Gro fell into thought. Alright, that's it then. It's getting late, and I really must be leaving, Richard said as he and Pandora walked out of the tent, adding, I hope you do become a wizard, and I hope you survive and that we meet again someday. That's all, goodbye. Waving his hand, Richard disappeared from Gro's sight, then stepped out of the camp, into the darkness, and towards the hill. In the tent, Gro's eyes shone. Become a wizard, is it possible? He muttered, involuntarily gripping tight the small bottle of ether Richard had given him. In the night, the sound of da-da-da footsteps echoed. Richard and Pandora walked, their presence in the forest like two chunks of succulent flesh, exuding an enticing aroma. Many nocturnal beasts, drawn by the scent, swarmed towards them, then upon seeing Pandora's appearance, turned tail and fled in panic. Their journey was not tedious but rather lively. Yet in the midst of this liveliness, Pandora walked while biting on a silver fork, her demeanor somewhat despondent. Walking alongside, Richard looked at Pandora and spoke, I know what you're thinking. Scared? Pandora turned her head with a startled remark. Having interacted with her frequently, Richard had figured out the general rules of Pandora's one-syllable communication. When she spoke in a level tone, first tone, it usually indicated affirmation, or conveyed a calm, indifferent emotion. When she used a rising tone, second tone, it generally represented doubt, or an expression of surprise and amazement. When she used a departing tone, fourth tone, it signified rejection or denial, or expressed anger, irritation, or displeasure. Now it was a rising tone, an expression of questioning. Richard replied, You're thinking about what just happened in the camp, aren't you? You could have done it yourself, right? You could have chased them away much faster than I did, but I stopped you and didn't let you act, which must have been quite boring. Crack. Having heard this, Pandora bit off the tine of a new silver fork in her mouth and then nodded her head seriously, affirming, scared. Level tone, affirmation. Then came another rising tone, scared. She was asking Richard why he had done that. It's simple, I don't want you to kill too much. Scared. Pandora was puzzled again. People and animals are different, yet they have similarities. If you get involved in too much killing before you've developed a complete worldview, outlook on life, and value system, it can affect your personality. Of course, you could say that you're willing, but ultimately, it's not good, Richard explained. Killing can serve as a means, but it should not become a hobby. For a certain purpose, killing numerous animals and humans is called a cost. But to kill out of preference, to satisfy your twisted heart, is, well, not bad, just foolish. It's easy to provoke the anger and resistance of others, followed by a joint retaliation. By then, you might be able to flee or even fight back, but you could also get hurt or die. Richard paused before continuing, in fact, you've been doing very well so far. For example, in the Beast Tide, you could kill numerous creatures without blinking an eye, but normally you maintain order when many animals drink water. Even if an animal breaks the rules, you only beat it severely. I stopped you just now because I want you to keep behaving this way until you grow up and develop neutral values, and then you can choose what to do and how to do it. Scared? Pandora sounded, indicating a deeper confusion. Richard knew what she was asking. I can't always stay in the forest, I'm going to leave. In fact, once the current research comes to a halt, I'll be leaving. To achieve some of my goals, I need to meet the real wizards of the present world and understand the real wizard world to continue more smoothly. To be honest, you, and Gregory, are in some ways more advanced than wizards. But precisely because of this, my current preliminary research here through you might be too ambitious and may even disrupt the entire research process. Perhaps, after leaving for several years or a decade and achieving some results, I will come back. But after all, that is something for the future, I still have to leave now. GRO is just a little groundwork I've laid, or you might say a springboard. That's why I'd like for you to maintain a relatively neutral set of values and not indulge in too much killing, lest when I come back I can't find you or Gregory. Do you understand? Scared? Pandora stood still, her eyes wide as she looked at Richard and expressed her denial in a heavy tone. Richard chuckled and shook his head, You don't need to be like that, I know you've understood. All right, let's go back. Anyway, I won't leave immediately. At the very least, I must deal with the beast tide first. With those words, Richard extended his hand. Scared with a tone of hesitance, Pandora frowned at Richard for a while but eventually took Richard's hand. The two silhouettes, one tall and one short, walked back to the hillock through the night. Chapter 72. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. The leaves in the forest had fallen more heavily, carpeting the ground, making the autumn colors even richer. During this time, Prince Gro had sent over the many materials and items he had promised to Richard, who, after solving a series of tedious details, began to officially start on the quarry. So, for the next dozen days, on the hill where the ancient castle stood, one could often hear continuous explosions coming from a distant mountain. Boom! Boom! Clatter clatter! Giant Dragon Gregory stepped out of the cave in his humanoid form, lifting his head to look at the sky. The sun had just risen, the light was soft, and the sky was golden. It was good weather. But his expression was somewhat gloomy, as though he had been disturbed from his lazy sleep or was worried about something urgent. He turned his head to glance in the direction of the distant mountain and couldn't help but shake his head, buzzing, "Damn kid!" He turned to leave. But the very next moment, he saw a purple shadow flash by. "Hey?" Gregory turned his head and saw Pandora standing behind him. Good daughter, waking up so early today, pretty good." Gregory's face immediately changed to a full smile, his eyes shifting around as he tried to make conversation. But to be honest, he was really not good at this, and he just killed the conversation right there. "But I got up even earlier, just didn't come out, that's all." Pandora glared, not picking up on Gregory's words, but instead asked, "What are you up to?" Gregory scratched his head, replying, "Not up to much. Just stepping out for a stroll. I mean, it's just that damn boy called Richard has been keeping me up at night, I just had to get out for a bit." "Yeah, right." Pandora responded, her tone blunt, utterly disbelieving. Gregory replied with a hint of resignation, "Good daughter, I'm telling the truth. Besides, although I've been going out these past few days, you had Richard to play with, so you shouldn't have been too bored. You see, when I originally captured him, I thought you'd play with him for a few days and wear him out, so I could catch a new one for you. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be quite durable, so you can find more time to play with him. All right, enough said, I'm taking off." With that, Gregory seemed in a hurry as he twisted his body and transformed into his giant dragon form, flapping his wings, ready to take off into the sky. After struggling for quite a while, however, he realized he couldn't take off. Turning his head, he found Pandora was holding onto his tail. This. Good daughter, this." Gregory looked exasperated, completely helpless. Yet in the next moment, his eyes twinkled, looking past Pandora. "Ah, Richard." "Hey?" Pandora immediately turned to look behind her, her grip loosening instinctively. Gregory quickly flapped his wings and took off. By the time Pandora realized she had been tricked and turned back to look at Gregory, he was already high in the sky, over 100 meters up, beyond her reach. Pandora was livid, the consequences severe. Clenching her tiny fists, she glared at Gregory in the sky. Usually, Gregory would circle around for a while, saying nice things, to avoid getting punched when he arrived home. But this time Gregory seemed really in a rush, completely forgetting that detail, and flew off swiftly with his wings flapping. Pandora remained stunned for a moment, slowly lowering her clenched fists, watching as Gregory's form quickly shrank to a dot and disappeared into the horizon, her brow furrowing. Lately, Gregory seemed very strange. Pandora thought for a moment, then turned her head to look in the direction of the distant mountain, where the booming noises continued to resound. Boom, boom. The mountain. On the mountain's flank, a passage about 2 meters wide and tall had suddenly appeared. In that passage, surrounded by numerous reinforcement braces, Richard was completing the final preparation for the blast. Observing the rock face in front of him, drilled with many holes resembling a honeycomb, Richard stepped back to a safe distance and then chanted a spell. With a wave of his hand, he released a flame impact, igniting a fuse on the rock. The fuse branched towards all the drilled holes, eventually lighting the liquid oxygen explosives loaded in them almost simultaneously. Boom! The whole mountain seemed to shudder violently, the passage shook, and the walls shed large amounts of gravel. The rock at the drilling sites looked as though it had been struck by a massive hammer, instantly shattering and sending debris flying in all directions, followed by a cloud of dust. Richard used an air wall to block the flying debris, waiting patiently for the dust to settle. Looking ahead, he saw that the passage had successfully connected to a chamber a few meters in radius, where in its center stood an altar with a crystal skull on it, exactly as he had seen through the consciousness. Slowly inhaling, Richard stepped towards the chamber, sweeping his gaze around it for the second time, but the first time with his physical eyes. The chamber was a cubic shape, each side about 6 meters, with marks all over the walls. On closer inspection, these were not mere marks but regularly patterned magic runes. Magic runes. Richard looked at the entirety of the chamber's walls, observing the integrated magic runes, realizing it was a vast array. Its function likely involved absorbing free energy from the surroundings and then transmitting it to the crystal skull on the altar. This was why the crystal skull received enough energy every month to burst forth, triggering the beast tide. Understanding this, Richard approached the altar in the center of the chamber with a gleam in his eyes. Then, Richard noticed magic runes also carved on the altar's surface, even more complex and detailed than those on the chamber walls, likely meant for control purposes. Taking a deep breath, Richard stepped onto the altar cautiously and reached out to touch the crystal skull. 50 centimeters, 40 centimeters, 30 centimeters, 20 centimeters, 15 centimeters, 10 centimeters. As his fingers drew nearer, the crystal skull showed no reaction. But as the distance to the crystal skull's surface narrowed to less than 10 centimeters, the skull seemed to sense some danger and began to vibrate. Richard could feel a massive energy surge within it, preparing to burst forth prematurely. Raising an eyebrow, Richard made a snap decision and grabbed the crystal skull from the altar. Instantly, it was as if an electrical device had been unplugged, the energy surge within the crystal skull abruptly ceased, and it became inert, unresponsive. Relieved, Richard scrutinized the crystal skull in his hand. Visible to the naked eye, it was exquisitely crafted, almost a perfect replication of a human head, specifically a woman's. Staring longer, one might feel as if a living woman was watching and speaking to them. Put me back, put me back. Richard's mind wavered for a moment, but he quickly snapped back to awareness, realizing that the crystal skull and the chamber were still interacting in some way. Continuing research here might lead to unexpected events, it would be safer to leave and return to the ancient castle first. With that thought, Richard, holding the crystal skull, decisively turned and walked out of the chamber, through the passage, and down the mountain. A strange fluctuation lingered in the chamber, delayed in its release, attempting to influence Richard's mind to stay with the crystal skull inside the chamber. But it was too late. The strange fluctuation subsided, waiting for the next opportunity. Chapter 73. Tap, tap, tap. Richard walked back to the hill and found Pandora sitting on the ground as soon as he climbed up. She was propping her chin with her hands, her eyes unfocused as she stared at a bundle of air lost in thought. "What's wrong?" Richard asked aloud. Upon hearing his voice, Pandora turned her head to look, and after a long moment she frowned with a startled ha in a melodious voice, the meaning behind it unclear. Richard's eyes flashed as he realized something and turned his head towards the direction of the dragon cave, asking with a frown, "Has Gregory gone out again?" This time Pandora didn't speak, but nodded her head in response. "Lately, Gregory seems a bit odd," Richard said, reflecting on Gregory's recent behavior. Although Gregory had often left the cave before, his absences were never as frequent as now. Typically, he would leave every few days, spending about the same amount of time inside the dragon cave as outside. But now, Gregory's behavior could be summed up in 4 words: leaving early and returning late. Each time, he would leave at dawn, or even before sunrise, not to return until many days later in the middle of the night. He would barely spend half a day in the dragon cave before leaving again, sometimes not showing up for a whole week. Gregory's actions suggested he was busy with something. His barely concealed anxiety further implied that the matter was crucial to him. If mishandled, it might even be dangerous. But, realistically, what could threaten a mature giant dragon? With Gregory's strength, even an army of thousands of elite troops might as well not exist. Could it be the wizards of this world? Richard frowned slightly in thought. According to what he knew and the information obtained from GRO, it had been confirmed that the place called Sman's Island, where he currently was just a large island in the present world. Due to its lack of resources and the magic materials wizards required, very few wizards were present. Even if there were any, they were either passing through or, like himself, wizard apprentices who had just started out. The latter would usually try to board a large ship to seek opportunities on the mainland across the sea. In such circumstances, the probability of rare entities like Gregory and similarly rare wizards intersecting was extremely low, offering hardly any chance for encounters. What on earth was Gregory so busy with? Unable to figure it out after a long thought, Richard eventually looked at Pandora and said, "I'll have a chat with him when I get the chance." "Ha," Pandora nodded, making an agreeing sound, then turned her head back to the empty space beside her, returning to her previous unfocused gaze. She resumed her daydreaming, quietly waiting for time to pass, for the sunrise and the sunset, without expectation, without joy, not wanting to do anything, nor knowing what to do. It had always been like this before, it was the same now and would continue to be so in the future. She was a very bored dragon girl because she didn't know what else this world had to offer besides boredom. Ah, and sparkling things. Pandora remembered that shiny, glowing things were always pretty to look at and to bite. Although they didn't seem to be of much interest, they were still slightly better than being bored. With that thought, Pandora took out a bent silver spoon, full of tooth marks, from her bosom and placed it in the early morning sunlight, which immediately brought out a dazzling luster. Pandora's eyes brightened slightly, and then she continued to space out. Richard watched her for a moment, his eyes flashing as he shook his head involuntarily. The next moment, struck by an idea, he walked into a room inside the castle, set down the crystal skull, and took out an item. Then he walked out of the castle and approached Pandora. Pandora looked up with a sense of awareness and asked, "Ha! I've got something to show you," said Richard. "Ha?" Pandora inquired, wondering what it was. Richard loosened his grip, pinching the object between his thumb and index finger, and presented it midair for Pandora to see. Pandora looked over, and it appeared to be a small segment of a crystal column, except that both ends were triangular and shone a bit in the sunlight, though not as bright as the spoon in her hand. "What's the use of that?" Pandora thought with a hint of disdain. The next moment, Richard's hand slowly moved, adjusting the angle, and Pandora instinctively squinted her eyes, raising her hand to block, as she felt a rainbow light shine down. Surprised, Pandora tilted her head to look at the hand she had raised and saw a rainbow-like light striking the palm of her hand, resplendent with all 7 colors. Unable to resist, she tried to grab the rainbow, but it fell onto the back of her hand instead. "Hey!" Pandora couldn't help but exclaim, wanting to understand how this was possible. Richard bent down and placed the object in Pandora's hand, speaking softly, "This is called a triangular prism. It can split the sun's white light into the red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet colors that you can see now. Well, of course, you can also consider it a rainbow." Pandora was somewhat stunned, but the next moment, she grabbed the triangular prism, looked at Richard, and after some thought, managed to say 2 words, "For me." "For you," Richard said. Pandora's eyes sparkled with a bit of doubt as she silently asked with her eyes, "Why?" "Consider it a gift," replied Richard, gently ruffling Pandora's hair. Pandora made an ambiguous noise, her eyes rolling upward to watch Richard's hand resting on top of her head. Her hair was so off limits that not even Gregory dared to touch it, yet Richard dared to touch and, moreover, to ruffle it. Should she punch him? But Richard had just given her something. That wouldn't be nice, would it? And it was the first time someone had given her a gift. It was also the first time someone had ruffled her hair. But why was there a strange feeling, as if her whole body was relaxing? Was it comfort? No, absolutely not. How could it be comfort? It must be some spell Richard used. Even though you are a dragon, you are still a little girl after all. Don't always have such a stiff face, be happy. Richard said and then patted Pandora's head before turning to walk into the castle without saying anything more. Watching Richard enter the castle, Pandora touched her hair somewhat frowningly, and after a while, she realized that it didn't feel the same as before. Of course, was it a spell? So, should she go after him and punch him? Never mind, on account of the gift he gave her, she'd let it pass this time. But of course, the gift had to be useful, it better not be a deception. Thinking this, Pandora took out the triangular prism and, imitating Richard's earlier actions, held it high, moving it in the sunlight. In a moment, a beam of rainbow light shone down, hitting her eyes. This time Pandora didn't use her hands to block it, instead, she watched the rainbow light, feeling as if the whole world had become colorful. She tossed aside the discomfort from Richard touching her hair and thought of many non-boring activities she could do. Like going to the pond to watch buffalo drink, going to the pond to watch squirrels drink, or going to the pond to watch cheetahs drink, and also. Well, Pandora's so-called recollection of many non-boring activities was, in truth, just one, and that was watching animals drink. Chapter 74. I've gone to see the animals drinking water. Pandora thought carefully. Although it might be a bit late, half of the animals probably had not finished drinking yet, so it was indeed worth a look. So off she went. Pursing her lips, Pandora carefully grabbed the triangular prism that Richard had given her and headed down the small hill. As she walked, she suddenly couldn't resist and lightly hopped a couple of times, feeling it might be a bit inappropriate, and resumed walking normally. But after only a few steps, she started hopping again. Walking a few steps, hopping a few times, Pandora alternated between walking and hopping until she reached the water pond at the base of the hill. There indeed were many animals that hadn't finished drinking yet, mostly those situated farther from the water pond and some that arrived late. Even though she had not come over until now, they were all queuing orderly, drinking water in turn. Pandora then saw a wild boar, usually the first to cut in line, queuing up sensibly and standing quietly in the middle of the line, slowly moving forward. When it was finally its turn, it began to drink its fill before turning to leave. This behavior was a stark contrast to its previous obstinate conduct, as different as heaven and earth. Of course, it would have been perfect if one ignored the bruises on the wild boar's head these days. It had been beaten up quite a bit. 10 days ago, after fleeing from crime, it was too thirsty to bear it and had come to the pond to drink water, only to receive an unapologetic beating. For several days afterward, no matter how careful the wild boar was, it couldn't avoid being punished. From initially dodging to ultimately resigning itself, it was beaten into submission, far more docile than even a rabbit, and wasn't likely to think of cutting in line or bullying others for a while. Pandora, watching the wild boar obediently drink and leave, nodded approvingly, but suddenly remembered something and waved at the wild boar. The wild boar about to leave was suddenly startled, staring at Pandora and feeling apprehensive. What's going on? It had behaved today. Not only had it not cut in line, but it had even actively allowed a sick patchy hog to move ahead. Could it be that this was also punishable, accused of helping other animals cut in line? How unjust! The wild boar lamented in its heart but dared not to flee as it had done before, especially after a week of relentless beatings. It truly didn't want to experience that again. Better a short pain than a long one. The wild boar steeled itself, snorting from its nose with a sense of fatalism as it walked towards Pandora. Its eyes were wide as it seemed to say, "Go ahead, hit me if you want, I'm not afraid." But in the next moment, before the wild boar could react, it felt Pandora's arms on its body, followed by a strong force that knocked it to the ground. Is it really going to be beaten? The wild boar trembled, its courage dissipated nearly instantly, feeling the water it just drank churning, threatening to uncontrollably gush out. No, I must hold it in, I have to, otherwise I might not only be embarrassed but could also be beaten to death. The wild boar thought as it strained the muscles in its lower body, but seeing Pandora's delicate yet extremely powerful hand being raised, it couldn't control its impulse to gush. Just as the wild boar couldn't help itself, it felt Pandora's hand descending on its body again, bracing itself for the immense impact and intense pain. However, it was suddenly astonished to discover, it didn't hurt at all. Hey, it really doesn't hurt. Had it been shocked silly or crippled? The wild boar looked anxiously at where Pandora's hand had fallen, noticing no injury. Pandora was actually grabbing its mane and gently rubbing it. What was this all about? The boar was puzzled, then suddenly felt a chill and couldn't help but guess, is she trying to skin me? Oh no! The boar's fears never came to pass, as Pandora was merely stroking its bristles gently, with a slight frown, as if testing something important. Honestly, the boar's bristles were extremely stiff, but who was Pandora? She was a giant dragon. She softened the rigid bristles of the boar, rubbing them into a squishy state. At first, the boar was uneasy, but after a moment, it calmly accepted everything, even began to enjoy it, and finally realized profoundly, good pigs get good rewards, always getting beaten for cutting in line before, but now getting a massage without cutting. Had I known this, only a fool would cut in line to drink water. Ah, comfortable, yes, just like that, keep going. Watching the boar, lying on the ground as she massaged its bristles, Pandora saw the boar making a gurgle sound, seeming so comfortable it was about to fall asleep, her eyes twinkling. So her earlier sensation wasn't from a spell, was it? Rubbing like this, is it really that comfortable? But why? Frowning, puzzled. The boar, feeling Pandora's hand stop, turned its head to look at Pandora deep in thought, trying to please her, pushed its head forward like a dog, completely losing its dignity, sticking out its tongue to lick Pandora's hand. But, it didn't reach. Just as the boar opened its mouth and its tongue stretched out, it felt a heavy smack, its entire head almost smashed into the ground. Then it heard Pandora with a tone of disdain, "Stinky." Stinky? How was it stinky? Okay, there might be a bit of a smell, but it wasn't the boar's fault for not brushing its teeth, right? Do you see any wild boars brushing their teeth by themselves? Moreover, even if it was a bit stinky, that was no reason to lash out. She had just been massaging it so comfortably, how could she hit it suddenly without any reason? Indeed, females of all species are the most terrifying creatures, even when just a little girl. It did well not to mingle with the female boars. The boar thought aggrievedly. Unaware of the boar's complex thoughts, Pandora punched the boar's half-head into the mud, stopping what she perceived as the boar's presumptuous actions. Then, she tilted her body and lay down using the boar as her pillow. The boar was shocked. What happened to the stink complaint? Why was she lying directly on it now? This woman is really fickle. If not for the fact that it couldn't beat her. Never mind, it might as well just lie down obediently, otherwise it really would get a beating, not worth it. The boar lay there very obediently on the ground, not daring to move, then caught a glimpse from the corner of its eye of Pandora pulling out a shiny object. She held it over her head, aiming at the sundae. A colorful rainbow beamed down, shining on Pandora's face. Pandora's eyes sparkled, and in the next moment, her usually cold face changed slightly, her lips curving slightly in an almost imperceptible smile. But soon, the smile disappeared, the corners of her mouth turned downward, and her eyebrows knitted together. That guy would eventually leave, wouldn't stick around to play, wouldn't give her any more gifts, nor would he stroke her head ever again, even though she was no longer resistant. Pandora pondered, her eyes flickering. The boar, huff puff, such a strange woman. Meanwhile, in an ancient castle room on a small mountain top, Richard looked at the crystal skull, took a deep breath, and began his formal study. Chapter 75. In the blink of an eye, more than a month had passed, and autumn in the forest had come to an end, with winter arriving with a powerful chill in its howl. The leaves of the trees had all fallen, leaving the forest somewhat desolate. The cold wind blew through the withered tree tops with a whoosh sound, giving one a shiver that wasn't from the cold alone. Life became tougher for the animals in the forest. Due to a lack of food, they started living on a feast or famine basis, with the smart ones like black bears and pythons beginning to hibernate. As for Gregory, his leaving early and returning late behavior had become the norm, and his shadow was not seen all day. His human form grew increasingly pale, and he looked a bit exhausted and dispirited, for reasons unknown. Richard, however, was unaffected and during this time dedicated himself to his research, achieving some results. On one hand was the crystal skull, and on the other, the spells from the Monroe chapter. Regarding the crystal skull, Richard had made a surprising discovery through his research. It turned out that the crystal skull was covered with magic runes. Its runes were several times more sophisticated than those he had seen in the mountain's inner sanctum on the altar. They were micro-engraved on its surface and interior, nearly invisible to the naked eye, only discernible when magnified 10 to several tens of times. To put it simply, if a regular magic rune was like a simple circuit, then the crystal skull was like a complete small to medium-sized integrated circuit. This was akin to comparing a radio from Earth in the 1970s to a computer. The level of complexity was not on the same scale. Within the crystal skull, many magic rune units were organically combined, granting the skull a multitude of possibilities. Richard was certain that if it could be completely deciphered, it could serve numerous functions. For now, he had barely managed to uncover two of them, two functionalities he had previously hypothesized. The first function allowed input of mana with a specific oscillation that would cause the crystal skull to release a spirit shock. Upon hitting a living body, it could cause the target to lose control of their emotions, leading them to rage and act purely on instinct. The more mana input, the more pronounced the effect. This functionality actually had a quite limited range of application. After all, a target that had lost control wasn't necessarily easier to handle than one that was calm. They might exert a much greater fighting strength. Its use would have to be determined based on the actual situation. The second function was to generate a self-sustained spiritual field. Creatures within this field, if they were sentient beings like humans, would have their spiritual strength trained and enhanced. If they were non-sentient beings, their mentality would be improved instead. The scope of this spiritual field could be adjusted. The smaller the range, the better the effect. Richard tried reducing the field to less than a meter around himself, covering only his body, and found that it significantly improved his own spiritual strength. After more than a month, his spiritual power greatly exceeded that normal for a wizard apprentice and was advancing toward wizard level. Beyond the research on the crystal skull, the learning of spells from the Monroe chapter was underway. Over the past month, Richard had learned quite a few spells. Although they were all zero-circle magic, the effects were not very substantial. He was trying to modify and combine them to be released through magic runes, thus breaking through the power limitations of zero-circle spells for a wizard apprentice. That night, the evening was as cold as ice, and the stars seemed to hang upside down in the sky. Richard walked out of the castle and onto the open space in front of it, where Pandora was standing, gazing blankly at the night sky. As Richard approached, Pandora turned to glance at him. "What are you looking at?" Richard asked. Pandora's eyes twinkled, and after tilting her head in thought for a moment, she replied earnestly, "Stars," and then pointed at one in the sky. Richard looked in the direction Pandora was pointing and said, "The polar star." "Hey!" Pandora was puzzled. "What polar star? Have you noticed that star is very bright, and it's directly north?" Pandora paused, then nodded after a while, "Hey." "So, it's the polar star," Richard spoke. "The polar star itself represents the direction of true north, the brightest of stars. Of course, stars move, so the polar star is also changing." "Hey! Really? Of course it's true. Specifically, it's not that the stars are moving, but this planet we are on, Earth, moves. It spins around something called an axis, and it wobbles within a certain range, like a tall tree swaying when the wind blows. This axis wobbles, and over time it slowly sweeps out a cone. Some astrologers, people who like watching the stars, call the time it takes to sweep out a cone a great year, or a Platonic year. In today's years, it's about 25,800 years. During each great year, our planet, Earth, moves against the fixed background of stars, and the direction of true north changes periodically. So, the polar star changes with it." Pandora's eyes twinkled, and the next moment, she followed Richard's pointing hand. "That star, many people call it Vega, or Lyra Alpha. It has a beautiful legend. And more than 10,000 years ago, it was the polar star," continued Richard, pointing again and leading Pandora to look. "More than 3,000 years ago, the polar star was replaced by that one, called Right Pivot, or Ziwei Yuan 1, or Tianlong Alpha Star. 1,000 years ago, the polar star was that one. It's known as North Polaris B, or Little Bear Beta. Of course, it was also called the Emperor Star, because in that era, as the polar star, it fit the imaginations of those who felt it corresponded to the person with the highest power on Earth. Of course, people die, stars change, and now it has become this one called Gushan Yi, or Little Bear Constellation Alpha Star as the new polar star. If you live long enough, you'll find that in another 1,000+ years, the polar star will be that one, called Xiaowei Zheng Ba or Cepheus Gamma. After another 2,000 more years, it will become that one Shangui Zhenji. Another 1,500 years later, it'll turn into the star called Tianguwu. Then comes Tianjin 4, Tianjin 2, until after more than 10,000 years, having gone through nearly 25,800 years of cycles, the polar star will revert back to the original Vega." Pandora followed Richard's pointing to gaze at each star in turn, completing a circle before turning back to look at him. At that moment, Pandora felt a strange sensation in her heart, indescribable, but making her feel as if the man in front of her was very powerful, not in the way she could defeat animals, but in another kind of way, a way that was far more formidable than her own. It was confusing. But that was the feeling she sensed. That stars moved, knowing things from 10,000 years past and future. What didn't he know? What couldn't he do? 10,000 years, so many centuries all added up, even she, even Gregory, could not live that long. But why did he know so much? Being so knowledgeable, what exactly was he always busy with? Why wouldn't he play with her? Why? Pandora had many questions in her heart, but before she could voice them, Richard spoke first. "I will be leaving tomorrow," Richard said indifferently. "Hey! Pandora suddenly widened her eyes, staring at Richard, blinking, and then blinking again, slowly lowering her head. She bit her lip lightly, deep in thought, and after a long while, looked up and said to Richard, "Don't leave." Richard glanced at Pandora and then smiled, raising his hand to ruffle Pandora's hair. "I can't stay. I've told you before, there are many things I must do and I can't stay here forever. The things I could do, the research, it's all mostly done now, so I have to leave." Pandora opened her mouth as if to say more, but in the end, she said nothing. Because she didn't know what to say, having never before had the experience of persuading anyone to stay. Feeling his hand ruffling her hair, Pandora irresistibly felt a familiar, very comfortable desire to lean against him. But for some reason, she didn't want to lean in. Instead, she turned her head away from the hand stroking her hair, gave him a fierce glance, and walked back into the castle, exclaiming, "Hey!" In the nighttime, Richard watched Pandora walk into the castle, and he gently shook his head. Chapter 76. At this moment, Richard was very calm, without much surprise or wavering in his heart. Because such a reaction from Pandora was anticipated, but the goal had already been set, so the steps forward wouldn't stop for anyone or anything. Because he very much wanted to clarify a truth. Looking up at the sky, the stars twinkled. When he was explaining to Pandora just now, he had been observing Polar Star, but now he was looking at the constellation arrangement of the entire starry sky. The so-called Earth, the world, in the end, is nothing more than a planet that revolves around a constant star while continuously rotating. Otherwise, gravity, the atmosphere, the cycle of day and night, the changes of the seasons, and so on could not be explained. In the far-off reaches surrounding this current planet, there were many constellations formed by numerous constant stars, artificially divided and formed into imaginable shapes. Their positions were unchanging, or rather relatively unchanging, like coordinates, indicating a planet's space and time. The spatial coordinates of this world, as per the background map of stars, were quite clearly the Milky Way solar system Earth. As for the temporal coordinates, judging by the position of polar star Gushan Yi, it should be around the Earth's year 2100 AD. In other words, this world, in a sense, is the Earth of the year 2100 AD. A medieval world of the future, a backward yet mysterious wizard world. Is this transmigration? Is transmigration the only word that can explain this? When countless entertainment novels describe utterly impossible fantasies 1,000 times, 10,000 times, everyone becomes used to them, believes them to be reasonable. But, when such things truly happen, can a completely different otherworldly realm be explained? How can it be explained? Parallel theory? Mirror theory? String theory? Or perhaps box theory? Transmigration, conquer the world, if it truly happens, would it really be as wonderful as in the fantasies? Enjoying it, immersing in it, and then struggling within it. Someone tells you that in this world the strong are revered, so work hard on your training to become the strongest. Someone tells you that in this world the barbarians rule, so push out the invaders to reclaim our rivers and mountains. Someone tells you the system aids everything, so don't think, just follow the system's orders, whether it's punishing evil and promoting good, or rape and pillage, there's absolutely no harm. Is there really no harm? Is the world benevolent? Or malevolent? Does survival and evolution rely on true goodness and beauty, or on beastly instincts and brutality, or maybe the light of wisdom in the darkness? When it all truly happens, can you truly accept it all? When you wake up to find the world has greatly changed, and you, with your fully developed personality, have become another existence, would you find that okay? Even if it is a completely different medieval world? What if, to take it to an extreme, it's a world replete with monsters, an elf world? You have become an elf with the body of a bull and the head of a horse, your family members drink blood and eat flesh, and your companions delight in slaughter. Wounding oneself is the ultimate pleasure, and the first thing to do upon waking up each day is to slice one's body with a knife, watching with a cackling laugh as the blood pours out. Here, relations between the opposite sexes are mortal feuds of extinction, and to reproduce, one needs to mate with the same gender. Can you accept that too? What if it's even more extreme? You arrive in a dead world filled with dead spirits, and you have become a skeleton soldier, ruled by a powerful skeleton lord. Without freedom, every day you are compelled by the skeleton supervisor to carry heavy black stones to build majestic cities. There's no way to become stronger, no chance to revolt. Nor do you have the ability to speak to communicate with your peers, unable to incite them to rebel. So, you can only keep working, feeling the intense agony of bone rubbing against bone at each moment of your life, until your bones weather away and crumble to dust. Then the skeleton supervisor takes the soul fire from your skull, inserts it into another skeleton to activate it, and you continue laboring. How does that kind of experience sound? Most people eventually feel that the change from 0.5 to 500 is greater than from 0 to 0.5, even though the former is a quantitative change and the latter is a qualitative change. When fantasy turns into reality, within the range of acceptability, giving one a better setting, can it be truly accepted? It elevates you to a noble status, places you above thousands, and fulfills your past fantastical desires. You could exercise the right of the first night, chop off a thief's head, strategize and conquer the world in the castle. You would be admired by thousands, hailed by all creatures. This is naturally great, but will you truly not wake up from sleep in shock, questioning who you really are, cautiously asking those around you what your identity is, or perhaps discovering your identity has suddenly changed? Becoming the farmer's daughter you once asserted your right of the first night with, becoming the thief who was about to be beheaded, becoming the poor person whose house was burned and food was taken away in a conquering war? If there exists a power that can instantly transform you, allowing you to reign supreme, then it could just as quickly cast you down to struggle in the dirt. Could you truly be indifferent? Could you really accept everything as it comes, happily embracing any and everything, and then, with passion and fervor, begin a new life in an otherworldly realm? Too many beautiful fantasies, far too few seeking the truth. Because fantasies are always light, comfortable, revealing the truth, however, defies common sense and makes one an outlier. But no matter what, when abnormal occurrences unfold, do those experiencing them really hold no doubts, truly have no desire to understand the truth? When you knew that the so-called 9/11 event might have reset Earth's timeline, did you truly feel nothing? When you found that your memories had suddenly diverged from many others, were you not affected? For instance, you discover an author named Kurt Vonnegut who wrote his final work and had passed away. You even remember how sad you were when you heard the news. But then, one day, you find he's still alive, that he broke his promise after his last work and continued writing, living on for 10 more years beyond your original memory of his death. And his supposed final work turns out to be called Timequake, a story about time suddenly reversing 10 years, forcing everyone to repeat exactly the same actions of those 10 years. Or take the example of the African president, Nelson Mandela, known as an old friend of the Chinese people. He too had died, with national news even broadcasting his obituary. Then, one day, you find out he has died again. Between his two deaths, he even experienced the low probability event of being cured of cancer. Or take a few actors, such as Fei Mao Zhengxi and Yan Shixia Wu Ma, they too have created discrepancies between you, others, and reality. Some you remember having certainly died, yet they live on in reality. Others you recall as having passed away a long time ago, but in reality, they have only just recently died. What exactly causes these phenomena? Just coincidence, coincidence upon coincidence? Can coincidences really explain everything? Could it be like the box theory, the entire world, the universe, is under an unknown control, usually operating without a trace, but at certain times, in the face of some unforeseen major events, some unknown errors occur? That's why your memories differ from others. That's why some people die and then live. That's why some things that only exist in fantasy novels actually happen. Or is there some other theory that can explain it? But no matter which theory, is it possible to find the hidden truth behind it? Richard was very keen to find out, ever since this so-called transmigration happened. Richard really wanted to know if everything past, present, and even future truly existed? Or were the people and things experienced and seen merely false illusions, segments of virtual data, or NPCs in a game? To Richard, the 15 years he'd experienced felt more like playing a game than real life. That's why he didn't invest much emotion into things like his so-called father the king, his brother the prince, the court old butler, the personal team captain, or the palace maids. He treated the events around him more like cut scenes in a game, making choices with reason or in jest. After that, it was leaving the newbie village like Blue Lion Kingdom to discover a broader world. After all, this isn't the internet era of modern Earth, where all existing information and knowledge can be obtained in one room. One must travel, explore, and experience firsthand to uncover the secrets and to step-by-step approach the possible truth. Meeting Gregory and Pandora, the feeling was similar, they might seem more interesting than those before, but he wouldn't stop for them. Richard was very clear about what he wanted, definitively, unwaveringly. So, leaving was inevitable. That settled it then. In the night, Richard whispered softly. Chapter 77. The original intention of writing this novel was to present a unique story from a different perspective and in a different way, within a seemingly ordinary framework. And this intention, the overarching background of the entire book, should be somewhat discernible from the previous chapter, Chapter 076. I labored to incorporate some obscure trivia and craft certain narrative passages in this book, not only for the sake of novelty but also as part of a larger plan. Using technology to explain magic was merely setting a tone, to show that the author of this book isn't just a daydreamer but somewhat serious, or perhaps naive. Beyond that, a greater backdrop was gradually unfolding. Why did I choose to write this way? Because I am not only an author but also a reader, to be precise, a reader who has read far too much and found it unsatisfying, so I took matters into my own hands and got down to writing. When I first started reading, I was not picky and found delight in everything I read. Later on, that was no longer enough, I needed works by famous authors, by literary masters. Even later, I couldn't bear to read even those masterpieces, it wasn't because they were poorly written, but because I had read too much. Just like the richest cuts of pork would become tiresome after a month of continuous indulgence. After that, I began to search for interesting novels, ones not necessarily written by literary giants but filled with imagination. Eventually, I realized that such novels were few and far between. Hence, I often faced a book drought, staring blankly at the leaderboard full of various emperors, saints, and madmen. I must admit, these novels are very well written, at least infinitely better than anything I could write. I too was once obsessed with them, but now I truly cannot continue reading them. Sometimes, I wonder if bookstores could offer more variety in their novels. Could all authors have a brainstorm, open up their minds, and write more unconventional works? But that was just wishful thinking. Thinking too much led to dreams, dreams led to impulses, and then this book was born. Is this book well written? Of course, not really. After all, this isn't my first book. I'm no longer the naive newcomer who thought a single creative idea could easily outshine the greats. I'm aware of the many shortcomings in my work. But I dare say, this is the novel I wanted to write, the kind I want to read. If someone else had written this book instead of me, I would certainly be a devoted fan. And for that reason, this book isn't meant for everyone. In fact, in my view, the only books meant for everyone besides user manuals might be dictionaries. This book is meant for me and readers who, like me, enjoy the peculiar. Of course, it could also be considered niche. So I simply smile knowingly at the good-natured teasing in the remarks on this chapter and the comments. As for the malicious comments, I ignore them. Because I know one cannot make a person who dislikes this novel like it, just as one cannot make a tiger eat grass. Different strokes for different folks, it's impossible for one book to fulfill everyone's expectations unless the book is written by themselves. For those who don't like this novel, I sincerely hope they find one they do enjoy. And to those who do like it, I want to say a heartfelt thank you. Thank you for your support. I know all too well how difficult it is to survive as a reader and writer of niche books and how important support is. Not everyone is carefree with their basic needs met, some gather funds for their parents' medical treatments, some work to support their families, and I've seen many niche authors suddenly stop writing, disappear, or switch to writing mainstream novels with emperors and saints. I don't blame them, for I have no right or reason to expect someone to write what I like at all costs. However, with each departure, the book drought just gets worse. Hopefully, the day will never come when there are no books left to read. Of course, my situation isn't as dire as others. I'm still young, with healthy parents, no wife or children. I just need to eat, get dressed, and think about my future. That's why I wrote this book. Again, I want to thank everyone who supported me. Writing in solitude versus having a community is a completely different feeling. I don't know how well this book will do as I continue, but I will do everything possible to keep going. If one day the updates for this novel stop, it might mean that I've literally become unable to afford food and resorted to begging. If you see me on the streets, please buy me a warm bun, or a stick of ham sausage, the emperor of sausages from Shuanghui, to be precise, laughs. Or maybe I've been killed by debt collectors knocking on my door, in that case, please call the police. Fighting crime is everyone's responsibility, joking. But then again, why die if you can live? If a person doesn't have dreams, what's the difference between them and a husky? Of course, I still hope this book will become a hit, at least enough to earn me money for warm buns or the Emperor of Sausages. So, while thanking you all, I also hope you'll continue to support me, and that more and more people will do so. With that, author Sun Ershizan bows his head. Pft, as if I'm bowing. A bow is like a kowtow. Even though I'm grateful, the idea of bowing my head, humph. A simple bow will do. That's it, a bow. Bye. Oh, wait a minute, there's something I almost forgot to say. Due to some circumstances, the updates for a considerable while may be, as usual. I'm outta here. Bye. Chapter 78. The dusk was quietly fading, the last of it hanging like a thin veil over the wilds. When this veil would fall, the day would have arrived. In the sky, a vast black shadow swept past, flying swiftly. Occasionally it would flap its wings to adjust its height. It was Gregory. Even in his dragon form, Gregory could not hide his exhaustion and haggardness. He had been searching and evading something for a long time, especially recently, as a certain premonition had urged him to greatly accelerate his pace. But no matter how hard he tried, he found his efforts fruitless. It was as if an invisible rope had already been tied around his neck, tightening bit by bit, suffocating him to death. Flap flap. Flapping his wings and slowly descending in altitude, Gregory looked toward the distance. He knew there was a hill there, and atop that hill stood the Black Castle, where his daughter and a human boy named Richard lived. Thinking of these, waves rippled in Gregory's heart. Suddenly, as if sensing something, he abruptly looked up toward a direction in the darkness. His body halted midair, seemingly trembling. A sense of danger grew stronger within him. For an instant, Gregory truly wanted to turn around and flee, but he eventually suppressed the urge. He flapped his wings again, descending at an even faster pace, sweeping over the land toward the hill. Meanwhile, in a corner of Mansman Island, a wizard shrouded in a black cloak was moving swiftly. The black cloak veiled his body and face, almost integrating him with the dim night, skimming over the ground like a ghost. Occasionally, he would stop, as if sensing something. A hand extended from his hood, slowly rotating a black iron ring on his index finger. After a moment of confirmation, he resumed his haste, skimming the land at an even greater speed, slightly adjusting his direction. Morning. Richard stepped out of the castle and glanced at the sky, noting its overcast state, which hinted at the possibility of snow. This was not good news. He wanted to leave, and a snowstorm would certainly cause complications en route. With that in mind, Richard felt a gaze upon him from the side. Turning his head, he saw Pandora, who had apparently gotten up already and was standing in the courtyard of the castle, staring straight at him. Wherever he moved, her gaze followed. Pandora remained silent, staring at him somewhat menacingly. Richard couldn't help but give a wry smile. Surely she didn't think that by simply doing this, he wouldn't leave? That was too naive. No matter what, he would still have to go. Even if a massive blizzard fell upon them today and stalled his departure, once the snow melted, he would still leave. The entire forest couldn't possibly be snowing forever, could it? If that was indeed the case, he would genuinely be interested in studying the mechanism of such weather. As Richard pondered this, the sound flap flap rang out. Turning towards the noise, he saw Gregory returning, after having been gone for many days. What was different this time was the unmistakable urgency in Gregory's demeanor, one of dire immediacy. What was going on? Flap flap. Gregory landed in a hurry, not even bothering to change into human form, buzzing, "Richard, get on my back." "Hey!" Richard's eyebrows slightly raised. "What for?" "No more talking, I'm in a hurry, get on my back first," Gregory said without explanation. Richard frowned, thought for a moment, and still climbed onto Gregory's back. Although he hadn't had much contact with Gregory, Richard knew that Gregory's nature wasn't bad and that he wouldn't harm him. And just as Richard had climbed onto Gregory's back, Gregory turned his head and shouted to Pandora, "Dear daughter, Pandora, come onto my back too." "What?" Pandora voiced her confusion. "Why?" "You'll know once you're up here," Gregory said. Pandora frowned, but in the end, she complied and climbed up as well. As soon as Pandora was on his back, Gregory shouted, "Hold tight," and with a flap of his wings, he took off into the air, flying rapidly toward the distance. Or perhaps, fleeing? Richard frowned, watching the flying Gregory, puzzled by his actions. Yet he didn't ask why because he knew that Gregory would eventually provide an explanation. Whoosh whoosh. Gregory was flying extremely fast, covering miles in no time, then descended like a dive bomber, landing in a clearing in the forest, knocking down several trees in the process. After a gentle shake of his body, he signaled Richard and Pandora to dismount. Richard and Pandora jumped down. As soon as they landed, Richard heard Gregory buzz, "Richard, haven't you been talking about leaving for a long time? And I too said, long ago, that I would eventually send you away. Well, now is the time. I have brought you here, you can leave on your own." There was a flicker in Richard's eyes. "Right, and Pandora too, she enjoys playing with you, you can take her with you. I have other matters to attend to, I must leave now." After those buzzed words, Gregory stood up, ready to ascend to the sky. Pandora, on the other hand, knitted her brows and reached out to grab Gregory's tail with such force that it even drew blood. Gregory was acting strange, clearly, Pandora could feel it and wanted to clarify the reason. But Gregory didn't talk her down with soothing words as before, nor did he attempt to coax her, instead, he forcibly flicked his tail and shot straight up into the sky. Circling once in midair, he glanced at Pandora, who was slowly getting up from being knocked over by his tail flick. Her face bore a mix of surprise and fear. Gregory's vertical dragon pupils showed a hint of reluctance, but ultimately he flew back the way he came. "Be good," Gregory said, only to have flown too far away to continue. At that moment, Pandora felt very afraid because Gregory was behaving so differently. Gregory was also afraid, and his fear, or rather terror, was even greater. How many years had it been? The help he was always searching for had never come, but danger had been lurking and following like a shadow. He might escape this time, or he might not, but even if he escaped, it didn't mean he was safe. He would still have to hide in fear, waiting for the next pursuit. What can't be escaped will eventually catch up, so it might be better to face it head-on. So, let's face it then. Gregory thought to himself as he rapidly flew back towards the hill. Pandora, left behind, looked at Richard and couldn't help but grasp his hand. Although she possessed formidable combat abilities and felt she was stronger than Richard, at this moment she felt deep panic and helplessness. Just like a child abandoned by their parents, she had never seen Gregory act like that before, which both shocked and scared her. Holding Richard's hand and looking at him, Pandora spoke out, "Gregory, he..." Richard shook his head without answering, also puzzled as he watched the direction in which Gregory had departed. Gregory's explanation was almost as good as none at all. Indeed, Gregory had previously said he would send him away, and Richard had indeed been talking about leaving. In fact, he had packed his bags and was ready to leave today. But without any notice, Gregory had brought him here and even asked him to take Pandora with him. This seemed not like a farewell, but more like entrusting care. Richard's brow furrowed deeply as a slew of fragments flashed through his mind, from his initial contact with Gregory to the memories of just moments ago. Although he often neglected Gregory and Pandora due to being busy with his research, that didn't mean he completely overlooked their behaviors. The details of their interactions had been specially recorded in his brain using specific memorization techniques, ready to be retrieved quickly when needed. Chapter 79. Memory Extraction, Begin. For a moment, a variety of illusions flashed across Richard's eyes, as the scenery around him began to distort, and he felt as if he had walked into a long room. This room was filled with various wooden racks, and on these racks lay many things, such as pocket watches, giant dragon plus highs, sun emblems, miniature rockery models, and so forth. Rows of items on the wooden racks combined organically to spark associations, as memories started to unfold one by one. Some hidden things underwater quickly connected into a barely visible thread. Time, the third day after arriving at the old castle. Location, the field in front of the small hill castle. Weather, clear. Lighting, appropriate. Temperature. Gregory, Richard casually asked the human-formed Gregory, "Are you suggesting that you have a very long lifespan, able to live for 1,000 years?" "Yes, at least 1,000 years, heh, boy, are you envious?" Gregory appeared somewhat boastful. "Perhaps, but I'm quite curious, how old are you now? And how old can your kind live to be?" Richard inquired. "I'm over 500 years old now. As for my kind, I've got something else to attend to, we can talk another time." Time, 2 days after the first beast tide occurred. Location, the field in front of the small hill castle. Weather, cloudy. Lighting, dim. Temperature. Gregory, last time you mentioned your companions to me. Richard spoke up, where do they usually stay? Like me, they generally live on high mountains, in forests, places where humans seldom tread. Gregory's eyes flickered as he spoke. Oh, why? Humph, boy, do you like living with a bunch of rats? Gregory huffed through his nostrils. Well, okay. But I have another question, how many companions do you have on Mansman Island? Richard pressed on with a slightly serious and inquisitive expression, don't you usually visit and communicate with each other? Why haven't I ever seen any other adult giant dragons besides you? Actually, according to the many books I have read, there are very few records of giant dragons. I just remembered something, I'll talk to you about it when I have time. Time, one day after obtaining the crystal skull. Location, the field in front of the small hill castle. Weather, clear. Lighting, bright. Temperature. Gregory, you've been looking a bit off lately, do you know that Pandora is starting to get upset because you're out so often? Cough cough, how could that be possible? My dear daughter wouldn't be dissatisfied with me, you must be trying to deceive me, kid. Time, 3 days ago. Location, the field in front of the small hill castle. Weather, overcast. Lighting, very dark. Temperature. Gregory, you've been looking more and more off lately, even worse than a month ago. Humph, what's it to you, boy? Believe it or not, even in this state, I can still scorch you with a single breath of fire. Suit yourself. But I'm pretty curious, what have you been so busy with all this time? I never see you anymore, every day, you fly out. What are you searching for? I can't imagine it's to visit your companions? I've asked you this before, but if you really were visiting companions, not to mention the frequency, why is it always you going out, and none of your companions ever come to visit you? Gregory looked like he had a lot on his mind, when suddenly, after a moment, he spoke up, boy, do you really want to know the answer? Richard's eyes glittered, if you're willing, of course I want to know the answer. All right, Gregory said, I can tell you, maybe you'll be able to help me resolve a puzzle, although, the chances are very, very small. What puzzle? A big puzzle, that is. I can't find my companions. Can't find them? What do you mean? It's just as it sounds. Whenever I've ventured out, I've been searching for my companions. But, it seems that apart from Pandora, I am the last dragon in the world, living a lonely existence. Perhaps when I die, and when Pandora dies, my species will be considered extinct. How could that happen? Richard frowned. I don't know, but I just can't find them. Gregory shook his head, a bit lost, it's as if one day, they just vanished. I've been to many places they used to frequent, waited for a long time, but I never saw them again. I've been looking for them, but I just can't find them, and I don't know why. Not even a single clue as to why. Time, 3 days ago after a long silence. Location, the open space in front of the old castle on the hill. Weather, overcast. Illumination, very dim. Temperature. All right, kid, I'll tell you. After a long silence, Gregory spoke up, his tone slightly raised, I do know a little, or rather, I suspect something. What? I suspect that someone has been secretly targeting my race, Gregory said, his gaze turning cold. Targeting your race in secret? Who? Richard was slightly taken aback and guessed, the Dragon Slayer Knights. Humph, Knights. Gregory snorted with disdain, what power do they have to harm my companions? Even the most elite among the knights couldn't withstand the flames from my mouth, just like you right now. Let's get back to the point. Gregory's expression became serious again, I suspect that the ones behind this are the wizards. Wizards? But here on Sman's Island, aren't there very few wizards, and most of them are just powerless wizard apprentices. That's exactly the core of the problem. There aren't many wizards on Sman's Island, so the most likely are from, Gregory let out a breath, wizards from the mainland. The mainland. I don't know if it's true or not, but if it is, I might just be a dragon who luckily escaped. I escaped from the mainland, Gregory explained, the sudden disappearance of the companions I told you about happened on the mainland. I searched many places, but couldn't find them, and as I felt the danger getting closer and closer to me, I started moving from place to place with Pandora. Eventually, we came to Sman's Island. I thought that perhaps we'd be safe here, perhaps I'd find my companions, since this place is poor and scarcely has any wizards. But in these past few years, I've almost searched every corner of Sman's Island and found nothing. Moreover, I've recently sensed the same danger I felt on the mainland returning, and it's getting stronger now. This. By the way, Richard, you want to leave, right? Gregory suddenly asked somewhat abruptly. Well, once my current research is over, I'll leave, Richard calmly responded, having nothing to hide. Is that so? After hearing this, Gregory hesitated for a moment and then asked, what do you think of Pandora? What about her? Richard's eyes flickered, sensing the implication behind Gregory's question, you want me to stay? Or maybe, you want me to take Pandora with me? Gregory fell silent for a while, glanced at Richard, and then shook his head, saying seriously, you're overthinking it. I'm overthinking. You're overthinking. I'm really overthinking. You're really overthinking. I'm really, really overthinking. You're really, really overthinking, said Gregory, then with a hint of impatience, he added, kid, do you ever stop talking? All right then. I have things to do, I must go now. We can talk another time. Gregory turned to leave. Oh, and Gregory, Richard suddenly called out as if he had remembered something, there's something I've been wanting to clarify. What? Generally speaking, psychology works on all intelligent creatures, but reactions can vary due to species habits and social structures. And for humans, when someone lies, they exhibit a series of unnatural behaviors, such as an averted gaze, contracted muscles, and an overall defensive or aggressive posture. Of course, the most important thing is, they will subconsciously repeat what the other person said to alleviate their own stress. I don't know if it's the same for a giant dragon like you. What do you mean? I don't understand what you are saying, said Gregory, his brow deeply furrowed. Well then, let's pretend I didn't say anything. Goodbye. Goodbye. Chapter 80. Memory extraction, complete. Richard's eyes flickered as the scenery around him returned to normal, and he had found a hidden clue. Richard was uncertain whether Gregory, at the time, had understood his concealed meaning, perhaps he did but simply chose not to acknowledge it. Regardless, Gregory obviously sensed some danger approaching, which was why he sent himself and Pandora away. But, the problem was, having been sent away, he couldn't really leave. His packed suitcase was still in the old castle. Even if he didn't need the numerous experimental materials, devices, and records in the suitcase, there were two things that were essential to take with him: the Wizard Book Monroe chapter and the Crystal Skull. Moreover, he was a bit curious what exactly was the danger that Gregory had foreseen. Were there really wizards secretly targeting all the giant dragons? Why? It couldn't simply be for the treasure hoarded by the dragons, could it? Richard didn't know about the other dragons, but as far as Gregory was concerned, there really weren't any valuable gems. The most abundant things in the dragon cave, apart from trash, were stones. To be honest, Gregory, the giant dragon, couldn't just be described as poor, he was pitiable. His entire fortune might not even worth as much as a single gemstone in his suitcase. Could it be that the wizard wanted Gregory's body, to use some part of it as magic materials for casting spells? But, was it necessary to pursue him from thousands of miles across the continent? According to the records in the Monroe chapter, some spells could be cast using casting materials combined with mana to reduce some mana consumption and effectively enhance the magic's power. But even so, it wasn't absolutely necessary to have casting materials. Casting materials were just the icing on the cake, they were good to have but not a deal-breaker without. Some wizards who sought perfection never used casting materials in their spells. So, if it was just for casting materials that the wizard sought to hunt Gregory, even to the point of eradicating the entire giant dragon species, this was inexplicable. What was really going on? What secret did Gregory's giant dragon species possess that made them worth coveting? And who was it, what wizard, that tirelessly pursued the giant dragon species of Gregory? Frowning, Richard pondered. After a moment, Richard turned his head to look at Pandora, who was gripping his hand tightly, afraid that if she let go, he too would walk away after being flung aside by Gregory. Richard couldn't help feeling a headache. Did he really have to take this young dragon, who could only maintain human form, and leave? Taking a deep breath, Richard made a decision. It would be better to go back and take a look. Whether it was for the items in the suitcase, to answer his doubts, or to take Pandora back to Gregory, he had to return, and quickly. After all, delays could cause further complications. Having made a decision, Richard looked at Pandora and said, "We're going back, to find Gregory and see what's really going on." Pandora's eyes widened, she blinked slowly, and spoke softly, "Really? Really, let's go," Richard replied, pulling Pandora toward the hillside. As he spoke, the incantation Wind Light Spirit was simultaneously cast on both his and Pandora's bodies, swiftly navigating them through the forest back to their destination. At that moment, the sky darkened even further, signaling that a significant snowstorm was imminent. Half a while later, Richard and Pandora had traveled 5 or 6 miles through the woods, completing half of the journey. They took a brief rest, preparing to continue onward. Just then, from the direction of the hill in the distance, suddenly came an earth-shattering roar. Roar! It was Gregory. Pandora's body shuddered, and her icy demeanor turned somewhat pale, a hint of panic in her eyes. She didn't know what had happened for Gregory to react this way. The next moment, she saw it. High above the small hill in the distance, 2 dark shadows shot into the sky, entwined in a frenzied struggle. One massive shadow was clearly Gregory, while the other, smaller one resembled a person, a wizard. The battle was ferocious. Gregory continuously spewed out bursts of intense flames, trying to scorch the dark shadow, but the shadow's body was occasionally surrounded by streaks of light, blocking Gregory's fire, and in turn, unleashing bolts of lightning onto Gregory. Gregory was somewhat outmatched, and his pitiful cries echoed as he was overpowered. The figure didn't seem particularly formidable, but every attack precisely targeted his weak spots as if they knew him better than he knew himself. Angered, Gregory roared loudly, and from deep within his throat, a violent explosion of flames engulfed his foe. But in the next moment, he took a heavy blow to the back. The shadow had somehow appeared behind him and slammed down with a spell. Gregory's massive body uncontrollably plummeted towards the ground. The 2 shadows vanished swiftly from the sky, disappearing from both Richard and Pandora's view. Richard felt Pandora's grip tighten yet again, slightly cold, evidently more tense and worried than before. There was no need for many words at this time. Richard simply said, "Let's go." He continued leading Pandora in the direction of the small hill. Crackling sounds. When they approached within 1,000 meters of the hill, Richard stopped with Pandora among the trees of the forest, gazing toward the hilltop. After all, he was there to understand the situation, not to offer up his life. Given the strength of the dark shadow they had just witnessed, and noting that even Gregory was no match, a direct confrontation would likely result in death in an instant. Even with Pandora's presence, the outcome would not change. The disparity in strength was immense. The opponent was very likely a true wizard of the current world, yet it was unknown whether they were a first-level wizard, a second-level wizard, or even a third-level wizard. Regardless, it was not someone Richard could easily contend with. He still needed to be cautious, even if he wanted to understand the situation, retrieve his belongings from the suitcase, try to rescue Gregory, and return Pandora to the other party. The hill was eerily quiet, no movement at all. Richard watched for a long time and saw nothing unusual, his brow slightly furrowed. Pandora, gripping his hand, alternated between tenseness and relaxation, clearly in extreme unrest. Richard reached out with his other hand and gently ruffled her hair, patting her twice to comfort her. After a moment of thought, he pulled out a single-tube spyglass from his chest. The spyglass, invented in the 17th century on modern Earth, was technology hundreds of years ahead of what the current world had displayed. This one had been crafted in the Blue Lion Kingdom. Initially, he had only made 2, the larger one kept in the suitcase, and the smaller, more portable one he carried with him. Usually, Richard would not resort to using it, very much aware of the issues it could cause if discovered by the wrong people. After all, it was an object that could potentially alter the course of war and history. Anything that substantially exceeded the technology of an era or violated the world's level of development, especially if deemed too outlandish by others, would hardly be accepted and would invite great trouble, much like Copernicus's heliocentrism, which had led countless people to persecution. So even as a prince at the palace with absolute authority, Richard had only cautiously studied certain things within certain boundaries. He had never thought to make them widespread, let alone to change this world. Consequently, he didn't help the entire Blue Lion Kingdom progress with advanced skill points or equip their soldiers with firearms, cannons, tanks to conquer the world. He made no improvements to seeds, built no fertilizer factories to increase food production for the masses. Nor did he plagiarize works not present in this world, such as Dante's Divine Comedy, Boccaccio's Decameron, or Shakespeare's Hamlet, to become a poet or a literary giant. Richard held no sense of belonging to this current world, and thus he was rational, individualistic, or one might even say, selfish. This was Richard, and he had always been this way, never changing. Holding the spyglass, he shook his head slightly, casting aside the clutter of thoughts, and placing it to his eye, Richard looked once more toward the hill. Chapter 81. Richard slowly moved with the mirror tube in hand, magnifying and bringing the scene of the hill closer to him, revealing some details. The hill had clearly undergone a fierce battle, with the ground churned up and streaked with scorch marks. Gregory could see no trace, unsure whether he had won or lost in the battle, let alone whether he was alive or dead. Suddenly, Richard's eyebrows lifted, spotting a black shadow moving with its back to him through the telescope, walking out from the edge of the field of view, until it fully appeared at the center, looking down as if inspecting something. Inspecting what? As Richard pondered, the next moment he saw the figure suddenly turn its head sharply, appearing to look straight into the telescope. Richard's gaze collided with that of the figures through the mirror tube instantly. For a moment, Richard felt as if lightning bolted from the figure's pupils, piercing his eyes with pain. Is this the true wizard of the present world? With a silent startle, Richard felt his body's hair stand on end, his muscles tense, pores contracting, his heart racing, and adrenaline beginning to secrete. This was a warning of danger from his body. The danger and deep malice Gregory had once felt came crashing down at this moment. Richard took a deep breath and pursed his lips, not expecting such a turn of events. Originally, he had just wanted to sneak back quietly, find out what had happened, and then improvise. Saving Gregory would be ideal, handing Pandora over to Gregory, and then leaving with the suitcase as quickly as possible would have been the best result. Perhaps, by the time he left, the heavy snow still wouldn't have fallen. But Richard had not anticipated that wizards of the current world could detect surveillance through a telescope from nearly a kilometer away. Were wizards' senses so sharp, were all their strengths so formidable? Or was it just that this opponent was so powerful? Regardless, once the other party had looked his way, all plans were disrupted. The development of events was pushed directly into an extremely adverse state. In the next moment, Richard saw through the mirror tube that the figure had already turned and was descending the hill, rushing toward his position. Without a word, Richard grabbed Pandora and ran towards the deep forest, his mind whirring with methods of response. The opponent was clearly very strong, with even Gregory no match for him. Richard, a first-level wizard apprentice, and Pandora, a young dragon, could not hope to defeat him even bound together. Even if they used Wind Light Spirit to escape, they couldn't truly evade capture, because the opponent's speed was likely far superior to his own. The current situation could be summed up as, unable to fight and unable to flee. So, what to do? It seemed, they had to take a drastic measure. The world is complicated, the strong do not always defeat the weak. Strength might be the key to victory, but it was not everything. So. Snap! Richard's rushing steps with Pandora suddenly stopped, breaking several dry branches ahead, then pretending to continue fleeing from there. He then took Pandora to the side, carefully erasing their footprints along the way. After covering some distance and anticipating the enemy was almost upon them, his gaze hardened, leading Pandora to circumvent and head back towards the hill. Escape was impossible, so they might as well exploit any potential blind spots in the opponent's thinking, fighting for any little time, for a slim chance of survival. We need to head back to the hill, Richard spoke grimly to Pandora as they ran. Once we get there, no matter what you see, no matter what happens, you have to stay calm and do as told. Because if you don't, things will turn very bad, not just for you but for me too. Okay. Eek, Pandora responded, nodding after a moment. Okay. That's good, Richard nodded and picked up the pace again. A short while later, Richard and Pandora returned to the hill, reaching its summit. At first glance, Richard couldn't help but sigh. Even though he had seen part of the scene through the telescope, he had not imagined the hilltop to be this devastated. Everything on the hill was destroyed, the dragon cave collapsed, the black castle ruined, the series of experimental buildings he had constructed also collapsed. The ground was massively churned and scorched, with rivers of crimson blood flowing like a river on the ground. The blood was clearly Gregory's, only his massive body could have bled so much. At this moment, Gregory no longer had his entire body, the only evidence left of his existence was a severed tail on the ground, still bearing a bloodstain from Pandora's claw. It was unfathomable what kind of attack he had suffered. Was Gregory dead? Apparently. Of course, it could be argued that he wasn't, that he was injured or missing, given that Richard had not seen Gregory's body being annihilated personally. But anyone with a bit of reason knew that Gregory's chances of living or escaping were almost nil. Pandora stood there stiffly, staring blankly at the pool of blood, the severed tail within, motionless. It was not clear what she was thinking, or perhaps, at that moment, she was not thinking anything at all. Pandora's mind was blank. Gregory had been her everything all this time, even though he did not care for her, often angered her, and frequently left her alone on outings, leaving her utterly bored waiting for him. But, Gregory was her only family in this world, her only concern. No matter where she was or what the situation, she knew that, ultimately, Gregory would come back to keep her company. But now, everything had changed. Gregory was dead, or rather had disappeared. Her only family was gone, no one would ever be with her again. At this moment, Pandora felt a complex agony, not sure whether it was sorrow or fear, or perhaps a mix of both. Her eyes blurred, her nose tingled, uncertain if she wanted to cry or if she wanted to scream out loud. The world felt unfamiliar, and she felt empty inside, not sure if this was boredom, or something more tedious than boredom, a life with nothing worth remembering. Gregory. Gao Li, Pandora's voice was a soft murmur, resonating in her throat as she felt her body sway, ready to collapse. That was when Richard's hand appeared, landing on her shoulder, steadying her. In an instant, Pandora felt a slight warmth return to her frigid body, turning her head to look at Richard, opening her mouth but silent. By now, Richard had recovered the undamaged suitcase from the ruins of the Black Castle, along with many other useful items. Richard placed a hand on Pandora's shoulder, speaking earnestly. Chapter 82. Richard said to Pandora, "I know you must be very sad right now. In fact, if possible, I wouldn't want to see this happen either. But more important than being sad is facing reality. The situation is bad now, so you must stay calm, you must listen to me. Do you remember what you promised me before we went back and forth across the hill? Now, I need you to fulfill it. You can't get agitated or be sad. You have to act like a true adult. The misleading tracks I made in the forest won't fool our enemies for long. Once they suspect something, a simple check or a spell for detecting our magic will reveal our return to the hill, and then they'll come after us. I'm not sure how much time this will buy us, but we need to act fast and make some preparations. If you want to avenge Gregory, and if you want to survive, then listen to me and get ready according to my plan." Pandora stared at Richard with widened eyes, her eyes flickering once, twice, thrice, before she remained silent for a long time and finally said, "Okay." "Good," Richard responded, then began to issue instructions. After a while, in the forest, a mysterious wizard, dressed in a black hooded robe with only his eyes visible, was moving quickly. He had already traveled more than 20 li, becoming more and more puzzled as he went. He had paid a significant price to eliminate his target and complete his mission, and the rabbit he had seen had clearly run in this direction. The tracks along the way confirmed it, but after chasing this far, why hadn't he seen the rabbit? Could it be that the rabbit was faster than him and had truly escaped? That seemed impossible. Or perhaps... Suddenly thinking of a possibility, the mysterious wizard sharply turned his head, his eyes flashing red as he surveyed his surroundings, then his hand clenched beneath his robe. Damn, he'd been tricked. To think that he had actually been fooled by a rabbit, it was laughable. With a stomp, the mysterious wizard, swift as the wind, retraced his steps, and finally stopped in front of a broken branch. At that moment, in the wizard's eyes, the whole world appeared grey except for a continuous trail of blood-red footprints on the ground, the traces of the rabbit he was tracking. Following the footprints, the mysterious wizard saw them veer off not far from the escape route, loop around in a large arc, and surprisingly head back toward the hill, a place he had never anticipated. Quite interesting, the mysterious wizard stood straight, voiced softly, his eyes flickering, really interesting. It's been a long time since I've seen such a bold rabbit, even its escape is so unexpected. I actually want to know what else it is capable of, what other surprises it can provide me, and maybe spice up this boring task a bit. The next moment, with a sweep of his robe, the mysterious wizard hastened toward the hill. Then he arrived. Tap, tap, the mysterious wizard stepped up the hill, looking around. He noticed some subtle changes to the ground, which seemed different from before he had left, but he couldn't quite pinpoint what had changed. As he was pondering, suddenly he heard a sharp beep like the sound of a whistle. The mysterious wizard abruptly looked up, following the sound, and saw, a few hundred meters away, on the ruins of the Black Castle, a 15 or 16-year-old noble boy standing, looking at him calmly. A warning? A mockery? The mysterious wizard looked puzzled at the boy, unsure why he was so calm, but he was certain that the boy was the rabbit he was seeking. Without hesitation, he dashed towards the boy, ready to close in and strike him dead with his best lightning skill, intending to end it. But he had not anticipated that just as he stepped forward, something exploded beneath his foot with a bang, causing him to stagger almost to the point of falling. The mysterious wizard frowned slightly, stabilizing himself and turning to look at a charred pit beside him, where he found a broken piece of white jade engraved with strange patterns, which looked somewhat like magic rune. A somewhat incredulous thought popped into the mysterious wizard's mind. Could it be that on this barren man's island, someone knew magic rune spells? Interesting. The next moment, the mysterious wizard snorted lightly and continued toward his target. In his view, whether it was a magic rune or not, it posed no threat to him. In the face of absolute power, it was all just a plaything. After all, the disparity in strength was simply too great. But just as he thought this, the ground under his feet exploded again with a bang, a force more powerful than before erupting, and the unprepared wizard nearly toppled over. Damn! The mysterious wizard steadied himself, turning to look at the second crater that appeared, finding again a piece of white jade engraved with patterns. This time the mysterious wizard had to take it seriously. It seemed the rabbit had made preparations and he needed to be cautious. Since this was the case, the mysterious wizard veered to the side, sweeping in an arc towards the rabbit he was eyeing. In his view, since the rabbit had deliberately prepared and stood in a specific straight line with him, that line must be laden with numerous magic rune traps, ready to be triggered by his step. If he charged straight through, he might not be seriously hurt, but he would definitely end up a mess. So, he chose another route to attack. After all, he wasn't stubborn. Thinking this, the mysterious wizard changed his direction toward his observed rabbit. Just a few meters into his dash, there was another bang, and the ground exploded again. This! The mysterious wizard was stunned. The next moment, without hesitation, he changed direction again, but before he could attack, the ground exploded once more, precisely as if he had intentionally stepped on it. But the problem was, he had no idea where the magic rune traps were placed. Damn it, this damned rabbit, could it be that he had filled the entire hill with various magic rune traps? The mysterious wizard couldn't help but think. Even though he could resolve this, like using a floating technique to simply fly up, or employing an area-wide attack magic to bomb the ground, triggering all the existing magic rune traps to eliminate the risk. But really, was it worth it? After all, the opponent was just an extremely weak rabbit, not the target of his mission. Was it worth expending a great deal of mana just to kill a single rabbit? It might be a bit embarrassing to admit. In light of this. Chapter 83. After pondering for a while, the mysterious wizard made a decision. His eyes suddenly narrowed, muscles in his body tensed slightly, mana surged from somewhere within him, rapidly circulating through his internal pathways, before being released. A pale blue shield enveloped the mysterious wizard's entire body. The next moment, the mysterious wizard took a step and charged straight at Richard, forcibly sweeping through and triggering numerous magic traps until he was a few meters away from Richard. Just as he was about to strike, a boom resounded, and an explosion far more powerful than all the previous ones combined suddenly occurred. A bright light flashed, the whole hilltop trembled, heat dispersed, and the shockwave slammed into the pale blue shield with force, causing the surface of the shield to ripple with numerous distortions, as if a thin membrane was being brutally tugged at it, in constant danger of tearing. Thrown uncontrollably into the air by the force of the explosion, the mysterious wizard was unharmed thanks to the protection of the pale blue shield but now felt somewhat annoyed. He was a powerful wizard, and yet he was being toyed with by this rabbit in front of him? Die! Roared the mysterious wizard in his heart. With a wave of his hand, mana flowed out of his body and transformed into a green lightning bolt in mid-air. Like a cold and sinister snake, it slithered and twisted as it bit towards Richard. Seeing the lightning appear in an instant, Richard was not overly panicked. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. His gamble had paid off. Judging from the fragments of the battle he had seen between this wizard and Gregory, the opponent seemed to favor using shaping lightning magic and so. With a crackle, the lightning struck towards Richard. Just as it was about to reach him, it was pulled by an invisible force, forcibly redirected, and landed on an unremarkable, bizarre metal rod beside him. The lightning struck the rod, or rather the flash connection rod, lightning rod, and was quickly discharged into the ground, dissipating. This. The mysterious wizard was slightly taken aback. Richard, on the other hand, was resolute. Indeed, although the spells might be mysterious and powerful, flames were still flames, and lightning was still lightning. If flames could ignite objects, they had to follow the rules of flames. If lightning could electrocute people, it also had to follow the rules of lightning. One couldn't say that the flames and lightning produced by spells, which looked very similar to ordinary flames and lightning, were actually ultimate invincible holy super unreasonable flames and lightning that thought they had to be powerful because they looked impressive, regardless of whether they conformed to logic and science and couldn't be bothered to think about it. Could flames burn in a vacuum, in the absence of oxygen and combustibles? Could lightning, surrounded by conductors, still chase enemies to attack them intelligently and obediently like a lion jumping through rings of fire in a circus, free from the attraction of conductors? Alas, it couldn't. Thunder was bound to be restricted by physical laws, and so the attack failed. Therefore, the next part of the plan should be able to proceed smoothly. Richard thought to himself as he looked at the still dazed mysterious wizard. The mysterious wizard remained in a daze, unable to understand how, at such close range, his most skilled spell had missed. But he quickly regained his composure, took a light breath, and was about to attack again. Richard didn't give the mysterious wizard a second chance to strike. After all, the flash connection rod could only protect him from a lightning strike under certain conditions. It didn't make him invincible. If the mysterious wizard used a wide area, high-power lightning magic, or any other type of attack magic, he would undoubtedly be in trouble. Thus, just as the mysterious wizard was about to make his move, Richard pulled something out of his chest, a crystal object the size of an apple and shaped like a human skull, the crystal skull. Mana surged rapidly within his body and poured into the crystal skull as Richard, holding the crystal skull, aimed it at the mysterious wizard, unleashing a powerful spiritual wave impact. This was a full-powered strike, with the emitted spiritual wave impact being thousands of times stronger than that which had afflicted each beast during the beast tide. It could completely reduce the most powerful wild beast to idiocy, and likewise, a wizard could not avoid being affected. Richard saw the spiritual wave impact hit the mysterious wizard, who was preparing to attack. The wizard's body suddenly stiffened, and the next moment, began to tremble. "Damn kid, what have you done to me?" the mysterious wizard shouted tremblingly. Then his eyes turned red and his voice changed, sounding like he had encountered a sworn enemy with a vendetta as deep as the sea. He roared, "I'm going to kill you, you damned rabbit! How dare you deceive me, mock me, toy with me? Die!" The word die bellowed from his throat as the mysterious wizard charged at high speed, one arm raised with fingers sprouting incredibly sharp dark gleams, swinging down like the claws of a ferocious beast. Shape dark energy system, 1 circle low level, dark claw. Richard's eyes flashed, no hesitation. Although he didn't know the specifics of the spell, he knew that the attack from the angry mysterious wizard would definitely be formidable and not something he could easily withstand. Richard took a deep breath, waved his hand, and mana surged out. The air moved like a wall being thrust out. Shape wind element 0 circle high order extreme wind repel. The spell was successfully released, but the mysterious wizard was unaffected and continued to rush forward, while Richard was blown backward. Richard's use of strong wind repel was not to attack the mysterious wizard, but to propel himself. The reason for this was that Richard's spell casting was only to increase the distance. Attacking the mysterious wizard was uncertain due to insufficient information about his power, while casting it on himself kept the effects within a controllable range. Thinking this, Richard felt his whole body being smacked heavily by a giant's palm, flying backward. Midair, he crossed his arms over his chest to minimize damage, curled his body to reduce air resistance, and plummeted in an arc towards the ground behind him. Normally, Richard would have landed quickly since wind repel was only 0 circle magic. Even with multiple layers of enhanced power, it couldn't become a flying spell. But right behind Richard was the slope of a small hill. As his body's height dropped, the ground steepened, and so the arc he made became a parabola as he rapidly descended the hill. The moment before landing, Richard used Wind Light Spirit to reduce part of the impact, then rolled to dissipate the remaining force, and turned to run towards the distant base of the hill. Atop the hill, the mysterious wizard used Dark Claw to attack. After a missed strike, it took quite some time to realize what had happened. Looking at Richard, who had moved far down the hill, he could have employed countless methods to teach Richard a lesson, but his brain, filled with rage and confusion, chose the most foolish approach. Roar! The mysterious wizard let out a bestial cry from his throat, the veins on his temples pulsating under his hood, the veins on his arms under his robe bulging, his eyes fixed dead on the figure of Richard trying to escape. In the next moment, his body began twisting and deforming, limbs thickening, skull elongating, blue-black hair growing from beneath his skin, transforming into a large werewolf. Werewolf. Demonized creatures werewolf. Transformation type construction magic first circle middle stage brutal werewolf. After transforming into the werewolf, the mysterious wizard moved its legs and pursued Richard down the hill. Then ensued a chase, a war of attrition. Chapter 84. The battle of attrition was underway. The werewolf that the mysterious wizard had transformed into was pursuing Richard from behind, without using any support magic, yet merely its physical superiority allowed it to sustain bursts of speed far exceeding that of a normal human for long periods. Instead of catching up and attacking Richard directly, it seemed intent on wearing him down in this manner, aiming to exhaust Richard to death, miring him in despair before killing him. Richard kept running ahead, just running, his body enveloped in multiple layers of wind-light spirit, enabling him to perform movements that defied common sense, crossing barriers like a nimble spirit, managing to put a little more distance between himself and the werewolf each time. After maintaining this frantic pace for a while, Richard started to take deep breaths, sweat pouring out, but his speed did not change. At this point, Richard harbored little fear in his heart, barring any unforeseen events, he felt confident in sustaining his pace indefinitely. If the mysterious wizard dared not revert to human form, Richard was convinced that the werewolf would collapse before him in this endurance battle, perhaps even dropping dead from exhaustion. The reason was simple: humans are the best long-distance runners on Earth. Short toes, elongated legs, elastic tendons, well-developed gluteus muscles, a lithe and supple frame, the ability to twist at the waist, arms swinging to offset the center of gravity with each stride, sturdy neck ligaments to stabilize the head during a run, and a high body fat content to provide a continuous energy supply. All of these combine to form the strongest, most endurance-suited body structure. Moreover, cooling and breathing, as two golden advantages, make humans superior in endurance to any other creature on Earth, humans included. Firstly, cooling. Cooling is the primary barrier to long-distance running, and it includes both body and brain cooling. In terms of body cooling, humans can sweat at 500 grams per square meter per hour, doubling the rate of a camel and quintupling that of a horse, aided by well-developed sweat glands that rapidly lower body temperature. For brain cooling, the human cranial venous system is advanced, with numerous tiny holes in the skull allowing blood to flow out of the brain and under the skin, cooling the brain swiftly. Other animals, when it comes to body cooling, mostly have sweat glands incomparable to those of humans. They do not rely primarily on sweating to dissipate heat, resulting in slow temperature reduction. For example, dogs pant and stick out their tongues, relying on terminal respiration, sweat glands inside the mouth. Cats lick their paws, sweat glands are on the paws. Monkeys shake their tails, tails have veins. Elephants and rabbits flap their ears, ears have rich capillary networks. Such methods of cooling are insufficient for sustaining high-speed activity over long periods. On modern-day Earth, people have placed cheetahs on treadmills and found that although the treadmill's speed was nowhere near their top speed of 110 km per hour, their body temperature soared, and once it reached 40 degrees Celsius, cheetahs refused to move at all. As for brain cooling, the cranial venous systems in other animals resemble that of humans, also going into the spine and then to the lungs. But without the skull's tiny holes, their brains cool much slower. Once they begin to run at high speed, they cannot dispel heat in time and must slow down, lest they suffer brain death. For instance, if a horse ran at a constant speed without stopping, it could die, and overheating of the brain is a very likely cause. Secondly, breathing. Without breathing, there is no life, naturally, there is no running. And breathing typically involves two aspects: frequency and depth. Human advantages lie in the ability to consciously strengthen and deepen breathing when high-speed activity increases the demand for oxygen and, when necessary, to open the mouth and use it for taking in oxygen. The disadvantage for other animals is that they breathe passively. The rhythm and depth of their breathing rely solely on the movement of their limbs, which drive the expansion and contraction of their chest cavity. They cannot breathe through their mouths, only their noses. And the larger the animal and the longer its nasal cavity, the lower the efficiency. When running, they cannot meet the oxygen supply demand, so they must slow down to reduce oxygen consumption, or they risk death. For example, a horse that died while fleeing at high speed likely succumbed to blood oxygen deficiency, which led to a combination of poisoning and stroke. There is no question that humans are the best at long-distance running in the world. In terms of simple combat strength, humans are no match for fierce animals such as leopards, wolves, tigers, and lions, nor can they outpace wild horses, antelopes, or boars when it comes to short bursts of speed. However, in the hunting and gathering era, our human ancestors acted in groups, often dozens or even hundreds strong, hunting together. Each person holding a spear, shouting, chasing, forcing the wild beast to flee desperately in one direction. And the wild beasts stood no chance of escaping. Heat dissipation and breathing cinched the necks of each wild beast like a death shackle. The leopard, no matter how swift, had to stop after a few minutes. Wolves, lions, and tigers, no matter how powerful, had to collapse after a dozen minutes. Even the endurance-favored herbivores like antelopes and wild horses rarely managed to run continuously for over an hour. When these beasts were pushed to run until they were starving and parched, until they stopped in place panting, resting, and trying to find food, human ancestors would track them down following their escape trails and droppings, armed with dried food and weapons. They might have pursued for several hours, perhaps the whole day, but the outcome was decided from the start, predetermined by the Creator at the moment of creation. Human ancestors rose to prominence this way. Their success was not only due to their wisdom in crafting weapons and cooperation but also owed to their robust bodies and a bestial nature surpassing all creatures. In ancient times, humans truly were the unchallenged king of 10,000 beasts. King of beasts, fierce animals, ruled the forest. King of 10,000 beasts, humans, hunted everything. The fact that people often feel incapable of achieving this, causing them to doubt, is entirely due to their environment, so-called wisdom, and the constraints of their willpower. It's like a house cat raised in a room that gets startled by a mouse, even though genetically and physiologically, there's no difference between it and a country cat that hunts mice. In some sense, many people are like pets raised by society's advanced survival mode. If they dared to step out of this mode, they could reclaim their lost instincts and possess unbelievable abilities. On modern Earth, many are undertaking such challenges, best evidenced by numerous extreme records. The full marathon of 195 kilometers, male record 2 hours 2 minutes 57 seconds, female record 2 hours 15 minutes 25 seconds. The 100 kilometers ultramarathon, male record 6 hours 13 minutes 33 seconds, female record 6 hours 33 minutes 11 seconds. The 100 miles, 160 kilometers, ultramarathon, record 11 hours 40 minutes 55 seconds. The 135 miles, 217 kilometers, Badwater Ultramarathon in California's Death Valley, United States, record 25 hours 41 minutes 18 seconds. The 246 kilometers Spartathlon, male record 26 hours 28 minutes 19 seconds, female record 27 hours 2 minutes 17 seconds. The 875 kilometers Sydney to Melbourne Ultramarathon, record 5 days 15 hours 4 minutes. For Richard, becoming a werewolf as a mysterious wizard didn't confer the advantages of a wolf, but rather its disadvantages. The more he transformed into a wolf, the greater the disadvantages he received. Whereas he, as a human, had consciously trained his body for over a decade before arriving in this world, without having received any magical abilities. Certainly, due to limited conditions, he could not reach the peak of human physical state. Even after beginning to research magic, his training slacked, but the foundational strength was there. He was confident he could outlast the werewolf transformed by the mysterious wizard. Of course, this was under the assumption that the opponent would be foolish enough to keep running like this, without making any changes. Would the opponent do that? Richard watched as he leaped over a rock in the forest and looked back. Chapter 85. Richard looked behind him. The werewolf the mysterious wizard had transformed into was still in pursuit, not breaking into a high speed, as if it actually intended to win by wearing him down. Maybe only in this way could the mysterious wizard feel satisfied. Alternatively, it could be that the wizard's intelligence had decreased following the transformation, coupled with the crystal skull's attack, leading the opponent to truly become a wild beast, mistaking the chase for hunting rather than combat. In that case, Richard's eyes flickered, and he continued rushing forward. Gradually, Richard saw the werewolf that the mysterious wizard had become go from silent running to opening its mouth and sticking out its tongue in an attempt to cool down. Wolves and dogs are the same, unable to sweat like humans because of their thick fur, relying instead on their tongues to dissipate heat. Gradually, Richard saw the opponent go from panting with tongue out to gasping convulsively, making sounds deep within its throat like pulling a torn bellows. And then, gradually, Richard saw the opponent stop. Yes, stop. It stood there with red eyes, panting, and sounds like suffocation emerging from deep within its throat. Richard also stopped and locked gazes with the creature's blood-red eyes. There was no exchange, nor any need for one. Richard watched the opponent, took out a whistle, put it to his mouth, and blew hard, emitting a toot sound. Richard wasn't sure to what extent the mysterious wizard, after being struck by the crystal skull's neural wave impact, was infuriated or how much reason remained, but he was certain that this mode of expression was definitely understandable to the other party. Toot. Stopped. Can't go on. Chase. Roar. The werewolf the mysterious wizard had become, even if in a lucid state, could have been provoked to fury by Richard's blunt approach, especially since it was already in a state of confusion. The next moment, it let out a roar and, completely animal-like on all fours, resumed its pursuit. Richard turned and ran. The mysterious wizard, now completely enraged, began to accelerate continuously. It seemed to have given up the idea of an endurance battle, or maybe its brain was utterly overtaken by bestial instinct, blindly determined to catch up to Richard and kill him. The werewolf that the mysterious wizard had become had its fur flying in midair as its limbs rapidly hit the ground, chasing after Richard like an arrow. Richard's gaze slightly intensified, as he burst forth with all his speed, pushing the wind-light spirit to its limit. With each rush, he leaped several meters. But after a short while, the werewolf the mysterious wizard had become was still steadily closing the distance to Richard. This time, it seemed Richard was the one who could barely keep going. It had to be said, the gap in strength was indeed somewhat large. The wizard, even though completely irrational with anger and not using support magic, still had a speed far surpassing that of Richard in its total frenzy. At this moment, the marathon had turned into a sprint. It was no longer a contest of endurance, but of speed. In this situation, the physiological advantages of humans vanished and the disadvantages became apparent. The extremely high-speed running reduced the proportion of aerobic exercise. The oxygen breathed in by the human body could not supply metabolism in time, and fats could no longer offer sufficient energy. Anaerobic respiration kicked in extensively, cell metabolism began to utilize the residual oxygen from previous respiration, and body sugar started to replace fats to provide energy. His body entered a high-intensity movement mode, and his metabolic activity continuously broke through limits, as if life itself were burning. In such a condition, lactic acid began to accumulate massively in his blood, the pH levels within muscle cells dropped, and the whole body began to uncontrollably experience soreness and fatigue. This wasn't something willpower could resist, because it was a limitation created by the human body's structure. That was why high-intensity activity was so difficult for humans to maintain for more than 2 minutes. Beyond 2 minutes, one had to stop and rest for a long period to allow the lactic acid in the blood to be buffered and neutralized, so that the blood's pH level could return to normal. But now, the werewolf that the mysterious wizard had transformed into kept gaining on him. Where was the time for rest? What to do? Richard's lips pursed, and the next moment, while rushing along, he uttered a spell, mana surged forth, and in an instant, his blood began to boil. Boiling, boiling. Transformational construction magic zero circle low order biting boiling blood technique. In Richard's view, the purpose of spell casting shouldn't be to solve every issue encountered but, at the most opportune moment, to achieve the greatest value at the smallest cost. A spell should be a fulcrum and a lever, a latent science in the current world, used to pry open seemingly impossible situations, to reverse the tide. Archimedes, the god who could lift the heavens, said, "Give me a place to stand and a lever long enough and I shall move the earth." To Richard, the current world should be with the right spell at the appropriate time, one can change everything that seems impossible. The biting boiling blood technique was such a spell. Its function was to heighten the activity of the blood, accelerating its flow. As described in the Monroe chapter, it helped some physically weak wizards keep warm in cold conditions and was considered an even more insignificant spell than flame impact. The reason it was considered insignificant yet still recorded was because, according to legend, it had the effect of enhancing a wizard's ability in a certain unspeakable area. After gaining extraordinary powers, wizards rarely lived ascetic lives. As another class far above ordinary people, even the most abstinent wizard would seem decadent to common folk. Under these circumstances, and to avoid a certain kind of embarrassment, many wizards studied methods to enhance their abilities in that unspeakable area. Some relied on pharmaceuticals, some on magic tools, and others on spells. As one such unimpressive but unrestricted spell, the biting boiling blood technique was passed down. It's like an urban legend from modern Earth, where eating certain bizarre foods can improve certain abilities. While their efficacy is unknown, at least they do no harm. Even if they're useless, they can still fill your stomach. And for a wizard, even if it's ineffective, it can provide warmth. Thus, the biting boiling blood technique was taken seriously and recorded in the Monroe chapter. However, when Richard used it now, he wasn't preparing for any unspeakable activities after all. The only creature nearby was the werewolf that the mysterious wizard had transformed into, and that would be a taste too strong. Richard cast the biting boiling blood technique mainly to take advantage of the increased blood activity it induced to break down the high concentration of lactic acid. After successfully casting the spell, Richard felt the blood vessels beneath his skin warm slightly, the somewhat hot blood flowed through him, warming his entire body. Sweat poured out, almost soaking him from head to toe, and the soreness and fatigue in his muscles eased for the moment. With an eruption of strength, Richard's speed increased underfoot, preventing the werewolf, the transformed mysterious wizard, from closing in further but instead maintaining a certain distance as he continued to rush towards the distance. The battle of attrition chase continued. Chapter 86. The chase continued. Richard was in front, with the werewolf that the mysterious wizard had transformed into trailing behind. After an initial burst of high speed, the werewolf that the mysterious wizard had transformed into inevitably slowed down once more. This time, it wasn't to toy with or wear down Richard, it simply couldn't catch up. At that moment, the werewolf longed to stop and rest, but the intermittent sound of a whistle in front of it kept it from stopping, compelling it to keep chasing, and then chase some more. In the weary pursuit, the roles of prey and hunter had blurred, silently reversing without one side even realizing it. The drain on Richard continued relentlessly. Feeling his blood, hot as boiling water, coursing through his body once again, Richard exhaled. The breath, far hotter than the normal human body temperature, collided with the cold winter air outside, rapidly condensing into tiny droplets, creating a large puff of white steam that bloomed like a snow lotus in mid-air. Richard had no time to admire the sight. He glanced over his shoulder at the werewolf, which was nearly spent, and a thought flashed through his mind: it should be about time, Pandora must be ready by now. With that, the first phase can end, and we can move on to the second phase. I hope everything goes smoothly, I hope the plan proceeds without a hitch, otherwise. Shaking his head to dispel a sliver of concern and sensing the werewolf behind him slowing down again, Richard took out the whistle and put it to his lips, blowing hard. Toot toot. The sharp sound seemed to pierce the winter sky, shrilly drilling into the air and into the werewolf's ears. The werewolf, agitated, gasped for breath and sped up again in pursuit. Richard, however, took a sharp turn, changing direction towards a distant location. After a while, Richard raced along, leading the werewolf the mysterious wizard had become to a strange place, darting towards it. The werewolf tirelessly pursued Richard, but just as it seemed on the verge of catching up, suddenly, from behind a tree, a thick tree trunk swung out like a giant club, and smashed hard against its body. Bang! The force of the hit was so great that the tree trunk snapped the moment it struck the werewolf. The broken end spun away, with splinters scattering explosively in all directions. The werewolf, caught by the unexpected blow, didn't even grunt before it was sent flying, like a kite with its string cut, soaring over 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground. Pandora emerged from behind the tree, glancing coldly at the werewolf before turning to Richard with a look that asked, "How's that?" "Not bad," Richard communicated his response with a look as well. "But this is just the beginning. There's still a lot to be done." "I know." Richard looked toward the werewolf in the distance, seeing it roll several times after landing, then stand up. Shaking vigorously, it shed the mud and broken leaves from its fur, casting a dangerous glance their way. The werewolf appeared unharmed from the blow, or if it was injured, it didn't show. This was expected by Richard. If the opponent could be easily wounded, or even severely injured, why would Gregory have been unable to kill it? And why would he himself have gone to the trouble of devising a series of plans? To kill the almost unkillable opponent, almost impossible methods must be used. Everything so far was just the beginning. Richard inhaled deeply, noticing the werewolf eyeing Pandora with malicious intent, and immediately gestured, "Retreat." Pandora stood still, eyeing the werewolf with widened eyes, her hand gripping the half of the tree trunk, and spoke earnestly, "I can beat him." Richard frowned and said to Pandora, "Whether you can beat him is beside the point. We must follow the plan. Do you remember what you promised me? PSST. Be good." With a roar, the werewolf charged at Pandora, who gave the werewolf a fierce glare before turning to leave. The werewolf followed in hot pursuit, but Pandora did not even look back. Just as the werewolf was about to catch up with Pandora and attack, Pandora suddenly leaped forward. The werewolf hadn't even reacted when, the next moment, the ground beneath his feet blasted open with a boom. A powerful explosion occurred, the bright flash almost blinding the werewolf, causing dizziness and eliciting an unclear howl of "Aoo." With a hiss, the werewolf's fur and flesh were scorched by the spreading heat, and with a bang, his body was blown away by the shockwave. After being blasted 4 or 5 meters away and then hitting the ground, the werewolf got up, shook its head to recover its senses, and realized what had just happened. When it looked for Pandora again, there was no trace of her. Instead, the next moment, it was struck by a barely detectable flame impact. Shape-shifting fire magic zero circle low-level flame impact. With a puff, the flames ignited the werewolf's fur, beginning to burn with a foul smell. The werewolf sniffed and looked down at its chest, swiftly patting out the fire, then refocused its gaze on Richard. The next moment, it let out a low growl and chased after Richard. Richard turned and ran, heading deep into the forest, the werewolf hot on his heels. Moments later, as Richard was about to run over a mound, the werewolf nearly caught up. From the other side of the mound, a patient black shadow sprang forth, violently colliding with the werewolf. It was a wild buffalo that often came to drink water by the hillside pond. The impact was so forceful that one of the buffalo's horns snapped off. After the collision, the buffalo did not even look back to see the results but turned and ran away. The werewolf, having been tumbled down the hillock, struggled to its feet and was about to chase after the buffalo. The moment it stepped forward, another explosion occurred, blasting it away again. Roaring, the werewolf struggled to stand, and Richard's flame impact, which wasn't very powerful, hit it again, shifting its hatred and continuing the chase. Richard ran on, soon darting past a dry, large tree in the forest. The werewolf followed close behind, then Pandora, hidden behind the tree, struck it with a tree trunk and blew it away. Where it fell, another explosion was triggered, and it was blown away a second time. Pandora quickly retreated, while Richard continued to draw the werewolf's pursuit. After a short while, Richard crossed a sunken hollow. With a leap, he went from the bottom of the hollow to the higher edge. The werewolf, stepping on both feet, charged after him. A shadow as large as a small mountain burst forth and crashed into it, a wild boar that drank at the hillside pond. Although usually disobedient and prone to cutting in line, the boar put in a lot of effort this time. With a forceful collision that made its nose slightly crooked, the boar huffed and ran away. The werewolf, landing at the bottom of the hollow, triggered another explosion. It struggled several times before painfully getting up. Before it could let out a sound, Richard hit it with another flame impact. The werewolf, eyes red, leaped out and pursued Richard again. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Bang! Boom! Bang! Boom! The werewolf kept chasing, but could never catch up. Constantly under attack, yet never able to strike back. Because the enemy attacking it was constantly changing, attacking once before leaving. The werewolf was furious, frenzied, numb. The werewolf's vitality was being continuously drained, its blood flow constantly encouraged, its alertness steadily worn down. But the werewolf had not received any serious injuries, all of the attacks combined would hardly qualify as minor injuries. Such was the werewolf, or rather, the strength of the mysterious wizard who had turned into a werewolf. After a good while, the werewolf was hit by a tree trunk wielded by Pandora from behind a tree again, fell to the ground, and set off another explosion that blasted it a second time. Pandora withdrew. Richard's eyes flashed, then narrowed, and he muttered to himself, "It's about time, let's move on to the third phase." Chapter 87. Boom boom! Boom boom! From a distance, the continuous explosions could be heard. Pandora, in the forest, lifted her head towards the direction of the sounds, but her view was blocked by numerous trees, and she couldn't see anything. She knew that a fierce battle was raging far away. She wanted to go and have a look, she wanted to help, but she couldn't because Richard wouldn't let her. Richard told her to patiently wait after she had finished all the tasks he had assigned and not to interfere. Was she interfering? How could she be interfering? Pandora thought unhappily, pouting her lips. In the next moment, she reached out and rubbed the boar's stiff bristles vigorously. At that moment, the wild boar lay beside her, having attacked the werewolf 3 times during the previous assault. Although it hadn't inflicted significant damage on the werewolf, it had exerted a great deal of effort. The cost of this was a distinct bending to one side of its nose. The wild boar grunted, its nose indeed painful, but it felt proud inside, for it had made a significant contribution and it was a heroic wild boar surely deserving of Pandora's massage. Yes, just like that, right, continue, press harder. While the wild boar was enjoying its massage, Pandora suddenly stopped, because the explosions and booming sounds from a distance had abruptly ceased. The noisy forest suddenly fell silent, a silence that was somewhat frightening. Could Richard have been killed? A thought arose in Pandora's mind, and her body trembled slightly. The wild boar lying beside her looked at Pandora in surprise. In the next moment, it cocked its head and pleasingly stuck out its tongue to lick Pandora's hand. Unlike previously when it was beaten up, this time Pandora didn't move and let the wild boar lick her with its tongue. The wild boar was eagerly licking when suddenly it felt lighter, it was being lifted up. What is this? The wild boar was shocked. It couldn't be pretending to let go before, only to now throw it out and kill it, right? It was a heroic, wild boar. You can't treat a hero, a wild boar like this. While it was thinking, the wild boar felt a tightness around its body. Looking back, it was being held in Pandora's arms. Hey? What's this? The wild boar didn't know why, but it felt like it could distinctly sense Pandora's feelings at this moment, a kind of loneliness, or perhaps fear of loneliness. How pitiful! The wild boar instinctively snuggled closer into Pandora's embrace and settled down, trying to comfort Pandora in this way. At this moment, the wild boar thought, so comfortable, so warm. Further away, in a clearing in the forest. The ground was full of pits and depressions, covered with traces of being scorched, frozen, electrically shocked, acid-corroded, and wind-torn, a complete mess. Among these, roughly 1/10 were caused by Richard using magic and the magic rune White Jade. The remaining 9/10 were the handiwork of the mysterious wizard. At this time, the mysterious wizard, having transformed back from a werewolf into a human form, looked no different than when in his werewolf form, with blood-red eyes glaring directly at Richard. A hoarse shout emitted from his throat, and listening closely, one could barely make out the repeated words, "Die, die, die." Richard stood at the edge of the clearing, one hand covering his shoulder, blood continuously streaming out, caused by a wooden stake used by the mysterious wizard. In addition, his whole body was covered in a layer of frost, as if he had just stepped out of a freezer, the result of the ice mist unleashed by the mysterious wizard. At that moment, Richard felt an extreme chill throughout his body, his joints and muscles were exceedingly stiff, and his skin suffered varying degrees of frostbite. It was only because of the biting boiling blood technique at work that he could still move normally. It was important to realize that this was merely the residual effect of the mysterious wizard's magic, and a direct hit would have undoubtedly frozen him solid. It had to be said, the strength of wizards was formidable, almost irresistible. In fact, Richard had never intended to confront directly. All his tactics consisted of dodging and ambushing, and he had never truly fought a round against the mysterious wizard. After all, even then, he was already severely injured, and a heated confrontation would likely have obliterated him immediately. At that moment, the mysterious wizard might have been angry or lost his rationale, perhaps even his alertness was dulled, but that did not mean he was easy to deal with. Richard looked at the mysterious wizard and saw his cloak was covered in dust and scorched marks. The wizard seemed disheveled, but only sustained some minor injuries at most, hardly serious. To seriously wound or even kill him seemed like an impossible task. What should he do? Richard's expression remained calm as he watched the wizard, whose anger reached its peak, rationale at its lowest, alertness numbed to the extreme, simply wanting to mechanically slaughter him. Richard took a deep breath. He raised his hand, cast a flame impact toward his adversary, put the whistle in his mouth, blew it forcefully, and started running towards the distance. Tweet tweet! The mysterious wizard, eyes blood red, rushed out, chasing after Richard. At that moment, the grey sky seemed to sense something, as snowflakes began to fall, scattering generously upon the earth. In the distance, there was a mountain, and on the mountain, a cave. The mysterious wizard, with his eyes blood red, trampling on the snowflakes, rushed forward, clearly hearing the tweet-tweet sound of the whistle, and thus kept pursuing relentlessly. 100 meters, 200 meters, 300 meters. The mysterious wizard caught up to the mountain and mid-slope, then noticed the whistle's sound suddenly stopped. It wasn't that it stopped, but it had become faint. The mysterious wizard paused briefly, lifting his head to look ahead and saw clear footprints extending forward, into a hole in a rock wall, or rather a man-made tunnel. The much weakened whistle sound was coming from the tunnel. Did he run inside? Was he trying to hide? Still blowing the whistle? You've exposed yourself. I'm going to kill you. One thought after another uncontrollably sprang from the mind of the mysterious wizard. At this point, he was utterly unable to control his thoughts, feeling as though he had finally found an opportunity to completely kill the rabbit he had been chasing, thus without any hesitation, he charged into the tunnel without any caution. The tunnel was narrow and long, yet the mysterious wizard thought of nothing else but charged straight to its deepest part, following the sound of the whistle, passing through the crumbling supports, into a secret chamber at the end of the tunnel. Inside the chamber was an altar, the surface of which was carved with many magic runes, but at this time, they had been destroyed, losing their original function. Replacing them were two pieces of white jade plate on top, one on each side, serving some role, controlling the airflow. Because of the airflow, a whistle floated about 10 centimeters above the two white jade plates. Chapter 88. On the altar, two magic rune white jade plates controlled the air, which continuously flowed into the whistle. After entering the whistle's resonance chamber, the air vibrated rapidly before flowing out, producing the sound toot-toot. Toot-toot-toot-toot. The mysterious wizard rushed forward, grabbed the whistle, and with a slight effort, crushed it directly, then he realized he might have missed something. No, that's not right. The whistle stopped sounding, but where had the rabbit gone? The mysterious wizard, with eyes red, scanned his surroundings and found nothing, thoughts uncontrollably leaping into his mind. The damn rabbit must be right here. But he had hidden himself. He must be found. He must be killed. Kill him. Then, at that moment, a flash of fire passed by at the entrance of the corridor, followed quickly along a hidden fuse, spreading throughout the entire corridor and secret chambers drilled holes. Inside these holes were liquid oxygen explosives, some crafted by spells, others made from magic rune white jade plates. They had quietly waited, appearing harmless, until this moment when they fully erupted. The mysterious wizard's eyes still bloodshot, the very next moment, the whole corridor and secret chambers violently shook and thunderously collapsed. The mysterious wizard turned his head instinctively, somewhat slow and puzzled, but too numb to even use a protective spell, felt a darkness before his eyes and a heaviness in his body as an irresistible force overwhelmed him and pressed him to the ground. Boom boom boom, more stones fell, burying him solidly, entombed deep within the mountain. Below the mountain, Richard quietly watched. He observed the entire mountain shake violently, large stones tumbling down, making the mountain seem shorter, filling up the corridors and secret chambers carved out from within. Suddenly the whole world quieted, as if it had always been this quiet. The fourth stage of the plan had ended, and with it, everything else. From the beginning, provoking and wearing down the mysterious wizard was in preparation for this final attack. All preparations ensured the wizard's maximum anger and loss of reason, then entering the corridor unguarded. The drill holes in the corridor, some pre-planned, some hastily made recently, were filled with liquid oxygen explosives, ready to completely bury the mysterious wizard within the mountain at the right moment. This was the only chance to kill him. Richard was unclear on the full extent of the mysterious wizard's power, but it was definitely very strong, stronger than Gregory. Therefore, no matter what, even with all his effort, it was very difficult to kill the opponent in direct combat. Only this method could ensure burying the opponent. This was also the safest, most reliable method, and probably one which the mysterious wizard had never anticipated. Rabbit, hey! Richard looked at the quiet mountain and muttered, calling me rabbit, do you think I am weak? Perhaps, but haven't you heard the saying, rabbits may be weak, but they are also very dangerous. The red eyes of the rabbit symbolize anger, the long ears suggest alertness, and the three-part mouth indicates left, right, and forward no way back. Its short tail symbolizes pessimism while its long legs, though not suited for running, suggest an alternate approach to tasks, and its short forelimbs indicate caution. Its soft fur portrays a mastery in disguise and the long teeth, a last resort. The rabbit possesses all the traits of an antisocial criminal not acting until absolutely necessary, but when it does, it strikes like thunder. Capable of crossing rivers, scaling mountains, and hiding in snowy terrain or tunnels, it attacks suddenly amidst blizzards and deep night, unexpectedly assaulting the white-headed eagle in a fraction of a moment, leaving no room for defense. Wild beasts are fierce, but the most dangerous creature in the dark forest is not the tremendous bears, the cruel white-headed eagles, nor the robust John buffalo, but the rabbit. Richard muttered to himself, then shook his head. The things he said couldn't be understood by the dead mysterious wizard, let alone the living ones. In fact, much of what he said couldn't be understood by anyone in this world. But since that was the case, what harm was there in speaking them? Must he really keep everything bottled up inside? Sighing softly, he looked up at the sky and saw the snow falling heavier, as if to cloak the whole world in white. So peacefully white, solemnly white, like a global funeral. Was it a funeral for the mysterious wizard? Or perhaps for Gregory? Richard pondered for a moment, then took out his whistle and blew a slightly different tune toward the direction behind him. Toot 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 toot. Toot 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 toot. Soon, Pandora, clad in purple, approached from within the snowstorm, with the wild boar snorting behind her. On reaching Richard's side and looking at the now smaller mountain, Pandora took a long time before finally asking, "Dead?" "Not sure yet," Richard replied, looking at the mountain, though indeed there shouldn't be any possibility of survival. "Yet nothing is absolute, we need time to prove it." "How long should we wait?" Pandora asked again after a long hesitation, with a furrowed brow. "A very long time," Richard responded. "Pandora, scary. Wild boar, snort snort." Under hypoxic conditions, the brain dies 6 minutes later, the cerebellum 10 minutes later, and the brain stem 20 minutes later. With severe injuries and arterial ruptures, a human's blood will drain within 30 minutes and die before completely bleeding out. Without any water intake, a human will die after 72 hours due to severe dehydration. Without any food intake, a human will die after 168 hours due to malnutrition and multiple organ failure. However, for a mysterious wizard buried in the mountain, lacking oxygen, severely injured, without water, and without food, the time Richard waited to confirm his death was half a month. When faced with unmanageable dangers, Richard was always very patient, or rather, very cautious. It wasn't until half a month later, when the mysterious wizard hadn't emerged from the mountain, that Richard finally confirmed his death. Then, it took almost the same amount of time to drill into another rock face of the mountain to excavate the mysterious wizard's body. Thus, from the mysterious wizard entering the mountain to leaving it, a full month passed. During this time, it had snowed twice, once heavily and another time equally intensely. Pandora cried twice, once making no sound and shedding no tears, and another time also without sound or tears, just blankly staring in front of Gregory's grave, her eyes turning red. Yes, Gregory was buried that day, right at the location of the little mountain dragon cave. And the body considered. Chapter 89. In front of Gregory's cemetery, Richard was holding the shattered head of the mysterious wizard and placed it on the tombstone. Pandora stood there, her gaze somewhat blank as she stared into the distance, lost in thought for a long time. The winter sun slowly rose from the east, resembling a yolk of a goose egg, its reddish light reflecting on the hilltop, on Pandora's face, and in Richard's eyes. Richard's eyes squinted reflexively, he glanced at the sun, turned his head toward Pandora, and said, "Let's go." Pandora's blank gaze finally shifted, turning to look at Richard as if asking something, but she made no sound. Richard met Pandora's gaze, seemed like he wanted to say something, but in the end, he just shook his head and let out a light sigh. "Let's go." Pandora watched Richard stand up, thought for a moment, nodded her head, and earnestly replied, "Okay." Turning around, the two figures, one tall and one short, walked down the hillside under the winter sunlight, with their fading voices continuously transmitting. "Richard." "Yes." "Will you always take me with you? Don't be like Gregory. As long as you behave." "Oh," after a long silence, came the determined objection, "No. I didn't even listen to Gregory, and I sure won't listen to you." "Then suit yourself, but now it's getting late, and we need to hurry on our way, so we must walk faster, understand?" "Oh." Their voices gradually grew distant. At the foot of the hill by the pond, numerous animals were queued up to drink water, and shortly it was the wild boar's turn. The wild boar, with its slightly crooked snout, approached the pond, lowered its head, and gulped down the water, feeling the refreshingly cold sensation rapidly filling its body, causing it to involuntarily shiver. After drinking, it turned its head to the side, watching the two distant figures walking further away, with no intention of looking back at it. The wild boar couldn't help but huff and puff in frustration. It was a heroic wild boar, after all. Without it, how could those two people be where they are now? And yet those two just walked away without even looking back, without so much as a goodbye. Too outrageous. Utterly heartless, absolutely cold-blooded. It had queued up so tediously, for whom? Was it that no one would come to stroke its mane ever again, no matter how long it waited in line in the future? This infuriated the animal. At this moment, the wild boar's heart was filled with rage, extreme rage. The wild boar decided it wanted revenge. It would no longer act as a heroic wild boar, instead, it would become an evil wild boar. Yes, an evil wild boar. Evil starts now, starts with the little things. It was going to uproot all the other animals that were still in line, making up for all the times it had failed to do so before. Turning its head, the boar grunted as it looked at the other animals still queuing. The boar's gaze landed on a monkey first, then shook its head. Forget it, this monkey had been sick for a long time. Whether it could survive the winter was questionable. Was it a heroic, no, villainous boar supposed to bully the other? That would be beneath it. Turning its head, the boar looked at a deer and shook its head again. Forget it, this deer had never troubled it, always walking a wide berth around it. There was even a time when it gave up its early drinking turn to the boar. It couldn't repay kindness with malice. Although it aspired to be a villainous boar, it was one with principles. Then it turned to look at a black bear, grunted decisively, and made up its mind, it was the one. This clumsy bear had been an eyesore to it since the morning. Not only did it drink more water than itself, but it had also chickened out from joining the previous attack on that black-robed guy. It must teach it a lesson. Grunt, grunt. With a forceful kick of its feet, the boar charged at the black bear in the queue. And then... bang! Squeal, squeal! The boar shrieked in pain, its mind filled with cries of agony, as it dully realized that the injury on its snout hadn't yet healed. This. As the sun gradually rose higher, the boar, looking at the bright light, felt like its nose was about to fall off, its eyes inevitably moistening. Why was its pig life so hard? Grunt, grunt! Meanwhile, somewhere in the world, within a palace. In the palace's main bedroom. Bright light streamed through the windows, landing on the soft, large bed in the room. In that bed, nestled in the soft, velvet bedding, a young noble, or rather a prince, slept soundly. The sunlight hitting his eyelids made him frown subconsciously, and after a moment, he opened his eyes, looking around in a daze. Then something occurred to him, and with a start, he sat up abruptly, his gaze darting around. The muscles on his face began twitching unnaturally, his lips quivering as if he regretted something terribly. In the corner of the bedroom, two maids observed the prince's reaction with curiosity. They quietly approached, ready to assist him in getting up, dressing, and having breakfast. Gro, being a prince, noticed the maid's intentions and frowned deeply. He took a deep sigh, scratched his head vigorously, then irritably waved the maids away, sending them out. Having done this, he collapsed back into the bed as if drained of all strength, his face edged with defeat. Again. I failed again, fell asleep again. Gro muttered, how many days has it been, how many dozens of times have I tried? Except for 5 times that were successful, the rest all failed, I fell asleep. Meditation, meditation, I know it's about forgetting the body while keeping the consciousness alert, but, why can't I maintain it? Sigh, do I really lack the talent to become a wizard? Even with the use of potions, the success rate of meditation is less than 1 in 10. At this rate, I fear I'll run out of potion before I ever master meditation. With these words, Gro hurriedly climbed out of bed and rummaged through a gilded wooden chest beside his bed to find a potion bottle. He gently shook it, realizing there was indeed not much left. Sighing again, he carefully put the potion bottle away and, with his hair in disarray, pushed open the bedroom door and walked out. Moments later, a guard approached him head-on, informing him that His Majesty the King had arrived. Big brother. Gro couldn't help but pause, his tone filled with puzzlement and then indifference. What does he want? Prince, His Majesty the King didn't say, the guard cautiously replied. Already in a bad mood, Gro felt a shadow pass over him at this news. He waved the guard aside and continued forward, entering the reception room. Moments later, after sending off the new king who had come to visit in a personal capacity, Gro's mood worsened. It wasn't because the new king bore any malice. In fact, this brother, nearly 20 years his senior, showed concern for him without any sign of harshness. He kindly told him that there was no need to worry about the domain issues, and the title would be conferred, but due to various problems in the kingdom, he would need to wait a while longer, hoping he would not be anxious or overthink. As for these matters, Gro had already been informed in advance. But now, when everything seemed to proceed according to plan, Gro couldn't help but feel a profound sense of despondency, not understanding why. Stunned in the hallway for a long time, Gro turned and walked to one side, making several turns until he entered the study. Chapter 90. Prince Gro's study in the palace was vast and spacious, filled with numerous bookshelves that were crammed with books. Anyone unfamiliar who entered the study would assume that Gro was a well-read and knowledgeable prince. But in truth, he had never read any of these books. The study wasn't really his, for although it was nominally his property, the real master was his teacher, a court tutor, one of the very few people he trusted. Gro, dressed untidily, walked into the study and saw an elderly man with silver hair who had long been sitting in the study, engrossed in reading a book so close to his nose due to poor eyesight. The old man was so absorbed in his reading that he didn't notice his arrival. After a long while, the old man became a bit thirsty, put down the book, and took a sip from a somewhat cooled cup before realizing that there was an additional person in the room. Seeing Gro just out of bed, the old man was not at all surprised, as if he had seen it all before, merely shaking his head slightly before reaching for his book, ready to continue reading. It was then Gro couldn't help but speak up, looking at the silver-haired old man. "Teacher." You say," Gro frowned and asked, "do you say that I am a failure? What's wrong?" "You see," Gro said, "in politics, I can't compete with my elder brother. In other areas, I'm not outstanding either. I cannot bear hardships, nor endure suffering, so my swordsmanship is poor, my horse riding is poor, my insight is insufficient, I'm timid, and I almost have no prestige. To be honest, it might be a good thing if my brother becomes the king. If it were me, I certainly couldn't do a good job, I might even throw the entire kingdom into chaos. Recently, I have been trying the wizard's meditation, but even after taking some potions, the effects are not significant. I feel like I'm truly useless, incapable of doing anything well. If I weren't a prince, but the son of an ordinary farmer, I probably would have died a long time ago, right? I feel there's really no meaning in living this way." Having said that, Gro's face showed complete dejection, a look hoping for guidance. The silver-haired old man spoke slowly, addressing Gro, "Not at all." "Hey? Teacher, do you mean I am not that bad?" Gro's eyes lit up slightly. "No, I mean, if your highness truly became the son of an ordinary farmer, it doesn't necessarily mean you would die young. And your highness' life, as well as many people's lives, actually aren't meaningless because of their insignificance, but because they never had meaning to begin with." "Your highness," the silver-haired old man turned his head, squinting his eyes to look at Gro, spoke softly, "You should know, cough cough, most of this world is made up of ordinary people. Whether it's a farmer's son or a noble, very few possess qualities like courage, wisdom, decisiveness, or rationality. However, the number of people who are brutal, evil, cruel, or bloodthirsty is also not high. Most people, essentially, have no substantial difference, timid and ignorant, which can be called ordinary, or they can be called mediocre. Your highness, you've realized your own mediocrity, which is good, you have already surpassed many people. And now, what you need to do is to accept this mediocrity." What's wrong with mediocrity, after all? Why must people pursue something? Once a person has pursuits, has desires, that's when the suffering begins. People, in fact, should be content with being ordinary, this is how they will experience some happiness, as the world can't be changed by one or two individuals. We, cough cough, we're nothing more than insects on the earth. We're born, we live, and then we will eventually die. Our lives, there's no necessity to assume they have any meaning, just like the fat chickens raised in the palace kitchen. Your highness, do you think they live with any meaning? For themselves, there's no meaning, but for us, they have purpose because we eat their flesh. Cough cough. To be alive doesn't necessarily need to have meaning, Your Highness. The reason you ponder on this question is simply because you're alive. Really, the many beasts on earth, the many people, do they truly all have a meaning? Of course not. As long as enough taxes are collected, the Lord will not care whether the farmers on his land are happy or if their lives have meaning. 100 farmers, and another 100 farmers, make no difference to the Lord. Your Highness, in my view, the entire world is chaotic and full of temptations. An ordinary person can easily get lost in it, attracted by something, be it love, wealth, or power, then mistakenly believe that this is so-called life's meaning and then strive and struggle for it. Maybe you'll catch up in the end and realize it's all nothing much. Maybe you won't and die with regrets. Actually, this is all just life's deceit. Life inherently has no meaning. The only difference between it and death is being alive. Your Highness, you're fortunate to be a prince, not having to consider food and warmth like an ordinary farmer, but beyond that, not much else. You could be a good prince or a bad one, but you're just a prince, unable to change too many things. Even your brother the new king is just a king. He can't casually do anything to change the world. We're all insects on the earth, we live, whether struggling or easily. Accepting our lives are utterly meaningless and then calmly facing death, that's all we can do. Do you know why I'm always reading here? Because only by reading can I forget all this and find moments of peace. After listening to this lengthy teaching, Gro felt completely unsettled, his already despondent, dispirited mood plunged even deeper, feeling that the whole world was a dull grey, genuinely meaningless. Everything his tutor had said seemed very true, everything was without meaning. The things he pursued, the things he wanted, had no value, bringing only pain and trouble, with no benefits at all. But deep inside, Gro vaguely felt that something was amiss. Could it be that truly everything was meaningless? Why do all people live vaguely in this world? What are they truly living for? Could there be nobody who truly wishes to do something genuinely meaningful? Regrettably, he could not answer this question. Perhaps someone could? Gro, slumping in the wooden chair in the study, couldn't help but recall the person he had met in the forest of Viscount Lansite's domain at the border, the young wizard. Was his life also meaningless? If there was meaning, what would it be? Did he know the meaning of life, of the world? End of Volume 1. Chapter 91. Many days later. The snow flew heavily. Feather-like snowflakes fell ceaselessly, filling every corner of the view with a pure white landscape. The entire world had quieted down. Occasionally, fierce winds would rise, carrying large clumps of snow towards the pedestrians on the road, provoking a string of curses followed by the sound of chattering teeth. 10 miles south of the royal capital of the Jade Kingdom, there was a small town called Oak Town. In this town stood an inn, the Oak Inn, which served as a resting and lodging place for those traveling to or from the royal capital. In such weather, business was booming. Nightfall came, and the snow grew heavier, the wind tighter, making the whole world seem as if it were shivering from the cold. Inside the Oak Inn, just a wall apart, the flames in the fireplace roared, sending waves of heat to warm everyone inside. The ground floor of the inn was a tavern with dozens of tables, more than half of which were already occupied. There were blacksmiths from the town, civilians warming up, passing merchants, and mercenary teams that were clearly not to be trifled with. A 4-person mercenary team was sitting at a table close to the fireplace, 3 men and 1 woman. With his back to the fireplace sat Mura, the captain of the mercenary team, clad in chain armor, his face marked with the passage of time. Though he was only in his 50s, due to excessive toil and poor nutrition, his hair was half white, making him appear more like a man in his 60s. His strength was not necessarily the greatest in the mercenary team, but his rich experience and composure in the face of adversity made him the core of the group. At that moment, he slowly tore bread, softened it in the soup before him, and sent it to his mouth, chewing with a blank expression as if it were medicine. To the left of Mura sat a burly man as large as a bear named Zak. His muscles bulged explosively from beneath his iron armor, his face reddened by the reflection from the fireplace. He was currently munching on a fat chicken, gulping it down after a hearty chew before raising the cup of malt wine on the table and downing it in one go. The person to the right of Mura seemed to pale in comparison to Zak, being a good half-head shorter and somewhat skinny. He was named Cole. At that moment, he was gnawing on a greasy chicken leg, glancing slyly around while nibbling, eyeing the money bags of the surrounding people. Previously a thief due to his unstable income, he ultimately chose to join the mercenary team. But given the chance, he wouldn't mind reverting to his old trade for some extra profit. On the last side of the table, sitting opposite Mura, was a woman, a very young and pretty woman, but also one who did not seem easy to provoke, named Danis. She was tall and wore form-fitting armor, her golden hair cascading behind her like gold, her lips as if they were flames in the act of burning, her eyes occasionally revealing a hint of seduction. With a leg powerfully crossed over the other, she sat at an angle in her seat, appearing somewhat lazy. She didn't eat anything, just holding a cup of malt wine in her hand, watching the people around her with interest. Unlike Cole, Danis did not look at other people's money bags but assessed each person's face and build. Now and then, she would nod in appreciation, smacking her lips, or shake her head, blatantly exhibiting a look of disgust. The people around her were somewhat angered by her gaze, but seeing that the mercenaries were not to be messed with, they eventually bowed their heads and pretended as if they saw nothing. This elicited a burst of light laughter from Danis. Hee, a bunch of cowards. As the captain, Mura frowned and couldn't help but remind her, Danis, don't go too far. We don't want any trouble. Take it easy, Uncle Mura, Danis replied, her lips curving up as she looked at Mura. I know my limits. I know who to provoke and who to steer clear of. I won't cause any trouble for the mercenary team, you just relax. Muke let out a sigh and did not respond, but shook his head and lowered it to continue eating, looking as if he had no desire to say more. Danis turned to look at Cole and asked with a smile, Cole, do you think I'm right? Right, of course right, Cole said, his tone somewhat perfunctory as his gaze lingered more on the money bags of the people around him. After a moment of disappointment, he withdrew his gaze and muttered under his breath, a bunch of paupers. Danis then turned to look at Zack, who was like a big bear, and asked aloud, Zack, do you think I'm right? Gulp. Zack swallowed the food in his mouth, staring straight at Danis as he said, right, of course right, everything you say is right, Danis. Giggle, giggle. Danis laughed. Her laughter sounded like tinkling silver bells in Zack's ears, incredibly pleasing, especially the last sentence that made his whole spine tingle, as if a current had passed through it, fool. Zack's whole body shivered, and his face flushed bright red in an instant, he stared at Danis for a long while, unable to speak. After what seemed like summoning great courage, he finally called out, I'm not a fool, I just like you. Giggle, giggle. Danis laughed again, playfully tapping Zack with her hand, looking very happy, but not taking it to heart at all. Fool, don't be silly. What use is your liking for me? Are you hoping I would marry you? Do you have money? Status? A large inheritance to claim? Danis kept asking with a smile, but the seriousness in her eyes felt like needles to Zack, leaving him mumbling, unable to say a word. Zack, be realistic, Danis said, I'm not going to marry you. You can't expect me to marry you, to keep washing your clothes, cooking your meals, having children and then live a life of sorrow like a peasant woman, can you? I'm going to marry into nobility, Danis said, as if telling Zack and reminding herself, very determinedly, I must marry a noble, even a small noble will do, but I absolutely cannot marry a civilian. Anyway, I've had enough of civilian life, not eating well, not sleeping well, it's really terrible. Before Danis could finish, the door of the inn was suddenly pushed open. The wind from outside, carrying snow, rushed into the hall of the Oak Inn, making all the patrons shiver and frown as they looked toward the newcomer. Danis also stopped talking and looked over, then she saw a young man entering, dressed as if he were a noble, followed by a little maid? It must be a little maid. Danis watched for a while and made up her mind. Because the noble youth had the little girl behind him carrying the luggage instead of himself, although the luggage did not seem to be very heavy. But a noble with a little maid, in Oaktown, was rather strange, wasn't it? Are noble youths so bold now, going out without a guard? Aren't they afraid of catching the eye of someone with intent and having some unpleasant things happen? Danis couldn't help but frown. Chapter 92. Richard walked into the inn and looked around, noticing the town's residents, passers-by, and, of course, a hard-to-miss mercenary team, raising an eyebrow slightly. In the medieval era, there indeed existed mercenary teams or mercenary groups, considered some of the earliest mercenaries. They varied in size and were favored by many small countries or small nobles. After all, some small countries might only have a few cities, and some small nobles could only have a castle, a town, or a few villages, incapable of maintaining an army on their own. Therefore, when an army was needed, they had to spend a significant amount of money to hire mercenaries. Generally speaking, the tasks assigned to mercenaries varied greatly. Some were arduous, like ensuring the security of a city or participating in a battle until victory was achieved. Others were almost laughable, such as protecting a noble's lover at all times or hunting a special beast in the forest, among others. Simply put, being a mercenary was a high-risk profession in the medieval world. They sold their combat skills and risked their lives in exchange for good remuneration. As such, the mercenaries were a mixed lot: men, women, the elderly, children, good people, bad people, and more often than not, those who prioritized their interests above all else. Therefore, trustworthiness was highly valued among the medieval mercenaries. Once they took the money, they would do the job, and if the employer wanted someone chopped, they would certainly chop. If on the battlefield, the employer's enemy could double the pay, they would guarantee absolute neutrality. If the employer's enemy offered 3 times the pay, they would turn sides in the middle of battle. Clear pricing, no deception involved. Of course, there were some exceptions. For instance, the Swiss mercenaries that emerged towards the end of the medieval period on modern Earth were renowned for their discipline, bravery, and loyalty. During the 3 Burgundian Wars, the Swiss mercenaries defeated the Duke of Burgundy, bold Charles, several times, the last time even resulting in his death. During the sack of Rome, Carlos I, who was simultaneously the King of Spain and Emperor of the Holy Roman Empire, surrounded Rome with 30,000 troops intending to capture the Pope. The Swiss mercenaries, covering for the Pope's escape, saw 147 out of 189 men perish but ultimately completed their mission. Since then, on modern Earth, the Swiss Guard has served as the protective force and ceremonial symbol for the Pope's Vatican. After glancing at the mercenary team consisting of 3 men and 1 woman, Richard was hesitant to make any conclusions about whether they were trustworthy mercenaries or the outlier type, especially without having seen their actions. But this had little to do with him. He was merely preparing to stay here for the night before heading to the royal capital of Jade City tomorrow to meet Gro. Richard walked up to the counter, requested an available room, and ordered his meal to be delivered to his room. Without any fuss, he turned and ascended the stairs with Pandora. Danis watched as Richard walked upstairs with Pandora, who resembled a little maid. Her eyes flickered, then she felt someone gently poking her. Turning her head, she saw Cole looking over. "What's up?" Danis asked. "Hee." Cole chuckled at Danis and whispered, "So, Danis, you fancy that young noble lad with barely any beard?" "Ha!" Danis didn't deny it, looking sideways. "So what? Young and adorable, that's exactly my type." "That's perfect," Cole spoke up, "our goals are the same, but the difference is, you're interested in the person, while I'm interested in the money. How about it, shall we collaborate on a job?" Danis's eyes narrowed as she stared at Cole for a while and then said, "How do I know you're telling the truth? What if you're just using me? This has happened before, right? Yeah, 3 months ago, I distracted the target for you, and after you took the luggage from his room, you just slipped away. Left me to be entangled by that disgusting fat merchant all night." "Ha!" Cole wasn't embarrassed, he said with a grin that wasn't really a smile, "It goes both ways, let's not point fingers. 6 months ago, I helped you hook up with that young what's his name Baron Eyre, and you didn't help me pick his pocket either. After all the effort you put into flirting with him, he didn't fall for you, wasting a perfect opportunity to get rich." Danis's eyebrows furrowed, showing a hint of annoyance. Cole quickly waved his hands, "Stop, stop, stop. Let's talk business. Are we doing this or not? The plan is this, you use your, charm to lure that noble guy out, anywhere. If you can, best lead him to your room and into your bed, make him swear to marry you. That's always been your goal, hasn't it? Meanwhile, I will take the chance to rummage through his luggage in his room." "Humph, don't forget, he has a little maid," Danis said. "Ha, a little girl not even as tall as my chest, what could she do? I'll deceive her with a few words, and if not, I'll just tie her up, gag her, and toss her in a corner." "She can't overturn heaven," Cole said disdainfully. "Then you'd better wear a mask. The noble youth and that little maid saw us together earlier. Although they might not remember, if the maid recognizes you and then tells the noble youth, the plan is completely ruined. Of course, you could kill her, but you know, I don't like killing." All right, what a hassle, but I'll follow your advice." "I'll wear a mask," Cole said impatiently, then paused as if thinking of something, and asked, "So does that mean you agree to the plan?" "Agree, of course I agree," Danis said, her lips curling up. "Why wouldn't I? It's not easy to come across a noble, especially one who's alone. I can't let this chance slip by." "But aren't you worried that this noble might be a fake? There are quite a few pretending to be nobles these days. And him having just a single mate is suspicious. If that's really the case, then I'll treat him very well." Danis's voice grew cold, then shifted again, her eyes twinkling. "But if by chance he is a real noble, even if he's the smallest of lord heirs, I'll make sure he thoroughly enjoys the pleasure of being a man, not a boy, and make him absolutely unable to leave me." Watching Danis's demeanor, Cole couldn't help but lick his lips, feeling a dryness in his throat, but then he calmed down. In his view, money was far more important than a woman. With money, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Danis's desperation to snatch up every noble was ultimately just for money. If he had money, he could completely think about buying a title, and then Danis might actually climb into his bed willingly. Well, of course, that would require a hefty sum of money. At this point, the leader of the mercenary team, Muke, spoke up, seemingly full after eating, and tapped the table. "I'm going back to my room to sleep, and you shouldn't stay up too late either. We need to head to the royal capital early tomorrow, don't delay." "Ah, yes," the others responded. After Muke went upstairs, the burly man who had eaten his fill glanced at Danis, seemingly reluctant to leave, but then went upstairs as well. Cole and Danis continued discussing, finalizing some details, before finally heading upstairs themselves. Chapter 93. Upstairs, Richard and Pandora walked into the room. Taking steps, Pandora walked to the table's edge and placed the suitcase she was carrying onto the table with a bang, causing the whole table to creak under the strain. Though the suitcase appeared unremarkable externally, it was filled with quite a few items. Even Richard, without using any spells, felt it heavy to lift. Of course, for the giant dragon girl Pandora, it was another story altogether. It felt almost weightless, much lighter than the massive tree trunk she had held in her arms before. In Pandora's view, using the suitcase to hit someone would be terribly ineffective. It would be safer to go to the forest, pull out a tree, and carry that instead. Thinking of such strange things, Pandora put down the suitcase and walked towards the neatly made bed, sitting down on its softness, feeling some comfort. But soon, she smelled a faint stench wafting continuously from inside the bed. HMMPH, Pandora wrinkled her brow and sniffed, then thought for a second before flipping the bedding over to sit on the bare mattress, seemingly satisfied with her decision. Richard, watching nearby, shook his head slightly, not wanting to say much. He sat in front of the table, opened the suitcase, and took out a papyrus scroll, a quill, and a bottle of ink, beginning to write something. Even while traveling, he was still studying several things, primarily a ring he had found on the body of a mysterious wizard. Lately, he felt he had made some progress in his research and was writing down some conjectures on the scroll, organizing his thoughts. After a while, food was served, and after a simple meal, Richard continued writing. As night fell, the noise from the tavern below gradually faded, and it became quiet outside. In the cold winter night, not even the chirping of insects could be heard, only the clear sound of the walls cracking from the contracting cold. Crack, crack, crack. Richard's heart was incredibly calm as he continued writing on the papyrus scroll. After a moment, as he reached the end and was about to put down the quill, a series of clear footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Tap, 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 tap. The footsteps went from distant to near, stopping at the door. Richard's eyes flickered toward the door, and a moment later, he heard a gentle knocking, bang, 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 bang. Who? Richard raised an eyebrow and asked. There was no response from outside the door. But the knocking continued. Bang, 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 bang. Richard frowned slightly, glanced at Pandora, who was quietly sitting in a corner of the mattress and daydreaming, then strode towards the door. With a creak, the door opened, and Richard saw a woman standing outside, someone he had seen before, the female mercenary who had been drinking in the tavern on the first floor. Given her appearance, it was hard not to notice her, but he wondered why she would come here. Richard noticed that the female mercenary had taken off the armor she had been wearing, now dressed in a tight outfit. Her lips were painted red as fire. Her eyebrows delicately shaped, showing just a hint of curve, quite exquisite. No doubt, the female mercenary's attire was very eye-catching, surpassing most women of the medieval era. But what did she want? Richard frowned slightly. At this moment, the female mercenary stood at the door, looking at Richard without any signs of shock, more a furrowing of brows, sinking her heart, but then she smiled and softly said, "Noble young master, allow me to introduce myself. I am Danis, a mercenary. You must have seen me downstairs in the tavern." "So?" Richard squinted, asking. Danis clenched her teeth secretly, well aware that only if a man showed enough initiative would it count as successful. True attraction should leave no trace, making the target unaware of being attracted. But this young man kept a straight face, showing no desire in his eyes, only wariness, which made her feel somewhat troubled. But even if it was troublesome, she had to press on, for good opportunities to meet a noble, especially a fresh and delicious young noble like him, were rare, and who knew when the next opportunity would arise. She was determined. Danis thought and then revealed a radiant smile, her lips curling upwards as she brightly looked at Richard and spoke, "Do you find me beautiful?" "So?" Richard repeated his earlier question. Danis was at a loss for words. "If there is nothing else, please leave," Richard spoke, gesturing to the side, "I am busy with something." Danis's eyes flickered, and the next moment, with nothing to lose, she grabbed Richard's hand and asked, "I heard that a noble young master like you often has many female companions. Are you interested in letting me be one of them?" "For free, of course." Richard was expressionless. He had already speculated about many things before stepping out the door. After speaking the first time, he had confirmed most of it. After the second time, he had almost fully figured out Danis's intentions. Now, having listened to her, he had anticipated all the possible consequences that could arise from this situation. A romantic encounter? Impossible. There are no free lunches in the world, even if there were, they wouldn't just happen casually. Things that fall from the sky are usually traps. If he wasn't mistaken, she must have accomplices nearby, waiting for the right moment to act. Perhaps they would jump out shouting, "Catch the adulterer," or enter the room to steal, or something else. But no matter what, this was an apparent attempt at fishing. Fishing in the medieval era? Not very clever, indeed. Given that. The next moment, Richard acted in response. Danis still maintained a smile, feeling nearly certain about her actions. After all, being so forward, what man could resist? Danis remained patient, waiting for Richard's further reaction, but the next moment, she felt a vast force from his hand, almost crushing her fingers. "Ah!" Danis couldn't help but cry out in pain, her entire body shaking, her facial muscles involuntarily distorting as she tried to pull away. But thinking of her goal, Danis forcibly suppressed the impulse to resist, struggling to maintain a smile on her face as she blinked and looked at Richard, her voice trembling slightly, "Young master, does this mean you agree?" After speaking, Danis stiffly curled her lips, maintaining a radiant smile as she looked towards Richard. Chapter 94. Regarding Danis's performance, Richard quickly made his final judgment and said to her, "Sorry, I'm not interested." After finishing his sentence, he released his grasp, stepped back inside the door, and was about to close it. "Wait a minute." Just then, Richard saw a short and slim mercenary stride out from a nearby inn's room, pointing at him and shouting, "Kid, you dare to bully Danis, don't walk away." Richard's brows furrowed slightly. It seemed the setup behind him was already too impatient to jump out. It seemed even less qualified now. What surprised Richard was that the female mercenary Danis actually scolded her companion, saying icily to the man who had walked out, "Cole, this is none of your business. I am willing to let this young master bully me, so go back where you came from." It looked like she still didn't want to give up, and wanted to follow the script they had previously agreed upon. But the male mercenary Cole wouldn't have it, and started arguing, "What do you mean, willing? I heard you screaming in pain. This kid clearly bullied you, so he has to compensate." "Nonsense, the young master didn't bully me, it was all my own choice. Is it wrong for me to enjoy being pinched until it hurts?" Danis said. "Ha, you like it. How about I pinch you and see? Get lost, if your dirty hands dare to touch me, I'll chop them off." All right, don't get excited, listen to me." Cole took Danis aside and they began whispering. He thought Richard couldn't hear, but after 3 times of life remolding and the spiritual strength enhancement by the crystal skull, Richard's perception and spiritual strength were far beyond average people. He could clearly hear every word of the conversation between the two. You've already failed. Why are you still clinging on? We might as well cooperate and scam him out of some money. You bastard, who says I failed? I still have a chance. Don't be foolish, he doesn't like you at all. Even if you throw yourself at him and he really does humiliate you, he'll discard you like a piece of snot afterward. Pfft, how would you know without trying? Besides, if that really happens, he's just my type. I'm willing to be discarded. You're hopeless. I don't need you to save me. Clearly, Cole thought Dennis had already failed, whereas Dennis felt there was still a chance to salvage the situation. The two quarreled fiercely without giving an inch. Just when Richard thought they would keep arguing, the situation took a sudden turn. No, my loss is too great, my hand still hurts. So I want 60%. Bullshit, it's just a pinch, what can it do? It seemed like you actually enjoyed it. So, a split is the most we can do, you take 50%, and I'll take 50. Fine, but there's one condition. Okay, you really are persistent. I'm willing. After the conversation, Richard saw Dennis and Cole, the two mercenaries, walk back. Cole walked with an air of arrogance, while Dennis followed behind like someone who had suffered a great injustice. Cole walked directly up to Richard, looking up at him. Kid, Dennis told me that you bullied her and even injured her. Now you have two choices, either marry Dennis. As he said this, Cole glanced at Dennis as if to say, I've done what I promised you. Then Cole continued, of course, if you don't want to marry her, you'll have to pay her a large sum of money, at least 5 gold coins. Yes, 5 gold coins. Not one less. And they must be circulating jade coins from the kingdom, don't try to fool me with any fake stuff. At this point, Dennis suddenly poked Cole in the back. Realizing something, Cole swept a glance at Richard. Ah, you're not from the Jade Kingdom, right? Then other gold coins, silver coins, or whatever will do, but I'll check their quality. Like those crappy self-made gold coins, they better be worth 3 for 1, don't think you can cheat me. Watching Cole as he ranted on with spittle flying, Richard revealed an expression full of meaning. Having spoken his piece, Cole reached out to Richard, ready to demand the coins. Suddenly, at that moment, a door not far away opened. From the mercenary team, Zack, burly as a bear, emerged from the door, half squinting as if he were up for a midnight pee, his upper body bare and his lower half covered in tattered shorts. After a few steps, Zack sensed something, slowly opened his eyes, and, seeing Dennis and Cole in the corridor, as well as Richard in the room, paused slightly and then woke up fully. Dennis, what are you doing? Zack looked at Dennis and asked. Dennis couldn't help but press her forehead, well aware that Zack had feelings for her. Speaking out about this matter was bound to anger him, and who knew what kind of chaos would follow. Hopefully, no one would get killed, as killings were the most troublesome. Dennis prayed inwardly, not immediately answering Zack's question. Seeing Zack's physique, Cole's eyes flashed with the thought of extorting more money from Richard. The next moment, Cole looked at Zack with a hint of anger. Zack, you've arrived just in time. This kid here bullied Dennis and even scratched her chest. I heard the noise and came out, just catching him and was about to make him pay, we can't let him off easily. What? Hearing this, Zack's eyes went wide, he turned his head to look at Dennis and asked, is what Cole said true? It's true, I guess, Dennis answered with an unnatural expression and an odd tone, unable to help but add, Zack, you mustn't kill anyone. What? Zack let out a roar, his eyes blood red as he turned toward Richard, morphing from a bear into a raging bull. He entirely ignored Dennis's strange demeanor, his ears only registering Dennis's two-word reply, really? Kid, you dare to really bully Dennis? I'll slaughter you. With big strides, Zack moved to the doorway, clenching his fists, ready to land a fierce punch on Richard. His fist swinging through the air, he felt it lacked force, quickly scanning his body, realizing he hadn't brought any weapons with him. After all, he only intended to get up for the night and hadn't anticipated a fight. His favorite two-handed greatsword was left in the room, and there was clearly no time to retrieve it now. His peripheral vision caught sight of a dagger strapped to Cole's waist, and Zack's eyes immediately lit up, his hand reaching for Cole's waist. Cole saw it, and so did Dennis. Dennis exhaled sharply, don't. Cole instinctively wanted to reach out and block it, but seeing Zach's thick arm swing around menacingly, he realized that if he tried to block it, his arm might just get broken. He pulled back his arm again. Zach's hand successfully grabbed the hilt of the dagger, rage burning in his heart. Holding the dagger, he was ready to strike. Looking at Richard, he envisioned the scene of a little chick being killed. Chapter 95. Kill him. That was the only thought in Zach's mind at the time. Only by doing so could he alleviate the anger in his heart and compensate for the bullying Danis endured. Although it would cause trouble afterward, he wasn't afraid. If Danis ended up liking him because of this, it would be a huge win. Various thoughts filled Zach's mind, and in the next moment, he was about to draw his dagger and immediately launch an attack. Just then, Zach's eyes suddenly narrowed as he saw the seemingly frail Nobel boy's lips move slightly. The boy stepped forward and was instantly in front of him, then stretched out a hand and pressed it on his own that was gripping the dagger. This was. Zach distinctly felt an overwhelming strength on his hand, forcefully pushing back the dagger that was almost drawn. Then, an even greater force arrived, hurling him directly and smashing him against Cole nearby, violently throwing him to the ground. This. Lying on the ground in immense pain, Zach heard a distant voice start speaking. I've wanted to ask a question from the beginning. Are you so sure you could handle me? Zach was slightly stunned, having thought he was strong and bullying a child, only to realize at that moment that he was the child being bullied. This. Speaking of which, you really failed at doing something bad. Although it's a shameful act, your lack of dedication is really not good. At the very least, partners should have arranged the distribution of benefits in advance and determined contingency plans for unexpected situations. Most importantly, you should thoroughly scout your target's information, the more detailed, the better, and then devise a series of comprehensive plans. In my view, even doing bad things has to be reasonable. Being a villain isn't just something you can decide to be. The way you are now, you're not bad, you're dumb. Zach, lying on the ground, listened to Richard's endless cryptic talk and became extremely irritable. Though his body felt shattered, he glanced at Danis, bellowed furiously, and struggled to his feet, throwing his fist toward Richard. Then, the next moment, a crisp snap of a bone fracture echoed, followed by the heavy sound of thud as something massive hit the ground, and then continuous screams, ah! 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 The instructive voice paused briefly, then continued. While courage and enthusiasm are good attributes, they must be used under the right circumstances and at the right time. Without clear information on the target, you should strive to lie low and preserve your strength at all costs, even if it means bowing down and begging for mercy. The goal is to lower the target's guard, expose their weaknesses, and then strike a blow that can turn the situation around. Failure isn't terrible, stupidity is the most fearful because under stupidity, you don't even understand why you failed. If there's a next time, I sincerely hope you become smarter. That way, you'll know which people not to provoke and whom you can provoke, who will cost too much if provoked, and who would spell your doom. This is for your good, and mine too. I sincerely wish the world were full of smart people, it would save me a lot of trouble caused by others' stupidity. Unfortunately, achieving this goal is really a bit difficult, like with you. After a while, Richard stood inside the door and gestured to the people outside to come in. Having been lectured to the point of doubting their very lives, with bewildered looks in their eyes, Danis, Cole, and Zach Mercenary, felt as if they had received a reprieve. They helped each other up quickly and walked back toward the distant room door. Among the three, Dan's injuries were the lightest. During the lecture, she had tried to launch a sneak attack but was slapped to the ground by Richard without any tenderness, her half-face swelling up. Other than that, she had no other injuries. Cole's injuries were moderate. He too had tried a sneak attack during the lecture, and when he fell to the ground with his dagger, realizing the blade of the dagger was just a few centimeters from his neck, he completely lost the courage to resist. Thus, he could still walk, which was much better than Zach. Zach's injuries were severe. Though not life-threatening, he would need a long time to recover normal movements. Even if he recovered well, whether he could maintain his full strength was questionable. This was because, during the lecture, Zach had persistently attempted to attack and resist, only to be slammed to the ground by Richard again and again, until he couldn't get up anymore. Thus, he was covered in blood, with who knows how many broken bones. The three of them walked to Danis's room door. Danis thought for a moment and then said, "Come to my room. I have some potions in my luggage that can treat injuries. I'll apply some on you." "Okay, Cole responded quickly. Ugh, Zack, who was already unable to speak, made a sound with his tongue sticking out, indicating agreement. Pushing the door open, the three entered Danis's room, where Danis quickly fetched a potion bottle. She poured out a stinging, brown-yellow potion from the bottle and applied it on the three. Inevitably, the application process touched their wounds and caused severe pain, resulting in muffled groans and twisted expressions. They couldn't help but complain. Angrily, Danis was the first to speak, turning to Cole and saying, "It's all because of you. If you hadn't brought Zack into this, none of this would have happened." "Humph," Cole retorted, unconvinced, "why is it my fault? Even if I hadn't spoken to Zack, do you think he would have let that kid off? Anyway, that kid really hurt you. Humph, you probably enjoyed it, didn't you? Getting your hand squeezed and your face slapped." His tone was filled with a hint of sarcasm by the end. Angry, Danis snatched the potion bottle from Cole's hand and retorted, "Yes, I enjoyed it, okay? I like being abused and trampled, so what? The worse the abuse, the happier I am." After saying this, whether reluctantly or willingly, Danis closed her eyes as if savoring the pain on her body. A moment later, her body tensed, and then she suddenly shivered and relaxed. Opening her eyes, the rich flush on Danis's face had completely overshadowed the handprint. Her eyes glazed as she looked at Cole and said softly yet forcefully, "You know, I just realized that I really enjoy this. It feels quite nice. Why don't you try it?" Cole stared wide-eyed at Danis, his mouth agape. After a moment, he decisively backed off, muttering, "You're intense, you're fierce. Haha." After a while, Cole remembered something, looked at Danis, and said, "Actually, it's not your fault, nor mine. It's all Zack's fault." Zack? Yes, Zack. Zack was lying on a bed on one side, unable to move at all, and could only utter ugh, ugh. However, upon hearing this, his eyes showed undisguised anger. It seemed that if he could stand up, the first thing he would do was tear Cole apart. But, he couldn't. Chapter 96. Cole saw Zack's angry expression and was not afraid. He thought Zack would have a hard time even standing up for the rest of his life. Given the injuries Zack had sustained and the methods of the mercenary team's captain, Mura, the most likely outcome of this situation was that Zack would be ruthlessly abandoned by the mercenary team. Of course, saying abandoned would be too unfeeling. The method would probably be as follows: considering Zack's severe injuries and his inability to walk, as well as his difficulty in facing the dangers the mercenary team would encounter later, Mura would leave Zack at the inn to recuperate and hand the innkeeper a large sum of money. This sum of money mainly comprised the rewards Zack had accumulated for completing missions lately, which were in Mura's hands, possibly amounting to 1 or 2 gold coins. There was also a small portion from the contributions collected by his teammates for Zack, maybe a silver coin or perhaps a dozen copper coins. Of course, Cole wouldn't contribute a single coin. After handing the money to the innkeeper, the three-man mercenary team would leave, and Zack's life and belongings would completely depend on the innkeeper. If the innkeeper was kind, he would deliver food and drink to Zack every day, arrange for the staff to take care of him, and even go so far as to hire a physician to treat Zack. Thus, as long as Zack's life force was strong enough, it was very possible that he would recover his health before the money ran out. If he was lucky enough to regain all his strength, he could smoothly rejoin his original team or join another. Of course, retiring from the mercenary life and returning home to become a farmer was also an option. If the innkeeper was greedy, the situation would be different. For example, dumping Zack in a cellar, ignoring him, and watching him die a slow death would mean pocketing a good amount of money. If the innkeeper was particularly impatient, he might even add something extra to help Zack along to his death. However, under normal circumstances, the innkeeper would fall somewhere between good and bad. He would take care of Zack, but not diligently. Whether Zack lived or died would completely depend on his health and luck. For this reason, no one in the mercenary team would feel any psychological barriers, because, after all, everything was beyond their control. The innkeeper, Zack's body and luck were in charge of it all. Therefore, in Cole's view, since Zack had sustained such severe injuries, there was a high likelihood that he would never see him again. So he could speak his mind without any fear. Looking at Zack, Cole said, "Zack, no matter how you glare at me, saying you have no brains means you have no brains. If you hadn't come out earlier, if you weren't prepared to kill someone with a dagger, you wouldn't be in this situation. Maybe the noble kid would have been too lazy to bother with us and just given us the money. After all, it looked like that youngster wasn't short of cash. To fall back 10,000 steps, even if that youngster had attacked, without your constant sneak attacks, we wouldn't have ended up this badly, maybe we wouldn't have been hit at all. Let me tell you, your current pathetic state is entirely deserved, entirely your own doing. Zack glared at Cole, his gaze as if he wanted to devour Cole. But Cole continued as if he hadn't seen Zack's look. Zack, let me tell you, Danis made a very correct decision not to choose you. Because being with you, she would have been dragged down by your stupidity sooner or later. I say, when you do things, do you really not think about the consequences? Just knowing how to fight and kill, what's the use? You think you're a noble, that you have an entire family behind you to clean up your mess. Woo, roar, woo. Meanwhile, in Richard's room. Richard walked back to his room, closed the door, looked at the completed scroll on the table, and slowly read, trying to reconnect with his previous line of thought, ring, conjecture. Storage space, failure, testing. Mana, response, verification, retesting, final hypothesis, plan. At this time, Pandora, who had been sitting in the corner, snapped out of her daze, sniffed, and looked at Richard as if remembering something, and asked, "Did you just go out?" Richard's eyes continued to rest on the papyrus scroll as he replied absently, "Yes." "Why?" Pandora asked. Richard answered, "Nothing special, just that there were 3 squirrels outside making a racket, so I gave them a little lesson and chased them away." Squirrels. Pandora's eyes sparkled with excitement. Since leaving the forest, she had never seen a squirrel. She quickly headed for the door and ran outside. Richard glanced at her but didn't mind, because as far as he was concerned, except for a true wizard, there weren't many people in this world who could harm Pandora. Considering just their combat abilities, he was no match for Pandora, though a real fight would be a different story altogether. In any case, Richard felt quite secure about Pandora's safety. As he saw her leave, he didn't think much of it and refocused his attention on the scroll. On the other side, in Danis's room, Cole continued to rudely berate Zack, his words leaving Zack gasping for breath, wanting to jump off the bed and fight to the death with Cole. Danis couldn't hold back her irritation and looked at Cole, saying, "You're going too far, Cole. No matter what, Zack was injured because of you and me. How can you talk to him like that? Don't you feel any guilt?" "What do I have to feel guilty about? It's all his own stupidity. If he weren't so stupid, he wouldn't have caused all this trouble. If he weren't so stupid, he wouldn't have fallen for you." Danis's eyebrows shot up, and she said icily, "Shut up, and get out." "Fine, I'll go. I'm sick of being around such an idiot anyway. I'm going back to my room," Cole said, turning to leave. Despite some pain, he moved quite smoothly. Ignoring Danis's murderous look, Cole walked out the door, only to raise an eyebrow the next moment, as he saw something unexpected. A pink and tender little girl, about 7 or 8 years old, dressed in a purple outfit, stood in the corridor, looking around as if searching for something. "Isn't that the little maid of that noble kid?" Cole thought to himself, unable to suppress the evil thoughts arising within him. That noble brat dared to let his little maid wander? Perfect, he'd just take advantage of the situation. That noble brat had hit him before, so he could easily take out his frustration on this little maid. If the noble kid was weak, kidnapping the little maid could definitely extort a hefty ransom. If the noble kid was tough and didn't care about the little maid, then killing her would serve as a satisfying vengeance. Yes, that's it. This is what true cleverness is. All that crap the noble kid said before was bullshit, he was not stupid at all. Thinking this, Cole stepped toward the little maid in his sight. The little maid looked up at him curiously and frowned, asking, Have you seen a squirrel? Are you looking for a squirrel?" Cole was taken aback, then a sinister smile crept across his face. "Little sister, you know, I am a squirrel." Then where is your tail?" Pandora asked seriously. Still cautious? A flash in Cole's eyes, and he felt a surge of murderous intent. "Don't worry, I'll show it to you right now," Cole whispered, his hand already reaching for his waist. The next moment, he drew a dagger and swung vehemently. Die. Chapter 97. The dagger swung downward fiercely, and Cole could clearly feel his heart pounding rapidly in his chest. his body uncontrollably heating up, the muscles of his wounded area contracting from the pain, but it did not affect his attack. Swing down, swing down. Cole watched the dagger get increasingly closer to the little maid's body, his throat involuntarily growing dry. Although he had killed people before, killed many in fact, he had never laid hands on a child so small. But now, it didn't matter. Cole's dagger fell, and he saw it pierce the little maid's body, seeing the look of surprise flicker across her eyes. Cry, scream, and then die. Cole thought somewhat crazily, already preparing to hear the little maid's shrill scream, but the next moment, his vision darkened, and he felt as if the whole world had suddenly turned upside down. Later, Cole would reflect very seriously that this might have been the last sensation he felt in his intact state. The world upended, and Cole felt his entire body begin to spin, followed by dizziness. After a seemingly long time, the dizziness subsided, and Cole realized that he hadn't heard the anticipated scream. Instead, there were faint, pain-filled moans sounding close by. Hey? Dazed, Cole realized the moans were coming from his own throat, and then he found even more to be puzzled about. Why was he lying on the ground? Why did his entire body hurt so much? Why could he barely move? Why? While he was perplexed, Cole saw the little maid furrow her brow as she approached him, saying, "Scared? Scared of what?" He was the one who had been scared, for heaven's sake. Cole couldn't help but think, then felt the world flip over once again. He heard the sound of something heavy falling and felt his body being smashed against the ground repeatedly, like a broken rag doll. Thud. 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 This. Ah. 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 Inside Danis's room. Danis applied the ointment to Zack with an expressionless face. Zack's lips quivered, as if he wanted to say something. Leaning in, Danis could hear him. Do you really not like me at all, not even a little, not even after all I've done for you, not even now that I've become like this?" Danis paused slightly in her application of the ointment, then turned to look at Zack. She stared at him for a long time and said with a touch of self-mockery, "Zack, do you think people like us really have the privilege to like someone? What difference would it make whether I like you or not? There is no difference. You should know very well, I don't want to continue living the life of a mercenary. I want change, so I must marry into nobility. Besides that, I don't care about likes or grievances." Zack's gaze dimmed rapidly. Danis exhaled, "Don't think too much about it. I'll try my best to persuade Uncle Mura not to abandon you. Even if we leave you behind, we'll find someone reliable to take care of you. Forget about what happened before. That noble young man is someone we cannot afford to provoke. I don't know why he is so strong, but he might be one of those legendary knights with special bloodlines. We should stay away from him." Zack did not respond, and Danis was about to say more when suddenly the sound of knocking came from outside the door, making her pause in surprise. A moment later, the door to the room was opened from the outside, and Cole crawled in covered in blood, looking even worse than Zack. Danis couldn't help but be startled before realizing something, and asked, "Did you provoke that noble young master again?" "I, gurgle, no." Cole spat blood and shook his head. On his honor, how could he dare provoke that noble young master again? But, what he provoked was that noble young master's little maid. If that counted, would it be considered provoking the young master too? At that thought, Cole nodded again. Seeing this, Danis couldn't help but sigh. She looked at Zack on the bed and then at Cole on the floor and suddenly felt that what the noble young master said before was very true, his companions did indeed seem very stupid. In Richard's room, Pandora walked back with a frown. Richard, who was busy at the desk, looked up at Pandora and asked casually, "How did it go? Did you find the squirrel?" Pandora hesitated for a moment, tried hard to recall the person she had just encountered, and then compared it with the squirrel she had seen during the beast tide in the forest, finally saying, "I found one, but it was a very strange, very ugly and very unimpressive squirrel, so I chased it away again." Pandora sat on the smooth wooden plank and began to daydream again, wondering why a squirrel was different from another squirrel. Could it be because the squirrels in the forest hadn't grown up? When the young squirrels grew up and became big squirrels, would they look like the one she had seen before? But Richard didn't pay much attention to this, as he had finally reclaimed the train of thought that had been lost due to the previous disruption by the mercenary team. His gaze settled on the papyrus scroll, and Richard recited a few terms with a slightly solemn expression: black iron ring. Magic rune, decryption attempts. Taking a deep breath, Richard reached into his chest and pulled out a black iron ring. This iron ring was indeed the one he had found on the body of the mysterious wizard, whom he had killed with great effort in the forest and then worked hard to dig out from the mountainside. The reasons for digging out the wizard were manifold. One was to truly confirm his death, since dead men tell no tales. The second was to take the wizard's head as a tribute to Gregory, allowing Pandora to release some emotions. The third reason was to study the things the wizard might have been carrying. According to logic, a powerful wizard would naturally carry items commensurate with his strength, possibly including scrolls with first or second circle magic records, magic tools, or peculiar magic materials. However, after searching through the mysterious wizard's dilapidated body several times, Richard only found an unremarkable black iron ring on his body. What was the use of this iron ring? Was it merely decorative, or was it used to signify status? Richard was skeptical about that. Even a very powerful wizard would still have mundane needs and cannot live without food or drink, thus they would always carry some sort of currency that's easily liquidated. That's why he took with him a number of small, high-value gemstones when he left the Blue Lion Kingdom. Was the mysterious wizard so bereft of possessions that wherever he went, he planned to rob and dine and dash? Even if that were true, shouldn't he have carried some magic tools, recovery potions? Could it be the mysterious wizard was extremely confident, believing his power could crush everything, and he would never suffer any injuries? If that were indeed the case, Richard felt, then the wizard truly deserved his death. But thinking more rationally, Richard still thought there might be something off about the iron ring on the wizard's finger. Just like in many novels from Earth that he had read, could this iron ring be a kind of space ring, a space item? Chapter 98. Space items. The mere possibility made Richard's breath catch in his chest. A space item. Having an internal space built into it where you could store various needed items and retrieve them when necessary, could indeed explain why the mysterious wizard didn't carry anything on his person. Maybe in many modern Earth novels, such an item is so widely used that it has become cliched. However, Richard was keenly aware of what it would mean if such a thing truly existed. It meant that the magic of the wizards in this world had achieved what even modern Earth's technology has yet to accomplish. It meant that the magic of the wizards might be in existence more advanced than modern Earth, possibly by several hundred years of new scientific technology. Excessively advanced science is always considered magic, this saying is universal. Just like video calls on modern Earth could completely pretend to be heavenly ear technique or heavenly vision, then the current world's achievements in spatial technology could be considered the space items familiar to modern humans of Earth. But what was the true principle behind it? Richard knew very well that, just as video calls are not actual heavenly vision or heavenly ear technique but the transmission of digital signals, this space item didn't necessarily have to be a genuine space item. It simply appeared to exhibit properties of a space item. Of course, regardless, he still needed to unravel the other party's secrets to fully understand everything. The question now was how to decipher it. According to many novels, the method to unlock space items, as well as other precious magic tools, was rather straightforward, that was, blood recognition. Once the previous owner of a space item had died, it became an unclaimed object. Merely by dropping a drop of one's own fresh blood onto it, it would become theirs. Why was this so? It seemed there was never an explanation. But is this the reality? Richard wanted to try it out. He reached out for his suitcase and took out a tiny box from within. The box was specially insulated and inside were several ice cubes the size of a fingertip, each containing a drop of ruby red blood. Taking out an ice cube, Richard melted it with flame impact and carefully extracted the blood bead, dripping it onto the iron ring. The moment the blood entered, Richard could feel the iron ring tremble slightly and undergo some sort of change. It seemed, blood recognition might just work. But was that really the case? On the contrary. If it were that easy, Richard wouldn't have studied the iron ring for so many days without deciphering it. After extensive research and experimentation, Richard had confirmed that so-called blood recognition was, just like blood relation identification, unreliable. The reason why the ring reacted to the blood was not because it was his, but the mysterious wizard's blood. So why did the iron ring react upon the addition of the mysterious wizard's blood? Was the mysterious wizard still alive? Alive? Nonsense. In Richard's view, an iron ring could not possibly possess the function to detect and monitor the life or death of its bearer. This was much like electronic doors on modern Earth, which simply cannot monitor the homeowner's vital signs. A more reasonable explanation is that it was a form of identity authentication. Yes, identity authentication. It was as though there was a lock on the iron ring that wasn't sophisticated enough to recognize its owner with a simple glance and obediently unlock. It required a special verification method, the insertion of the correct key into its mechanism, to open. Blood was the key. Upon depositing the blood, the iron ring would verify a component in the blood, the most important component of the human body, DNA. Yes, DNA. Wizards are humans, they are organisms, so naturally, they have DNA. What the iron ring was verifying was DNA, or something similar to it. This inference might seem odd, but if space items exist, then why not DNA verification? The former is a technology far more advanced than the latter on modern Earth. We can compare DNA, yet we cannot create space items. That was the logical explanation: verify DNA to unlock the iron ring. However, this method of verification was not commonly used. It's much like how ordinary people wouldn't accept having to bleed every time they opened a door. Unless the mysterious wizard had some kind of special fetish, he wouldn't want to cut himself and let blood every time to unlock the iron ring. Blood-based DNA verification, in Richard's many days of investigative experimentation, seemed like a high-authority verification method for emergencies, similar to security questions for account recovery or password retrieval on modern Earth's Internet. The normal method for everyday use would likely be simpler and more convenient, which is monovibration verification. The surface and interior of the iron ring were engraved with intricate and detailed magic runes, some of which are for carrying out this verification method. The mysterious wizard would infuse a special kind of mana into the iron ring, and as this mana flowed through the magic runes, it would produce a certain effect, eventually passing the verification and opening the internal space of the iron ring. But what exactly was this specific mana vibration? Richard admitted he didn't know. After all, the deceased mysterious wizard wasn't about to tell him. However, Richard wasn't too concerned. Because through blood, through the highest authority authentication, he could now use more extreme methods to directly modify the regular verification to none, just like the password-free payments on modern Earth. Naturally, this wasn't very safe, as it meant foregoing all verification of the iron ring. Any random infusion of mana would be able to unlock it. But this was a necessary evil. The reason for this was that the iron ring's activation was time-restricted. If every activation required a drop of fresh blood for DNA verification, once the mysterious wizard's blood was depleted, the iron ring would become unusable. Between a space item that would soon become inoperable and an insecure one that could be used over a long period of time, which one to choose? Any person of normal intelligence could provide the correct answer. Now the issue was how to modify and operate it, allowing the iron ring to be used for the long term. Richard's gaze landed on a minute section of magic runes on the inner circle of the iron ring. After many continuous days of blood verification tests, Richard had found the precise spot that needed manipulation. What followed was to destroy this small area of magic runes without affecting the overall operation of the rest of the runes in the iron ring. To Richard, this was akin to deleting a segment of an if statement in front-end computer programming in JavaScript to ensure that the code could execute regardless of the circumstances. It was similar to modifying a circuit by directly short-circuiting an extremely complex part of the circuitry, allowing the current to flow through the wires. Or like on a phone, inputting the lock screen password and then cancelling all types of lock screens. Unlike writing code, constructing circuits, or devising a complex smartphone unlock pattern, deletion and destruction were always simpler than creation. But, that didn't mean it was easy. Taking a deep breath, Richard reached for his suitcase. Chapter 99. Richard took several engraving needles out of his suitcase, along with a magnifying glass. He fixed the iron ring on the table, lit the area with a phosphorus candle, and then, holding the magnifying glass in one hand and an engraving needle in the other, began to work on the magic rune. Through the study of Monroe chapter, Richard had long confirmed that he only needed to add 2 barely discernible lines to the iron ring to disable the magic runes within its target range. But even lines just a few millimeters long presented a tremendous difficulty to etch. On one hand, the precision of the magic runes on the inner band of the iron ring was extremely high, about the same as those on the crystal skull, surpassing ordinary microsculpting and requiring careful control. On the other hand, for some unknown reason, the black iron ring was incredibly hard, making carving difficult, not something one engraving needle could easily complete, and it would take several, perhaps even more than a dozen worn-out needles to complete the carving. But, it had to be done. After all, the value of a space item was extremely high, even if there was only 1 cubic centimeter of hidden space. it could have a tremendous effect. Taking a deep breath to calm his emotions, Richard picked up the engraving needle and began to work. In the blink of an eye, several hours later, the night had grown deep. Pandora was leaning against the wall, curled up in the corner of the bed, eyes closed, head drooping. It was unclear if she was asleep or had found a new way to zone out. Richard let out a gentle sigh, moved from the position he had maintained for several hours, and stood up from the table, stretching lazily. Crack! His neck and shoulders emitted a series of subtle pops and crackles. Richard's eyes sparkled with an unusual light as he held the finished iron ring and murmured, "It's done." It was indeed done. The next moment, Richard slid the iron ring onto his hand, drew a surge of mana from within his body, and activated the ring, then reached in with his spiritual power to probe its interior. The hidden space within the ring rapidly came to the forefront of Richard's mind. The size of the space was neither as small as 1 cubic centimeter nor as large as the thousands of cubic meters described in some novels. It was actually about 1 cubic meter, similar in size to a large suitcase. At that moment, this interior of the suitcase contained quite a few things, part of the mysterious wizard's legacy. During the verification through the mysterious wizard's blood, Richard had mainly focused on breaking the iron ring's magic and hadn't paid much attention to the contents, but now, he could finally take a good look. Controlling the extraction, Richard began to remove the objects one by one, laying them neatly on a wooden table, realizing that they could be divided into 5 parts. The first part consisted of various odd materials, gemstones, and crystals. They seemed valuable, but it was hard to assess given the scarcity of wizards in the current world. The second part comprised a number of bottles containing potions, medicine powder, ointments, and more, all exhibiting some mana fluctuations, and which would likely have some effects on the body. But without an instruction manual, it was hard to determine their exact purposes, requiring some time to test. The third part included several papyrus scrolls with sloppy handwriting, which appeared to be the mysterious wizard's own research on spells. The fourth part was a large seed resembling a walnut. Initially, Richard intended to categorize it as the last type, but upon careful sensing, one could feel intense energy waves inside. The quantity of energy contained was somewhat frightening. If detonated, it would release a force equivalent to tens of kilograms of TNT explosives, perhaps even 100 comparable to a Tomahawk cruise missile. If crafted into some form of explosive magic tool, it could serve as a notably powerful trump card. Therefore, Richard decided to list it separately. The fifth part consisted of miscellaneous items, such as the mysterious wizard's spare clothes, inscribed plates with unknown meanings, bread, clear water, several types of coins, etc. One type of coin, seemingly made of amethyst, even contained a non-negligible energy wave within, which led Richard to speculate that it might be a currency used among wizards. As for its authenticity, that remained to be verified. After a simple inventory of the mysterious wizard's remains organized the hard-earned spoils of defeating him, Richard's gaze fell back upon the iron ring. The items of the mysterious wizard piqued his curiosity, but it was just curiosity. The iron ring, a space item, however, sparked an extremely strong research interest in him. Richard didn't understand why some characters in novels, upon acquiring similar space items, felt primarily joy and then just naturally used them. It was as if someone had given the protagonist of a novel an aircraft carrier, and after saying thanks for the aircraft carrier, bro, the protagonist happily piloted it for transportation runs. Could it be that the main use of an aircraft carrier was its expansive deck for transporting many things? Was there no interest in exploring some of the equipment on the aircraft carrier? Like anti-aircraft missiles, anti-submarine sonar, carrier-based aircraft, and the entire suite of technology applied on the aircraft carrier? In Richard's view, a space ring was quite similar to an aircraft carrier. Its main function was definitely not just transport. There must be more functions waiting to be explored. What was most important was figuring out the principles behind the space ring, cracking the magic system of the wizards, and thus mastering this power. His eyes flickered, and Richard began the first round of tests on the iron ring. The test was simple. That was to take out the items from the iron ring and put them back in. After putting them back in, take them out a second time. After taking them out, put them back in a second time. After repeating this many times, Richard carefully observed each detail of taking and storing the items. Ultimately, Richard found that it wasn't the case that the items would appear or disappear instantaneously with a thought. Both the retrieval and storing had a brief process. The iron ring acted as a small entrance and exit, a box's entrance and exit. When storing items, it was as if they were being poured in and out of a box. When taking out a large number of items at the same time, the speed of retrieval would slow down. It seemed as if the box's opening was of a fixed size, indicating that there were certain limitations to the quantity of items that could enter or exit within a unit of time. If there was a limit to the quantity of items within a unit of time, were there any restrictions on the size of the items? The iron ring had an interior volume of only about 1 cubic meter. What would happen if an object larger than that were stuffed inside? Would the iron ring burst? This second round of testing was a bit risky, but necessary. Richard's eyes flashed as he took everything out of the iron ring and laid it on the ground in the room. He took down the suitcase from the table and cleared the table of miscellaneous items. Then, with some difficulty, he lifted the table with one hand and attempted to insert it into the iron ring. In the next moment, Richard felt resistance, as if the table was resting on a spring, requiring a more significant force to compress even a portion of it. So, he chanted a spell, Wind Force, which enhanced him, greatly increasing his strength. He exerted a fierce push, forcibly stuffing the table into the iron ring. Whether it was an illusion or not, at the end, Richard felt as if he heard a crack. Raising an eyebrow, Richard quickly took the table out of the iron ring, attempting to place it back on the ground. The next moment, with a crash, the shattered table slid out from the iron ring and fell to the floor. Chapter 100. Richard looked at the table, originally over a meter long, now forcefully folded into less than a meter, causing severe distortion and deformation, and was certain that the crack sound he had just heard was not an illusion. He had applied too much force and directly damaged the table. From this perspective, his previous action was somewhat akin to forcefully stuffing the table into a sturdy, small stone cave, where the table naturally got crushed. This side explanation showed that the inner space of the iron ring was very robust, and there was no need to worry about it easily bursting. In that case, anything exceeding 1 cubic meter in size could theoretically be stuffed into the iron ring, as long as one had the ability to compress it into a volume of 1 cubic meter. Taking a gentle breath, Richard started the third round of tests. This time it was simpler. Richard took a small hourglass from the luggage on the ground. He turned the hourglass over to start the timer and then placed it into the iron ring. After waiting for a moment, Richard took out the hourglass and found that a small layer of sand had fallen, just covering one scale. One scale represented 3 minutes, which was approximately the waiting time just now. Many novels describe that time within a space ring is frozen, but it seemed there were some discrepancies now. The normal functioning of the hourglass indicated that time still existed inside the iron ring. Moreover, it also indicated that gravity existed inside the iron ring, and the magnitude of this gravity was comparable to the outside world. Of course, if the time inside the iron ring was slowed down and the gravity increased, or if the time was sped up and the gravity decreased, the combination could create this illusion that perfectly matched the external world. However, such a situation was highly improbable. This was only a preliminary test and was not considered further. Without hesitation, Richard quickly carried out the fourth round of testing. He took a bowl of water and placed it inside the iron ring, then shook the iron ring. After a moment, he took out the bowl of water, and not a drop had spilled. This indicated that although the iron ring was influenced by gravity, it was absolutely not the external gravity. Otherwise, the force of movement would have also affected the interior of the iron ring, and the water in the bowl would have definitely spilled. So, with a flicker in his eyes, Richard began to wonder if everything was really stored inside the small iron ring or if it was stored elsewhere, with the iron ring serving merely as a simple entrance and exit. He continued with the fifth round of testing. Many novels have described that living things cannot be placed into a space ring, but they have not detailed whether it's completely impossible or if placing them causes negative changes. Logically, there is no fundamental difference between living and non-living things, both are simply made up of atoms. If non-living things can be put inside and living things cannot, it would be nonsensical. And the idea that living things would undergo negative changes upon being placed inside also warrants suspicion. Could space items even intelligently distinguish between living and non-living things and treat them differently? This seemed as implausible as automatically detecting the life or death of the holder. So, how to test this? The simplest method was to place a living creature inside and see what happened. In fact, if it weren't for being cautious, Richard would have liked to try entering the space ring himself to see more, but it would be troublesome if he could get in but not come out. Thus, it would be better to send another living creature inside. This creature should preferably be somewhat intelligent, obedient, have strong life force to withstand some unknown attacks, and not too large. Richard's gaze involuntarily fell on Pandora lying on the bed. 1 meter 20 in height, body sufficiently flexible. Very strong life force, being born from a giant dragon after all. Though not obedient, one could coax it. Somewhat naive, but definitely not stupid. Additionally, in that case, tap tap tap, Richard walked toward Pandora. Pandora, leaning against the corner of the bed, seemed to be sleeping, motionless and unaware. As Richard approached, he slowly raised his hand, his iron ring shimmering with an unusual glow, then his hand quickly fell. Snap! Squeak! A soft sound followed by a scream indicated that Richard had grabbed a rat that was burrowing into the wall of the bed, intending to use it as a test subject. As for Pandora, well, better not. Richard thought seriously. Although Pandora had always lived in the forest and had the mind and body of a child, naive but certainly not stupid, if Pandora were really put into the iron ring, it was likely that upon emerging, it would transform into its human giant dragon form and completely rampage, possibly demolishing the entire inn. Besides, Gregory had not been gone long and had once asked Richard to take care of Pandora. Though promises had little binding force on him, he did not take pleasure in breaking them, it would be somewhat inhumane after all. So, it was better to use the universally utilized experimental creature of modern Earth, a rat. It was okay to make do with a big rat if no white mice could be found. Regaining his focus, Richard looked at the rat in his hand, a standard brown house rat. About 20 centimeters long, with a black and thin tail, its body was plump, clearly having stolen more than its fair share of food. Its appearance was sleazy, teeth protruding, adding a bit of repulsiveness. Using it for some experiments was not only without pressure, but also somewhat relaxing. "I hope you survive a few more tests," Richard said softly to the rat, carrying it to the side, then sending it into the iron ring. The rat quickly disappeared, successfully sent into the iron ring. The next moment it reappeared, being taken out by Richard almost instantaneously. This was mainly to test whether there was a instantly kill living beings setting inside the iron ring. When his gaze landed on the perfectly alive rat, Richard confirmed that there should be no instantly kill living beings mechanism. Actually, in the very brief process of being placed into and taken out of the iron ring, the rat probably hadn't even realized what had happened and was still in a state of shock and bewilderment from being caught. In that case, Richard pursed his lips slightly, reached out and patted the rat's head, trying to soothe it, then threw the rat back into the iron ring again. This time, he waited about 3 seconds before taking the rat out again. The rat that reappeared in the room was visibly more frantic, breathing rapidly, its head swinging wildly as if it had gone through some extremely uncomfortable ordeal. Richard raised an eyebrow, guessing, could the space inside the iron ring be extremely unfriendly to living organisms? Like high temperatures, high pressure, or perhaps low temperatures, low pressure? Then, under such conditions, how long could a rat survive? 1 minute? An hour? A day? Richard, with no softening of heart, grabbed the visibly uneasy rat and stuffed it back into the iron ring. This time Richard waited a while, about 3 minutes, before taking the rat out again, only to feel a weight in his hand. The rat appeared, but was motionless. Dead? For more audiobooks, support me in Patreon. The link in the description.